Hello and welcome. It's Soul Saturday. Hello, everybody. Hello, Stemphy, Soup, Skullthrone, Budkip, Dancer, Zebus, Leah, Varus, Her Highness. Hello. Welcome. Hopefully you guys are enjoying your weekend. If it's your weekend. If nothing else, I hope you're enjoying your Saturday. Hello, Joseph. Vibing with a cup of coffee and a comfy robe. Hell yeah. I'm also in a comfy robe. I don't have a cup of coffee. I have a cup of tea, though. I mean, I guess if you could call it tea. I'm sure a British person would be disgusted at me calling Arnold Palmer half and half tea. So, but it's tea to me, brother. Hell yeah. Okay. So I'm. That's not tea, and I am British. Blah 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 blah. Making garlic bread. Oof. That sounds amazing. Your house is going to smell amazing. I hope you enjoy. Just tea on the packaging. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Today, we're going to work on monsters. I'm going to be going over the GM core. Or not GM core. Well, GM core and Monstercore. There are a couple of monsters and my own thoughts, as it were. And sort of figuring out how I'm going to be sort of running monsters in the future. And I think what I'm going to do is probably the same thing that I've been doing for 5th edition. For terrorism committed upon T. Fine then. Go on. I will continue to drink my Arnold Palmer half and half lemonade, half tea. I will continue to call it tea. You will not stomp upon my liberties. Oh, I see we have some people waiting already. I didn't even notice. It's a cocktail. Interesting. I didn't consider that. I didn't consider that it was a cocktail. I mean, I guess it could be a cocktail. They got to your desk before you did. They're waiting. I leave the door unlocked, so that way people can get in here. Give me just a second. I'm going to try and figure out how this damn overlay is going to work. Because the chat still like refuses to line up. And it's a bit of a pain in the ass. Position and size. Did you guys go ahead and just delete the chat party? Why would I do that? What the fuck? Why would I do that? I literally want you guys to be able to read the chat and stuff like that in the YouTube VODs. So that way people know what I'm referencing when I'm talking to chat instead of acting like a schizo. Could you guys go ahead and spam emotes for me, please? I need to test this. So if you guys could just go ahead and spam some of the emotes to fill up the chat, that'd be much appreciated. Any emote? Just as long as you fill up the chat. Boy, honey, this thing is taking its sweet fucking time, ain't it? Oh, there we go. My God, how far down is this fucking chat? Oh, it's still like half cut off. And now I can't see anybody's subscriber badges. I'll move it like so. And then I do it like so. Okay. That's a little bit better. Nice. Thank you very much. Okay. For some reason, the chat's like starting super far down. I don't know why. It's like, well, like super, like really far down for some reason. Like, it takes forever for it to finally scroll up. I don't know why. I'll figure it out eventually. That's just another thing to add onto the list of things to learn. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
What's up with you?
About to go over the Monstercore
The Monstercore?
for Pathfinder 2nd Edition.
No, I'm kidding. I don't know, man. I think you're a little obsessed with Pathfinder.
Yeah, man. When my players say they like it and that they feel like they have more agency than they do in their level 5 characters in 5th edition as level 1s, yeah.
I guess. I mean, whatever, man. It's yeah, whatever. It's fine.
Yeah, man.
It's cool. It's just fucking Pathfinder, man. I mean, whatever, dude. Like,
Yeah,
So,
man.
after all we've been through, it's kind of sad to see you go.
I'm
mean,
going.
it's been-
all right.
now it's been like an abusive relationship. After everything we've been through, you walk out bruised and beaten. Yeah, man. Why aren't you coming back?
Why don't you look me in the eyes during anymore?
Yeah, exactly. Like, bro, I mean, come on, man. Like, what the heck? What the heck, dude?
I need to pull this up on a separate. Oh, maybe I can actually look it up in Found. That's a thing. They have like the GM core.
Our first episode of Dumpster Delvers went up on our Patreon.
Nice. Good shit.
Hell yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Got to let my audience know.
Identification.
We
My.
got to get crowned that phone line.
Yeah, I had fun, Mudkip. I just got to shoot the shit. No complaints from me.
Our first episode of Dumpster Delvers.
PCs by level, creature identification, monster adjustments. Oh, this is just the weak adjustment. What I need is what I'm looking at in GM core. I was hoping that they would have had it in here, but that's fine. I can just pull it up on the book. Okay, so probably
Dumpster Delvers.
guessing level 0. Immediately, that should adjust some things on it. I don't want to fuck with its ACL too much. Dom Nova, thank you very much for 2 months, brother, with your Prime Gaming. Hey, boss man, love seeing you learn Pathfinder. Wish I could see your sessions more, but I'll set up for listening to the VODs at work. I appreciate it, man. Even listening to the VODs or whatever, it all helps. I think I've talked to the players. The players like the schedule that we have now. but who knows? Maybe in the future we'll change it around and stuff like that. I imagine with the, for those who don't know, because I saw questions about it when I was getting stream ready, the Elfbro work is the game that I'm running for Whoops and his crew. It's going to be a 5th edition game. It's not going to be a Pathfinder game, as much as I tried. Yeah, Varys, I'd rather not. I'll explode before I do that. So
we've got someone working on a map. See how their work's gonna do.
nice. My internet lagged. You said it's not going to be. Yeah, it's not going to be Pathfinder. I tried, but they'd prefer homebrewed 5th edition. So I'm going to be putting them through my homebrew 5th edition.
Which is secretly going to be Pathfinder.
And it's basically just going to be
And
Baby's
4E.
first Pathfinder. So, I mean, 2nd edition and 4th edition are, you literally overlap them and they're the same thing. So,
Yeah, probably for my system, I'm going to go back to 4E. Some of the key things I'm definitely doing is getting rid of feet movement and doing space movement. You know, common sense bullshit. We've already kind of started formatting like item blocks and stuff like that in our dialogue, which kind of is a lot of what 4E does. So, for example, one of the things I posted on IO Publishing. Let me see if I can read it. I have to get back to it. I think I might have actually. No, I didn't show you. I was showing it was the writers. So we're gonna like rewrite how these spells work, right? So it's readable, more readable. So Fireball in 5e. This is how it reads. A bright streak flashes from you to a point you choose within range and then blossoms with a low roar into a fiery explosion. Each creature in a 20-foot radius sphere centered on the point makes a dexterity saving throw, taking 8d6 fire damage on a failed save or half as much on a successful one. Flammable objects in the area that aren't being worn or carried start burning. So, big word vomit. You kind of understand what it means, though. That's 5e's description. My issue with how 5e writes shit is that you can't. I don't know if this is just a me thing, but when I look at stuff, I like to look for specifically certain information points, so I don't have to read a giant paragraph to figure out what something does. Does that make sense?
sure.
Where I'm like, okay, what's the range? What's the area? How much damage? What's the saving throw? What happens on fail? What happens on success? I don't want to like dig through a paragraph reading shit, essentially.
Okay.
So Fireball, written in IO standard, reads as following. Range, 150 feet. Radius, 20 foot. A bright streak flashes from you and then blossoms with a low roar into a fire explosion. Each creature in the area must make a dexterity saving throw, DCX. On failure, the target takes 28 or 8d6 fire damage. On success, the target takes half as much damage. Aftermath, flammable objects in the area that aren't being worn or carried start burning. So kind of like breaks the information up a little bit.
Nice.
Yeah, that's what I've been working on.
Good shit.
Yeah.
You've already put that stuff out, or?
Oh yeah, we kind of started with the fishing book in that breakdown, but the format we're adding this format to Fiendish Forge, specifically with monster attacks. So like if a creature were to breathe fire, for example, the beginning would say range self, aka you're not pointing this somewhere else. It originates from you, and then cone 15 feet, so that you know. Starting at your point, you're doing a 15-foot cone. So you immediately know exactly what it is. You can read the effect there, and then go down to like the what happens when you fail, what happens when you succeed, and if there's an aftermath effect.
Nice.
We just want to do 5e better.
Asking a lot.
We could do it. I think we can do it.
The confidence I like to hear.
I feel very confident. I feel that's kind of the beauty of it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Mudkip, thanks for joining the Dumpster Delvers Patreon.
Brother?
Appreciate that. Maybe don't mind if I thank people for joining our Dumpster Delvers Patreon on stream.
Go for it.
Since it's, you know, your thing as much as my thing.
I just don't have it open.
Yeah. So I hope you don't mind. I did advertise it as we got to get that man a phone number. We do need to talk about that though. I mean, maybe not in public, but like, you know, how much monthly you're going to need for a phone line.
I'll have to get that figured out. I'll talk to Momo because I know Momo was proposing like offering up a phone line or something like that.
Like a family plan.
Yeah,
that's cute.
I'll get that figured out with Momo, and then I'll let the community know so that way we know if we slam the first goal or not.
Yeah.
Red Eye, having ran a full session of Pathfinder already, I feel, first off, incredibly confident in the system. There were a couple of moments where I was like, what is it again? And then I sort of made a ruling on the fly, and then found out afterwards I was correct. So
that's always a good feeling.
Yeah, that felt great. And again, like I said already, my players, especially Momo, was like, I feel like I can do more and have more like authority over my character versus my 5th edition character. Like I have like a better sentinel. I can do more on my turns, and it's more like everything's sort of laid out for me. And that, to me, felt awesome because Momo was one of the ones that I was worried about being overwhelmed by the system. But she fucking rocked it, bro. She came in as a fighter and immediately understood everything that she had to do. She was like, oh, my reactive strike lets me basically destroy this creature. Yeah, I'm going to be... I know exactly when to use this. I'm going to bait this thing into attacking my allies so that way I can reactive strike. Because fighters at low levels are the only ones that get an opportunity attack.
Ah, gotcha.
So she basically locked into her character immediately understood, like, I need hands free to be able to do stuff. I can like stow my shield, drop my shield, all that stuff. So that was a ton of fun. I had a very fun time running the game. My only complaint was that I felt like the monsters had too little hit points. Because I think I enjoy when my players use their resources that I give them.
Right.
I don't like it being 20 sessions and the party still has their health potions that they bought. They still have resistance potions they bought because they didn't feel like they needed to use them.
They didn't feel threatened.
Yeah, I hate I guess hate's a too strong of a word. I greatly dislike at the end of a video game when I have too many potions, too many elixirs and stuff like that, because I use them very liberally. Like, if we're playing a video game, I'm fucking downing a health potion every opportunity I get because that's what they're there for. Now, if it's a scarce resource, then sure, by all means. Then maybe I'll save it. I'll be a little bit more conservative with it. But if it's a thing where I can craft my potions and I can have like a stack of 99 and shit, you best believe that I am chugging those potions every opportunity, every little inconvenience.
Interesting. See, I'm the opposite. I like to hoard my potions, and that makes me
seems
feel
so wasteful.
Or, what do you mean? Like in video game? I'm specifically talking like in video games.
Yeah. That seems so wasteful.
to me just is it's a score. I'm just keeping track. I'm just keeping a score. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Man, when I Chrono Trigger was a game I grew up with, and I was doing the New Game Plus. And my goal was I wanted to get there was a potion called Mega Elixir, which healed everyone in the party to max, restored everyone's MP, healed all status effects. It was like an ultra super powerful potion, right? So what I like to do to challenge myself is I wanted to just hoard them. I wanted to get 99 mega elixirs eventually, but the only way to do that was to do New Game Pluses, because that was the only way that you would be able to like get more essentially from like chests and like or steal them from specific encounters and all that stuff. So for me, like I totally get from a balance standpoint where it's like, well, if you have all of that, there really is no challenge anymore, you know, that the game hasn't made you use it. But for me, it was just like, it was like a badge of honor, like hoarding this shit. You know what I mean?
I mean, I guess, but like...
That's me, though. That's just me. I'm not saying like you're doing it wrong, because I totally get where you're coming from, where it's like, if you've been given the resources and people haven't spent the resources, then what are you doing with the encounter, essentially? Like, it's not threatening enough, you know? But at the same time, I don't know. It's there. You could go one way or the other. I think it's nice. It's good as a safety net.
Brother, I take 2 points of fall damage and I'll chug like a 15 HP potion.
Oh, I bet you will. I bet you will. I think for me, it's just like, if people are always spending their resources, it's a balance, right? It's got to be a balance, because also sometimes players will be like, well, this, you know, we're out. Like, that's it. Like, you know, like we had to spend all these potions. We can't do another encounter if we're out of resources. Like, people kind of go in with like the defeatist mode a little bit, you know?
Interesting.
Yeah, because they're like, I had to spend all this shit and then we're pushing on. Like, how are we ever going to survive if we need to chug like 8 potions just to get through this encounter? You know what I mean? Like, you really gotta find that balance where it's like you're planning accordingly. I don't know. It's hard, because also at the same time, like, you know, thinking back to Curse of Strahd, which is a very defeatist game, right? Where like you guys are running a lot, which is, you kind of have to like choose your battles. But it does kind of make it so that you're like, everything's gonna fucking kill me. You know, when do we get our victory? Yeah, it's just a lot of like, you know, it's just trying to figure that shit out. Like for me, Curse of Strahd is all about information. Like, is about figuring shit out before getting into encounters. Because if an encounter happens upon you, it's probably going to be a very dangerous encounter. You know what I mean? Like that's what Curse of Strahd feels like to me, where it's like, hey, did you walk into that windmill with 3 hags without any investigating of what is in that windmill whatsoever? If you say the wrong thing, they're probably going to murder you. You know, like it very much was that. And the same with the for me, it was the vampire spawns, because it was like, Jesus fucking Christ, like, you know, learning the vampire spawns, like regeneration and setting the building on fire isn't going to really do much. And coming in unprepared without silver weapons is going to be very, very crushing, as it were, because you're like, yeah, your weapons have very little effect. It's all this shit. And then we've also applied hardcore, which means we've got emissaries that can dispel effects that are ongoing, you know, so that it very much is like, you need to go into this with a plan, because if you don't, you're gonna be beaten, and that to me is like hardcore. So yeah, it very much is like, you just really have to like get the vibe, get the feel just right, you know what I mean? Like, you absolutely got to do that. I like the poisons, like the multiple stages of the poisons.
Oh, same. Big fan of that.
I think that's fun. Yoink. I like...
So one thing to consider is the maximum duration. It'll only last for 6 rounds, which is a long ass fucking time in combat. Like, Pathfinder combats, our combats lasted like 2 rounds. When compared to like 5th edition combat, where you're getting into like round 6, round 7, round 8.
Yeah.
So like, if you succeed against this on a turn, you're basically Gucci. Like,
Yeah.
unless you're getting attacked multiple times, which at least for the beginner box, they sort of tell you not to do that. Like, the first encounter that the party had was in the cellar. That led into the sort of wider cavern system, and they fought 5 giant centipedes, and the giant centipedes all have their bite, which procs giant centipede venom when they bite you. Our dwarf character in the party, Formir, has poison 1 resistance. So if he were to take damage, he could potentially negate the damage that was coming through depending on what's rolled. He also gets bonuses against like poison saving or like fortitude saves against like poison and stuff. So he was like succeeding every fortitude save that was being thrown at him. The only one who got close to failing was the kobold, but even then they're a fighter. So they have like a pretty decent fortitude save. Which means their chance of succeeding or even crit succeeding is like better than others. The only person who should be scared is the druid, who has a -1 con, which means they have a +2 to their fortitude save, which for anybody who's been playing Pathfinder for any length of time or even new to it,
that's pretty small.
That's fucking dog shit. That is that is a horrific bonus to your saving throw, because your chance of crit failing is huge. And if you crit fail on like the venom, you immediately start at the 2nd stage, which means you're off guard 1 and you take 1d4 poison damage. And then at the end of your turn, we roll again. And the likelihood that you fail again is very high, meaning now you're at stage 3. You take a d4 poison. You're clumsy 1 and you're enfeebled. So it's just looking bad for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eridan's going to explode at some point. Correct. He'll pass all of his will saving throws. He has a +8, which is huge. The likelihood that he's going to succeed on like a DC 14 will save, massive. But if a creature gets its hands on Eridan and forces him to make a fortitude save, Eridan's going to have a really bad time. That's why I was considering giving the skeleton guard like a rust type affliction on their polearm. Because I want to try out creatures with more hit points than they should have. I want to see how far I can get with homebrew. So for the skeleton guards, they should only have 4 hit points. And the reason that they should only have 4 hit points is because they're a -1 creature. And they have resistance 5 to piercing, slashing, electricity, cold, and fire. So if you deal 4 points of piercing damage to this creature, it takes no damage. If you deal 7 points of piercing, it takes 2 points of piercing damage. Which is why it's like it's a tankier undead, but the likelihood that they'll crit against it is decently high. It only had like a 14 or 15 armor class, which is pretty dog shit in comparison to the rest of the party. It makes sense. It's an undead. Its armor's basically falling apart. So I'm probably going to lower its AC to 15, but I'm going to give it like 10 hit points and sort of see how that works out.
Yeah, I might look into what the fuck? I might look into like how Pathfinder builds their creatures and like maybe get a basis off of that. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, brother. You were already talking about how you like the poisons. This is just 4th edition.
Yeah.
4th edition poisons and venoms are the same exact way.
Do they really work the same way in 4E? Where you like keep making saves and it keeps getting worse?
Yeah, you make your what's the equivalent of like your con save. And it has like stages and stuff.
It's hilarious to me that Pathfinder it's hilarious to me how Pathfinder goes, fuck you 4E, we're gonna continue with 3E, and then 5E comes out and they're like, fuck you 5E, we're gonna continue with 4E.
That's what I'm saying, dog. Now that we have virtual tabletops, 4th edition, if it came out now, would be godly. It would be godly. People would be like, yes, bro, give me 4th edition.
Yeah.
I hear that
building-
balancing in Pathfinder is easier. Well, I'm currently looking at the GM core, and what's great is that they give you tables, like table values.
Yeah.
Like here, I'll show chat so that way chat understands. Like this is what I've been using to build like monsters and sort of like reference monsters.
Mhm.
Is like strike bonuses. A level 1 or a -1 creature could have an extreme. If I want to make it like the extreme of like a -1, I give it a +10 to hit.
Yeah.
If I want it to be a low threat -1, I could give it a 4 to hit. If I, if I bump its level up and I want it to be a moderate level 0, I give it a +6 to hit.
So, question I have about that though, between strike attack bonus and strike damage, do they have some sort of balance where like, hey, if your strike attack bonus is in the high range, you'll want the damage to be in the low range or some sort of equivalent?
I believe so. The strike damage table gives the creature should deal the single strike. You might use a lower category if the creature has a better accuracy, or a higher category if the accuracy is lower.
See, to me, that just says like if you're gonna do extreme strike attack bonus, and then you'd want to do like low damage, like or not low. It would have been terrible at that point, right? Or I guess you could do extreme low or high moderate.
Well, the thing to consider is if I give it a +10 and it crits, I'm doubling whatever damage I put out anyway.
Yeah, you probably want to avoid extreme to begin with anyways, and kind of give that with there, so.
I probably wouldn't want to stack extreme on extreme because this becomes 1d6 + 1 × 2. So max roll, that's 14 points of damage. That fucking explodes our druid at level 1. And this is a creature that's a level lower than the party. So this explodes the druid in one hit. Now he's dying. The other like members of the party, they're more than bloodied. They're getting close to like mortal, aside from maybe like Formir, who has like 22 hit points.
Yep.
So they sort of go like, hey man, be mindful if you're giving it a high strike value, maybe give it like a lower attack bonus. Or if you're going to give it a high one, maybe look at like moderate or low damage. It's going to hit consistently, but you're not going to chunk your party in one hit.
Yeah, because that's what I'm thinking. Like, if we end up doing our own monster building system, I really do like how Pathfinder kind of does it. You know what I mean? And so I think it can kind of show that there are some really good examples in place with like how to build your own creatures depending on what you want to balance, what you want to do, et cetera, et cetera. And yeah, but, I'll let you do thank your chat.
Archer Tico, thank you very much for 14 gifted subs. That's incredibly kind of you, brother. My God. Immediately slammed the goal like right out of the park. Nice. I appreciate that very much, my man. If you guys got a gifted sub, be sure to say thank you. And thank them for their generosity.
Be sure to say thank you.
Izo was more FU WotC because you refused to put 4th edition rules out for third-party devs to make stuff on until the last moment. We can't plan out our yearly releases with that. We'll go on our own way.
Yep, that is correct.
Because they also had like an OGL like debacle.
Well, we've talked about this a handful of times, but essentially what had happened was, exactly what they tried to do recently with the OGL where when 4E came out, they released a brand new license called I think it's called the GSL, or I forget what it's called, but it's it was a brand new game license to try and get away from the OGL. It was extremely restrictive. It had a clause in it where if you use the new licensing, you couldn't go back to the OGL of 3E, so essentially locking you out from building 3E content anymore, because they were I don't know who has taken the reins since 4E, but it very much whoever it was, they weren't super happy that the OGL and the SRD was so open, allowing people to make their own content. So they tried to release a new license. That new license was very restrictive. Also had a bunch of things where like some of the disgusting things they had were like they could change clauses in the licensing at any time, and it was up to you to make sure that you were keeping up to date with what the license was. They didn't have to notify you that changes were being made. So it was very manipulative, very scummy practices. And Paizo, who was a third-party D&D content creator at the time, went, fuck you, we're going to make our own shit because this GSL is garbage. And that's how Pathfinder was born. And inevitably, what Wizards tried to do was they did reverse some of those archaic clauses they had within the GSL, but the damage was already done. So when 5th edition came out, they really went back to brass tacks, where like it felt more like 3E. They went back to the OGL. It was still open again so that you could still build content. And it flourished. 5e flourished. And then 2023 comes out. They try to do OGL shenanigans again. Everyone revolted. Now we have Critical Role making their system. We got MCDM making their system. We got me making my system. You got everyone essentially saying, fuck you, Wizards. We're just going to do it ourselves. And once again, Wizards going, okay, now it's Creative Commons, so you don't have to worry about it, but the damage has already been done. And I don't know how many times we have to teach this lesson before it sticks. And that's kind of why I've resigned myself to it. You know what I mean? I just, at that point, go, you know what? Companies are going to do what companies are going to do. Let's just make our own shit. You know, you're going to, you know, what, and then Paizo dug even deeper down the Pathfinder, where now they're not even involving any of the OGL stuff, from my understanding.
They made Orc.
Yeah, they made Orc. So it very much, again, is just, God damn, you know, it's incredible to me. And that's kind of what we were talking. I think we were talking about it yesterday during the podcast, where I think Wizards, I don't know if it was the podcast or if it was during a different conversation, but it was the general belief that I genuinely think Wizards of the Coast, because they own the D&D name, thinks that A, they can do no wrong, and B, they're going to be on the top of the mountain forever. And I think there's going to be some reality checks here soon, especially with how they've handled D&D 2024 and how transparent they've been on anti-homebrew. And we'll see what happens in February when they are supposed to be releasing the new SRD, with the hopes that the OGL is not going to change. It sounded like that was going to be the plan, and that they were just going to throw the new SRD into the Creative Commons. But I do still have a fear that they're going to try and push a new OGL. And like I said, the theory to me would have been just like, hey, if you want to make content for D&D 2024, you absolutely can. You have to agree to a new OGL before you do that. And if you don't do that, that's okay. You could still use the old OGL with the old SRD, but now you're going to be out to date. By the way, we already told everyone that the CR calculation in D&D 2014 is wrong. So good luck with that. You know, so that's my tinfoil hat conspiracy theory. That wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But
We will. I still believe that they're just getting ready to sell it off to Games Global. So.
yeah, and we did talk about that too, and that's also something that would not surprise me.
I will remove my tinfoil hat. I'll say it proudly. They're getting ready to sell that shit.
Oh, you know what?
They don't care anymore.
We'll find out. We absolutely will find out what ends up happening with that. But I would like to think. I don't know what to think. Ultimately, at the end of the day, like, you know, we're all ready to make our side steps and our new projects. And, you know, you're moving to Pathfinder and going to be doing more homebrew with that. And Pathfinder does seem very open to homebrew. I don't know. I really want to build something. I just need to figure out.
Get cooking, brother. I
mean, I'm already cooking, man. I shared some of the ideas with you before and even simplified it from your feedback.
You guys think around here?
That's right.
We gotta, or else we'd be eeping.
Be out of a job.
Yeah, it's either be thinking or either be eeping.
I try to avoid that at all costs.
It get a bed.
People do again. Oh, okay. That's right. It gives you enfeebled and clumsy. And that's basically your dex and your strength both take a hit, which means you're you're basically suffering from vertigo at the same time. Pro of building your own system is that you can do whatever you want with it. True. Welcome, first time chatter, GM Shando.
I can do whatever I want with any system. They can't stop me.
Yeah, but if you make your own, I think the big thing, same thing with homebrew really, and making your own world, is that if you're making your own world, it's because you have an opinion or a view on something and want to express what that opinion is. You think elves should be this way. You think dwarves should be this way. Or maybe you're like, dwarves shouldn't exist. And then you just remove dwarves from your setting entirely. That is your opinion on it. And that's the great thing about homebrew and like making your own setting and your own games is you get to go, this is what I firmly believe. This is what I like. I believe that monster, like death, should mean something. So I'm going to make it so resurrection and stuff like that's impossible. Once your character dies. And that's because I view death as this way. It should be this way. Elves should be this way. They're not immortal in my setting. They're blue skinned. They have green hair. They all like pop out of the ground. They're like an alien species and shit like that. You don't follow like the typical sort of like tropes that come with it. You're like, this is what I firmly believe. And I think that's the same thing for game design as well, is to go, I want crunchy. So I'm going to make my game extra crunchy because I think dice jockeying and following the numbers and stuff like that is way more important than like drama or tension or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I think in IO, or at least the next iteration of IO, I want to make elves fae. I think that could be fun.
Okay.
And I want to make dwarves elementals.
Oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you'd basically be making the Eladrin the mainstay, and then you'd be making the Azure or whatever the molten dwarves are the mainstay.
Yeah.
Which is pretty sick.
Yeah. Get that fantasy going.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the adjustment I made is I really want to try a 2d10 system, like turning instead of d20, make it 2d10. Specifically for the advantage disadvantage. How right now with the way advantage and disadvantage works, it's a very simple system that works really well, but it's extremely powerful. If you have advantage on something, you're more than likely going to hit it. If you have disadvantage on something, you're more than likely going to fail it.
I mean, the average runs out to be like +5, +6.
Those are big numbers. Those are big fucking numbers when you're dealing, especially with 5e, which likes to work with low numbers. You know what I mean? Because in 3e and Pathfinder, a +2 bonus was just a nice little assistance. It wasn't going to be a game breaker, but it still felt nice. You know what I mean? And that was kind of like the rule of 3e was like if someone was assisting you or something, the general rule was like if you had an edge over it, you just got a +2. You're like, here's a +2, do the check. And those DCs, but the DCs and AC numbers are a lot higher in those systems. So +2 was just like, eh. So 5e had a thing where like they lowered all the numbers down for like ACs and stuff. So like you don't get creatures. I think you rarely see creatures with over 20 AC. Meanwhile, players can get 20 AC over 20 AC very easily.
Correct.
You
could start with 20 AC at level 1.
Yeah.
If you build your character right.
Absolutely. So advantage, disadvantage, I think people have always had sort of this like, or some people have always felt it was a little too powerful. And I've crunched the numbers. I've done the math, and it's just like, it does equate to like a +5, +6 with it, which is a significant amount when you're dealing with a system like D&D, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Where they've crunched all the DCs down, they've crunched all the ACs down, and it's also part of the reason why after level 10 or 12, the game just starts to fall apart on itself because like all that is happening there is the enemies are getting more hit points. The AC and saving throws are pretty much, and DCs are pretty much staying the same way. And so there really isn't this like equilibrium. There really isn't this like even balance, you know. Meanwhile, in games like Pathfinder or even 4E, you know, characters were built to be on par or the same level. Well, there was no challenge rating in 4E. It was level. It was the CR was in 3E. In 4E, it went down to level. And then in 5E, it was CR again. But what was really cool with 4E, and I think this is something Pathfinder does with the leveling, is like a level 1 monster has the same strengths as a level 1 character. So that if you were doing a one-on-one, it was going to be an even fight. It was going to be an even match, essentially. In 4E, I don't think they do this in Pathfinder 2E, though, but in 4E, they introduced elite and boss creatures, which with elite, it multiplied the hit points by 2 or 3. I don't remember. And boss, well, not boss, they call it solo encounters, had 5 times the hit points. So
Pathfinder has elite and weak variables for monsters.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So they also took that, which makes total fucking sense. And that's kind of what we're trying to do with Fiendish Forge is we have elite CR and boss CR. But ultimately, I would love to get us back to just having leveled creatures, just getting rid of CR, because CR is just kind of stupid to begin with. Doesn't make it's got a lot of flexibility, it's got a lot of freedoms, it has a lot, it just, yeah, I mean 4E just had a little more balance, a little more crunch. Creatures did have a lot of hit points in 4E, which I think was a major complaint. But that's, yeah, it's just these are things that like ultimately at the end of the day, 5E doesn't feel like a game system. It feels like a role play system with game mechanics sort of built around it. You know, Crawford's way of design is it's a little wishy-washy. It's very flexible, which is great when you're a DM without design knowledge, right? It makes it easier to build this shit. So also it doesn't, then, which is why, again, it doesn't surprise me that we're probably not going to get a creature creator in the monster manual this time, and that the create a monster in the DM's guide for 2024, which is also very wishy-washy and not really creates new monsters, but instead it sort of reskins existing ones, I guess kind of fits with the system that D&D is trying to be, where it is accessible to everyone. But you do lose that crunch, you know, when you're looking at items and they can only be one of 5 prices depending on rarity. I mean, that just tells you everything you need to know when it comes to this, that they don't want it to be a crunchy system. They want it to be a flowy, easygoing system. They want it to be, it's a great system for roleplay.
There is a lot of crunch. The thing is that, like, coming into it, I didn't know the full rules of 5th edition. Hell, I didn't even know the full rules until many years after running the game, because I had been running into so many homebrew games. Like, I haven't ever ran in a game that was just 1-for-1 with the rules. Because 5th edition has been homebrewed to hell and back so much, people don't realize how actually crunchy the system is. Yeah. So many things are just hand-waved at tables. So people come in, they're like, it's ease of access. It's like, no, dog, your table is ease of access. The home table you're playing at is ease of access. If you go to an Adventurers League game, you're going to be playing a completely fucking different game than what you play at home.
Really?
Yeah, because Adventurers League stuff runs it by the book.
I guess so, yeah. I guess a lot of the ease of access does depend on the DM running it.
Yeah, your Dungeon Master might simplify how encumbrance works. Your dungeon master might simplify how bonuses work, like how advantage and disadvantage works. There are so many things you're coming into a game because your game master goes, I think it should be this way, and they're game designing their own system using 5th edition as the skeleton. Nope, unless you're playing unless you're playing an Adventurers League game, you're not playing actual 5th edition. Even our hardcore game is not actual 5th edition.
What? Why would you say that? In front of the audience?
Because it's true.
No.
People come in and they're like, they're playing it exactly how it should be. And then they watch you pump out a fucking monster that has phase combat, or they watch you throw in encounters that don't exist in the book, or they watch you change assassinate and all that shit, and they go, wait a minute.
Hey, man. This is I don't understand what you're talking about. Huh?
Now, I will say, you are correct, Spare Dagger. It's not as crunchy as 2E. You are correct. It is not as crunchy as Pathfinder. However, depending at what homebrew table you're at, it might as well be.
How dare you call me out like that? What do you? Those are the way the rules are intended.
Yeah, man. But there is a difference between rules as written and rules as intended.
Hey, man. All right, you got me, okay? You fucking got me. 5e is a bogus system to run by the rules, okay? You see it. You fucking see it, man. We tried to do it for Fandelver, and I went, this is stupid.
This fucking sucks. As the bugbear explodes a level 1 party, and you go,
yeah.
Is that how it's supposed to be?
I'm supposed to do this? Because
that doesn't really sound right.
Yeah. I'm literally like, what the dude? Huh? What the fuck, man?
Yeah.
I'm gonna hear it in the comment section now. Folds arms. When I introduced a new creature in Fandelver, I remember one comment saying, and once again, Brett has jumped the shark. Like the way I run shit is me jumping the shark, and I'm just like, bro, I'm just trying to make it interesting.
Yeah, dude, if you run the modules 1 for 1, if you run 5th edition as it's meant to be, you will have a very, very different experience from your normal, I would consider normal now 5th edition games. Every table's homebrewed. I have yet to see a fucking table, aside from Adventurers League, that runs it 1 for 1 with the rules.
Sorry, Crowned. I didn't realize you wanted a legitimate experience.
No, man. It's this has been my big thing, because I was firmly of the belief for a while, having been influenced by pop culture and sort of media online, that Pathfinder and 4th edition were these fucking horrific systems of numbers and all this shit. I look at 1st edition Pathfinder. Yes. Yeah. 1st edition Pathfinder and 3.5 are a fucking gaggle of numbers, and they look terrifying at a first glance. However, 4th edition and 2nd edition come out, and they are just as crunchy as 5th edition. And I went, oh, wait, what?
They're not just as crunchy.
Just as crunchy. You want your advantage and disadvantage. That doesn't that is a rarer thing in Pathfinder. That's I think it's called like Fortune and Bane or something like that.
Yeah.
The way that they get around advantage and disadvantage is a status called off guard for creatures, like flanking, right? Flanking usually in 5th edition either doesn't exist because it's a variant rule, or it's advantage and disadvantage. The way they get around that in Pathfinder is off guard, which is a -2 to the creature's armor class.
Yeah.
That might as well just be the +5 that +6 that comes from advantage and disadvantage.
I would argue that's crunchy. That's crunchier. Because there is a bit more math involved. Is it simple math? Absolutely. Is it can it be understandable? Yes. But at the same time, I do think, first of all, like, I do think Pathfinder is crunchier than 5e. like just beyond a set between, you've got between the fact that you've got different actions you can take, you kind of flip those actions around. The fact that we know someone who literally is like, it's just too much information. I can't handle that so much. That's not a bad thing. I want to make sure that's fully clear. That is not a bad thing. I just know that there is a little bit more you have to do. The fact, and we've talked about this before, the fact that Pathfinder runs very well with a VTT also says something in my personal opinion, as far as crunch is concerned.
Maybe that's fair. Maybe it's because it's on a virtual tabletop where everything's automated. I'm certain
you've got a computer handling that shit for you, so you don't even have to worry about it.
If I took Summer and I ran her through the system that's automated, I imagine she would have a very different time than running something where she'd have to calculate it on the fly. Like, I imagine, like, it is, okay. So yes, it is simple math. And me going, okay, I have a +9 and then my map is a -5 to that, so I have a 4. That makes complete and total sense to me. However, I know plenty of people who in 5th edition go, what's my bonus? And they roll a 14 and they're like, I have a +7. And then they sit there and they scratch their chin.
Yeah.
And they look at that and I'm like, okay, you know what? Maybe it's just that it's a math thing.
It's a math. It always goes to the math. It always drops down to the math. I think Pathfinder is a great system. I love what it's brought to the table. I'm just trying to, for me personally, I'm just trying to find that sweet middle ground. You know what I mean? That sweet actions are simplified. Things feel rewarding. I want the spirit of Pathfinder with the complexity of 5e. So it's trying to figure out that balance where, like, when you play your character, it doesn't feel like you're doing the same thing over and over. A lot of old school RPGs had this problem where you're like, I go to battle, I spam attack, I win. Especially like in the RPG Maker community, and things like that. You were always trying to find ways to make things engaging and not just, I rolled dice, I hit. It was always painful to me when Tomato's characters were like, all right, is it my turn? All right, I roll Eldritch Blast. Did I hit? I didn't hit. Okay, I'm done. Like, it just, so
that's the issue is that's 5th edition in a nutshell. Like,
that is 5th edition in a nutshell. And that's what I'm saying. Like, 5th edition's accessible, but it barely has any customization, and it barely has, you're not taking different actions. It quite literally is like, you could literally just drop it down really easy what 5th edition is. Where you're like, okay, I'm going to move. Can I reach the creature? No. I'm going to dodge. Did I reach the creature? Yes. I'm going to hit.
And now I'm here for the rest of combat.
Yeah, exactly.
The only way that changes is if your Dungeon Master goes, it activates a special ability, and he looks at the camera, winks, and goes, it's homebrew, by the way, and then looks back at the table, because that's the only way you shake up combat. Otherwise, the moment the parties meet is the moment that's where they're going to be for the rest of the fucking combat. That's 5th edition.
Yep.
I had the experience running the game for Pathfinder where I was sort of like that for a moment, where I was like, all right, this is it. This is the combat. The web lurker meets the party, and now it's there. And then I went, it can move. And then I spent an action, one of its 3 actions to run away from the party, to force the party to spend actions to chase after it. And only one person got to like take advantage of it running away by attacking it. And I went, oh, this is it. Like, this is it now. This creature moves and forces the party to run through difficult terrain, so they might spend 2 actions, thus like keeping itself alive for another turn, or like potentially like imposing itself in between where the party wants to go. And I went, oh my God, I get it now.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward now to showing the party the other actions that they can do, because I was sort of negligent in that regard, where like the party can trip, they can grapple, they can tumble through and spend an action.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna be showing that off with some of the monsters.
Yeah, they're in 3E there was different maneuvers that you could do. I miss tumble. Like tumble used to be a skill that you would be able to do, which was really fun. Where like you would do a check, and if you succeeded, you essentially were able to disengage. You're able to move away from the creature. You're tumbling out of the way, or you're even able to move through the creature if you wanted to. But you had to meet the DC, otherwise it stopped your movement. So it was, like just little fun things like
Tumble
that.
through is the same way. You need to roll an acrobatics versus the creature's reflex DC.
Yep.
So if the skeleton wanted to tumble through you, it would need to beat a DC 17 with its acrobatics.
Yep. That's exactly it. So you had that, you had tumble, flanking was fun. Just adding more maneuvers and stuff like that, so that combat actually feels meaningful than it currently is right now. But that's also like why I want to experiment with the 2d10 system, is because I feel like an advantage-disadvantage system with 2d10, it would be far more meaningful than with a 1d20. Because what I proposed was, if you had advantage on something, you just got to roll an additional d10 and take the two highest. But what's also really cool is in situations where you have multiple advantage, 5e's rule set states you can't.
Correct.
Lol, and it's just a d20. But like with a 2d10 system, if you had two sources of advantage, well, now you're rolling 4d10 and taking the two highest, just further increasing your odds of higher rolls. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Like that just makes it a little easier, and it's not so fucking blanket, but still keeps in the spirit of 5e, where you don't have to really do number crunching too much. You can just be like, yeah, just re-roll these dice. That's all you have to do, is just re-roll these dice. You don't have to do any math. You do math with everything else, but I mean, like, you don't have to do any additional math. So that's, talking with you as well, when I was trying to figure out like what's a good crit system, is with the 2d10 system. Now you have multiple crit options, where we can now introduce weapons or effects that have a crit die, essentially. So for example, let's say you do scorching. Let's do the equivalent of score. Let's do fire beam. Let's just make up a spell. It's a 2d10. It does 3d10 fire damage on hit. Okay. If one of the dice that you roll is a 10, you get to roll a crit die, and for that spell, the crit die would be a 1d10. So if the AC is 15, and let's say you get a +0, whatever, you roll an 8, and then you roll 2 8s. That's a 16. It beats. It's 3d10 damage. But let's say one of those was a 10. Now it's 3d10 damage plus the crit die, which is 1d10. So now you're doing 4d10 damage. So you got a little extra bonus for rolling a 10, which always feels good. You're rolling more dice. And then if you manage to roll both of them as 10s, well, you just apply the crit die again. So now you're rolling 2d10 in addition to that 3d10. What makes this kind of like an easier straightforward system is you're kind of minimizing the burst of crits, which has always been super dangerous. You're still, and the rewards are now becoming more variable, where you're like, you're going to be rolling more dice for rolling 2 10s than you would if you rolled 1 10, than you would if you rolled no 10s. So you kind of got a little bit more of a variable damage system. It feels good to roll 10s because you get to roll more damage. You actually get a little bit more flexibility with that dice, and it doesn't have to be a 5% chance anymore. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The chances of you rolling more damages increases, but it also doesn't break the game. You know what I mean? By being like, I rolled a crit, 65 damage, and you explode. It's
Monstercore, bye-bye.
Yeah. So, but there's a lot of cool things that you can do and a lot of fun things that you can adjust with that. I like the idea of instead of having a +1 weapon, you just have a precise weapon that adds bonuses to your attack rolls, and then also do a sort of like a sharp, like almost like a sharpness modifier that you could apply to your weapons that just deals more dice damage. You know what I mean? Like instead of doing just simple +1s. Because I've talked about like I wanted to do a system with weapons where you have forge slots given to them, so that way you can actually apply different modifiers to the weapons that you have, and have them do more stuff. Breaking down more weapons. Instead of just being like simple martial weapons, you actually have swords and axes and spears. And if you go to the sword section, you'll have a number of swords that would equal the amount of simple weapons that you'd find, for example. So, and each weapon has a different fighting style. So kind of like adding character choice with that, right? It's just, there's just so many cool options that you can do. So I think what I want to do is just going to be looking at all the D20 systems. I'm going to steal everything I like. And then I'm just
That's
gonna.
right, son. That's right.
I'm gonna forge it into one system. I'm gonna use everyone's licensing, and be like, "This is the system. Enjoy."
Behold, throws out this kit bashed, stitched together system.
Kind of a little bit.
You will like it.
Yeah, we've taken a little bit of everything and forged it, you know. So,
nice.
But I do think it's time to fix CR. And yeah, so
We'll see what
keeping on with Pathfinder.
Yeah, we'll see what they fucking do. I love encounter design for Pathfinder already.
It definitely feels more simplified and straightforward.
100%, bro. Like, what I'm building right now. I'm building what is known as an extreme encounter. Extreme encounters are very scary. They are, when they say extreme, they mean extreme. The way you get around that is by applying difficulties for the party to benefit from. So a party can survive an extreme encounter because right now the creatures are inside coffins. For them to get out, they have to spend an action to break the coffin lid. They then have to spend an action to stand up, and then they have to spend an action to move, which means their first round is dedicated to nothing but moving, which gives the party a full round to wail on these creatures once they're out and about.
Yeah.
That makes it more balanced. Right off the rip. Now, if these guys were like at the ready, the party rolled in, these guys were already standing up, they got to move, all this other shit, it'd be a very different encounter. And that's sort of how Pathfinder builds itself, is like, you can run extreme encounters if you make it so that way, like terrain is a difficulty, like ledges and cliffs are a difficulty, like hazards are another way that you can balance an encounter. So this is 170 experience. These guys are level 0, which means they're a level below the party currently. And the other monster that's here, which would also add to the encounter, is a zombie. And zombies have slow, which means they only get 2 actions. And it's a -1, which means it's 2 levels below the party. It's about 20 experience. So it has to spend an action to punch out its coffin, and then it has to spend an action to stand up, and that's its whole fucking turn. So that's another way that they sort of balance everything, even with creatures having like 5 resistance, 10 resistance, 20 resistance, stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's been super fun building with this, because I get to go, all right, how much do I want to challenge my party? And then I go, all right, there's another person in this party, which means my EXP total goes from like 120 to like 150, which means I get more creatures to play with now versus challenge writing.
Yeah, which is all over the place.
Guess and maybe you'll get it right. Oh, is that 4 level 1s? Guess what they could fight? 2 shades.
Yeah.
That's right. Throw the shades at them. See what happens. And then the shade rolls up and goes, I have physical resistances, by the way, which means I effectively have double hit points. And because I'm an undead, your wizard is going to do half damage to me, which means I have double hit points. Watch as I rake 4 strength from your barbarian, thus beginning the death spiral. And that is a medium encounter for 5th edition.
I will be right back. I gotta use the restroom.
Oh, good. I got people to thank.
Oh my god.
Arctic, thank you again for subscribed at tier 3 for 6 months, and my God, brother, Jesus Christ!
Yeah, you,
Thank you very much, my man. That is insane. I need to start working with artists again to get some new badges for you guys. That was another plan for 2025, was to get some new poppin' badges. So I definitely want to get like tier 3 badges, tier 2 badges, stuff like that out of the way. Hail, thank you very much for your Prime Gaming for 14 months. Just got back from Waffle House. Any day I get to go and not be in uniform is a good day. Hell yeah.
Nice.
You would have made Brett very happy. Brett was talking and sort of proclaiming his love for Waffle House. So for a while, as in session, came to for the watch streak. Oh, what's up, Lore? Thank you very much for 15 months, brother. I appreciate that. You've I know you're at session right now. You've caught me sort of kit bashing a monster to try and make it a little bit more of what I want. I've been like running the simulations between players and stuff.
Simulations.
So I'm I look forward to seeing your input when you get back after your session.
Running the numbers.
That's right. I have been running the numbers.
The numbers say you're a bitch.
I have a peer-reviewed study. Says you're a pussy. Holy shit! Yeah, brother. I just got your fucking donation. My God, man. Dude, Arctic, brother. I appreciate that. A considerable amount. You don't gotta like gift subs or do all that stuff, man. Literally just hanging out is more than enough. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. Yeah, dude, you could just hang out. You could just watch to all the lurkers and all that stuff. I appreciate every single one of you guys. The concurrent viewers goes up, which means Twitch likes me a lot more. Twitch goes, we're going to promote this guy now, and starts pumping me out to everybody else, which is great stuff. So even if you're just here vibing, just hanging out, watching the YouTube VODs, what have you, I love you. Thank you.
Viewer count goes up by 1. Twitch pats you on that. You are always my favorite upcoming child.
Correct.
Viewer count goes down by 1. You're locked out of the house.
Correct. Yeah. Give me your keys. I go, what do you mean? They go, come back when it's nighttime. And I look outside. It's 6 in the morning. Yeah, the coyotes are out.
They're looking at you.
Someone wants them to have a phone line. God, at this point, I am gonna have to get a phone line at this point. Like, so many people have been like, "Help this man."
All these people want to call you personally.
Just give out my phone number.
Yeah.
Didn't oh no, what's his name? Philip DeFranco does something like that. He has like a text line where like he'll talk with people who text him and stuff like that.
It's like the old days where like TV shows would have like a phone number. People just call you. Lore calls you. He's kicking his feet in his bed. Hey, Crown. Love your shows.
Hey, man. Big fan. Big fan. All right. So I have built this skeleton, as it were. I've sort of kit bashed them a whole bunch. I've sort of adjusted their armor class. The likelihood that they're going to get crit is pretty high, but we've upped their damage. And we've given them more hit points, which is a big thing that I wanted. I want them to sort of... I want healing to be more valuable. If that makes sense.
No, I don't know.
Like, I want the party to spend their resources.
Ah.
I want people to look at Eridan and be like, thank you. Like... Thank you for using Cornucopia. Thank you for using your heal nuts. Spell. What? Hey, thank you for your nuts.
Yeah. I won't stop making the joke.
I thought it was berries.
That's what I want.
Is your little guy just spitting out nuts like acorns and stuff?
One pecan.
Ugh. What a menace. Who eats one pecan?
Who eats one berry?
Me. That's
Oh,
not
you
true.
don't.
I'll
You
grab
don't
like
eat any berries.
I'll
Fucking
open
eat more
the
fruit.
What are you talking? I fucking love fruit, dog. Okay, you have to keep me away from pineapples and grapes, dog.
Bro, imagine if cornucopia was, it's like one fruit, it's one fucking entire pineapple. Eat up.
Whoa, this whole
will
thing?
heal
You.
you.
Want your healing, don't you?
Shove it down Yu's throat.
Oh!
Her entire body takes the form of a pineapple.
She's got like a fucking comical pineapple outline in her throat.
We are pineapples.
One watermelon.
Aaron did his job. How about I break your back, Leo? How about that, huh?
God.
Aaron was
bad.
popping off though. Like he basically stood in the back. He did a great job keeping people healed. You haven't cast any of your
Man, I'm
spells
bored.
yet because there hasn't been a situation that's warranted it.
I have 2 for this entire dungeon.
Correct.
So, yeah. But I'm a cantrip man.
Correct. And your cantrips actually fuck.
Yeah.
The party hasn't used guidance all. I think the only one that used it was you, but Timber and Scatter Scree are pretty good.
Yeah, I've been using Scatter Screen. I haven't used Timber yet because, I don't want it to fall on my friends. It just...
Very fair. You've helped me a lot with your D&D VODs and helped me survive a few hard days at work. I wanted to thank you for that, brother. I appreciate that, man. That means more than you know.
You'll never know.
I'm glad that I could help in any sort of way. Because I had a lot of people in my life that helped me get through very rough days at work. There were also D&D content creators. So to be that for somebody else, thank you. Tom and Jerry S spell. I think when we get back into the session tomorrow, I'm going to sort of better explain things like trip and grapple and stuff.
That's fine, baby. We still got a whole dungeon to figure that shit out.
True. But you guys are going to be coming up to another combat encounter soon. So that'll be the perfect opportunity for somebody like you to actually use trip.
True.
Because what is it? It's athletics, right? Versus their reflex DC.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, and if you crit succeed,
Same
not
with
only do you
grapple.
knock them prone, they also take a d6 worth of damage,
Nice.
which is pretty fucking big.
Yeah, but
Even if you just succeed, you still knock them prone. The crit succeed just gives them damage, which is really dope. However, if you crit fail, you knock yourself prone.
ooh. Well, just don't fail, smile.
True. Let's see. Reflex save. Roll, use athletics. The only thing I need to get more familiar with is these icons up here, like learning what these icons do.
Yeah, it can take a minute. I sometimes get lost in the character sheet where I'm like, what am I looking at? Where's
Yeah.
the fucking exploration test?
She'd have succeeded. She'd have been fine. I was going to ask if this is Pathfinder, and then I saw it is. Correct,
Yeah,
brother.
it's-
We are playing Pathfinder.
You could tell by the way it is. She should probably have the trip action
She does.
available to her. Okay.
Yeah, I gave, I think everybody has, everybody who can use it. I think you're the only one I didn't give it to.
Yeah.
No, I gave you
kind
everything.
No, I expanded my own repertoire.
Oh, you added it yourself? Nice.
Yeah, I added all that shit myself.
I'm going to give her Demoralize as well, because she has a high enough charisma to do it. What's
You can-
Escape?
Browse for actions. That's basically getting out of a grapple.
Oh, nice. Okay, we'll add that to her sheet as well.
If you're ever entangled or grappled, that's the action you use.
So I won't add too many to her because I don't want to overwhelm her. I think I'll add it when she asks for it. The deeds
Yeah,
always
I
come
just
back
went-
to you. I appreciate that, brother.
I just hit the browse, and then I just filtered by like the player cores and started just adding the basic shit.
That's what I was doing when I was adding stuff to you guys, was like looking at like what are basic actions that you guys can take and then just slapping them onto your character sheet.
Because there's like a billion actions, but a lot of them are like game specific.
Yeah, they're like Kingmaker, or
Yeah.
they're like for an AP that we're not playing, like speak to dinosaur and shit like that, and you're like, that is not relevant to what I'm doing. And they're like, it's
even
not, but it
know.
would be if you were playing this AP.
Yeah. I'm a bit of a coder, you know.
I'm a bit of a hacker man, as it were. So this is okay. So this one I don't want to fuck with because the party, like these guys, don't have any like hindering terrain or anything that'll really fuck with them in terms of like eating up actions. So I'll have to be a little bit more. I'm also gonna give them they have a pick currently, which the pick does a 1d10. Or sorry, it's a fatal d10. So I think it's a d8, and then if they crit, oh sorry, it's a d6, but if they critically hit, it becomes a d10, which is pretty fucking scary.
Mm-hmm.
So let me roll their strike.
Sizzle, how have you been enjoying Pathfinder?
I've been enjoying it quite a lot.
That's good.
Healing is pretty dope.
I like to hear that.
Is your, I don't imagine your cornucopia doesn't crit, aren't?
No.
Okay.
It just gives them the healing.
I think crit, it's either crit or the treat wounds can crit. I think it's treat wounds can crit. Where's your treat wound? Answer first sec. Now, where's your treat wounds? Not healing plaster.
You have a cat behind you?
No, I have a roommate who sets his alarm on the weekend and then doesn't wake up for some reason.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Tree wounds. Oh yeah, no,
Cool.
yeah. Your crit. Yeah. So tell me about it. You can crit succeed on treat wounds, and it turns into a 4d8, which is pretty huge. Plus plus they lose the wounded condition. So if like they had died or like were dying recently, you'd be able to reset that.
Wake up!
And also crit fail as well.
Yeah, but your crit fail only does 1d8 instead of 2d8. You don't like explode their body or something.
You are legally dead now.
There is something called like hasty surgery or like something like that where you can potentially explode your teammate for like crit failing, but you get like really big ups if you crit succeed. Risky surgery.
Big ups.
Your surgery can bring a patient back from the brink of death, but you might push them over the edge. When you treat wounds, you deal 1d8 slashing damage to your patient before applying the effects of treat wounds. If you do, you gain a +2 circumstance bonus to your medicine check to treat wounds, and if you roll a success, you get a critical success instead. So you cut them up, you deal a d8 before you deal anything, and they're like, oh! But you get a +2 circumstance bonus when rolling your medicine, which means you have a higher chance of succeeding, which means it automatically becomes a crit success. So 4d8 healing off the rip, which is pretty dope.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're basically like you're doing some like old like Civil War style surgery, is how I envision it in my head. The fastest guy who can do like an amputation, who cut off his own finger and like a nurse's hand and then also the wrong leg.
Oopsie.
It's basically that. Yeah, that's right. You can speak. You can talk Draconic, right?
What?
Okay.
Ooh, man.
Sakroth? I think. Fucking Sakroth. Oh, let me pull up Nethys.
Pretty sure that's like lizard tongue.
Is that there's viable non-magical clerical healing? I agree. I do like that there's non-magical healing. Is the underground language. Interesting. Underground. Oh, like undercommon?
Straight from the underground. Perhaps.
Undercommon. Okay.
Mayhaps.
Oh. Sekroth speak a lot of stuff. I'm kind of surprised. Oh, additional language equal
yammering
to your
on.
int. That's why. I was like, she should have 3 languages, but she has a 0 intelligence, which means she gets no language. Honestly, I love that already. That's how I run my own games. If you have like an int over like 13, you get an additional language. Because I think languages should be way more important than they actually are. I think you should come across ruins that you can't understand and need to go hire a specialist to read, or invest in like polyglots and like Kung like scrolls and stuff like that.
Specialize in tonguing.
Sure.
Oh,
So I guess they would also speak that language. Where is it? What did I? Okay, apparently I got rid of it. Hold on. I have to go adjust my homebrew. I found our 2nd edition. Manage homebrew elements. I come over here to languages. Sakroth. Sakroth, common or uncommon? What type of... It is a common language. Understood. So we'll keep that in common. Also, alchemy is not magical, which is also baller. But I like the more diverse choices of non-magical classes isn't just rules. Oh yeah, inventor and gunslinger and stuff like that. They're all getting a remaster soon, aren't they? The heart massage keeps the hearts. Yeah, when you're doing chest compressions, if you're not breaking ribs, you're doing it wrong.
True.
There needs to be cracked sternums by the time you're done, or else you're not really healing that person. They have an int of 0. I'm gonna give them.
Your patience is incredible.
Thank you.
I couldn't do it.
Huh?
He's listening to.
I couldn't do it.
Oh. Yeah.
I'd be pounding at the door. Be like, wait the f or turn it off.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give them Sakroth and Draconic. I'm not gonna give them common. I'm gonna give the Chieftain common.
I was there at his door, smashing it down on several occasions.
Oh my god, he's got a big int. He's a big int boy. He can have 2 additional languages.
Big int.
We're gonna give him
boy.
I'm gonna give him I'm gonna give him giant. Putting the int in intelligent. Oh, it comes out in February. Oh, that's sick. Guns and Gears doesn't cover the cowboy guns? What the hell does it cover then? When the Kobold Chief is smarter than most of the party, it's smarter than the entire party. Hollow. Or is it? Yeah. The person with the highest intelligence, I believe, is Aridin. The +1. Everybody else on the party is playing it like it's 5th edition, in which case they go, intelligence, I don't need that, and then they dumped it. And then very quickly realized, I think last session with recall knowledge, that you're basically just giving me a license to lie to you.
Yeah. All the time.
I think the only person who got a successful recall knowledge was Aridin. Everybody else. My favorite moment was Stenvalder literally rolling a nat 1 on his recall knowledge occultism against the web lurker, and me going, it's a ghast. And him selling it, him going, holy fuck, guys, it's a ghast. We're so fucked. We're so cooked. Oh my god. And then he gets in there and I go, it's a web lurker.
Stenvold, I don't remember. Now, I'm not an expert, but I don't remember many ghosts making webs.
How they react to initiative not just being dex, I think they took it pretty well. Once I explained to them that it's basically perception, like unless you're doing something specific, like you're trying to lift a boulder or talk your way out of combat or something, you're always going to roll perception, and exceptions will be made. And I think they sort of took that. I think the only one who tried to change up what their initiative was off the rip was Stenvalder, because he's like a hunter. He like tracks creatures, like that's his whole motif, is tracking down monsters. So I was letting him start with like a survival instead of perception.
Yeah, that's a rule that DC 20 definitely just straight up steals, except they don't include the perception as a default. So I feel like it was a little confusing at first for people.
Some of the players are not digging the secret recall knowledge. I know Formir wasn't. I know Formir's not a fan of like how many secret rolls happen. I fucking love secret rolls. I think they're great. There's a whole 2-paragraph dedicated to how revolvers and lever guns break balance. Yeah, I mean, you could pop off a lot of rounds in 6 seconds, depending on how trained you are.
With the DC 20 system, how did you like not rolling for damage?
Oh, I thought it was fine. Then again, I was the DM, so ask my players.
I felt the values were too low. Like I was doing some crazy shit, and like my damage maxed out at like 6. So it was like I spend an action to pump up my ability, and I spend another action to guarantee this, so I add 2 more points of damage, and then I do all this, and then I roll, and it's like, all right, that's 7 points of damage. And to me, I was like, I kind of like the clicky clacks. I did realize
like
that I was a dice jockey.
Mm.
But doing all the other stuff felt really fun. Like being able to like spend an action to soup up a thing to do more. I thought was super. Their spell casting super fucking dope.
Cool.
Being a cleric, I felt like a god.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a smart idea.
Spending multiple like actions on a single action,
Or single effect.
yeah.
Yeah, being able to like, I'm gonna spend my unique ability that I have to select holy, so that way my healing goes up by 2, and I'm gonna dedicate like 2 actions and a mana to increase the number from like 4 to 6 base, so that way it's 8 points of healing. I thought that was really cool. I just would have liked to have rolled more dice.
Yeah.
A cleric
I
that
see.
worships themselves.
I see.
I type. Very good.
Nah.
For stealthy gamers, they can also try rolling stealth. I know rogue. Yeah, we do. We don't have like a rogue in this party, which I think. Oh, actually, that's another thing to bring up. If we were to move the characters over from 5th edition to Pathfinder, something that was recommended to me was not trying to make it 1-for-1, but reinvent the character in Pathfinder.
Yeah,
that makes
seems
sense.
Wise.
So like I think the only person who'd get away with their character 1-for-1 would be Grayson with a thief racket rogue. Like she seems like the only one who's going to get away with her character being 1-for-1, more or less. But everybody else would more or less have to reinvent their character with what Pathfinder has. Because if you try to make it 1-for-1, you're going to end up hating the system because it's not going to give you all the options.
Yeah, there's no way in hell I'm 1-for-1ing Oliver.
Dude, not with like
custom class.
Not with subconscious and conscious for like how the psychics work and shit, which is wild. Yeah. Basically getting 2 subclasses. But I think it'd be more in line with what you were wanting for Oliver anyway. I'm gonna go try to wake up my roommate and also get some water. So I'll be back.
I'm actually gonna go and get some lunch, so I will talk to you guys
brother.
later.
You should just like
enjoy your lunch.
Will do.
You should see if you need to if you can tap on your wall to wake him up, because I did that when I was there. Like the wall was like the wall between him and me we were like right next to the wall, so I would just tap on it and he'd wake up.
Interesting. All right, I'll try that.
See if echolocation fixes it.
Oogie.
Ooh,
Welcome back.
Thank you. Okay. Oh yeah. I can finally set what the magic item is. Never mind, I already did. Very smart. I basically prepped this whole floor. Oh, thanks, brother.
Fucking stinker.
Why? Why would you say such a hurtful thing?
I don't know.
Ah,
I felt like destroying something today.
I wanted to hurt your feelings.
Yep.
What's up? What you cooking?
Well, you're talking about his new campaign with giants. A lot of giants involved.
Yeah.
And I've got another PoE2 map design for you. It's called Trader's Passage. It's this labyrinth of like red stone bridges and cave systems that sort of with these giant gaps where like I can only call them giant stone-like people are basically petrified in sort of different poses of agony usually.
Oh,
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
sounds pretty wild. Okay. Yeah, show me.
Shouldn't-
I'll show you guys here in a moment. I'm gonna get some of this second floor prepped up. But I've been cooking, dog. I finally found like the aesthetic I wanted for my Malverin dungeons. And it's been slow, but oof, it's been tasty. 8K grids. Taking its sweet time, loading.
It's sweet old time.
Come on. Come on. Try again. Oh, nope, there we go. I hit save. Now I hit save.
Now we hit
And now we-
save.
I hit save. Thank you. Alright, it should not be so bright down here. Synchronize with old time. I want to synchronize with. Oh. Oh.
Oh.
Oh. That's neat. Okay. All right, show me.
I'm taking pictures.
Ah, very good. Your pictures for the other PoE dungeon, super helpful.
Yeah. I know it, baby.
Yeah, let me show y'all chat, because this I'm a fucking cooking dog. Look at this. Beard check, what's this do? So I take my comb off of my desk. I run it through my beard a couple times.
Which one though?
Well, I have two combs. I have like a wooden comb that I use for getting out tangles in my beard. And then I have a style comb that I use for my my mustache. So this is the intro room. I have basically, I went back and I went, what was I missing? What am I missing? I realized what I'm missing is this sort of like very alien feel, where like you'd look at it and the thing should maybe not make as much sense in terms of like layout and positioning, because it's not meant to make sense to you. It's meant to make sense to a completely different creature. So this will be the starting room that our elf bros are going to wake up in. They're going to wake up. For any of you who have watched Altered Carbon, I'm going to be using the fact that they have tadpoles in their heads as an excuse for how they sleeve into these bodies. So because they have like genetic material, it's basically going to slot them into these bodies and sort of overwrite the DNA that was waiting. And they're gonna have like a Sardox type character who's gonna guide them through this facility. This room in particular, the sort of hallways, I really enjoyed making, because I really enjoyed that sort of Path of Exile platform that they had made in the dungeon. So there's like these trenches along the side that sort of show where things are moving, or like how energy's being moved through this place. We're gonna have some holding chambers. This is where they're basically holding you in some form of stasis with the intent of breaking down your genetic code so they can sup up all that tasty DNA. There's going to be a sort of like mirror or window that allows them to see the massive generator that keeps this whole place running. This was also a lot of fun to make. Sort of kit bashing a lot of pieces together. Here is like a console room or a controls chamber that sort of accesses all of these other ones, so that way they can sort of get a layout of the facility before they explore it, so to speak. Sort of learn what's waiting for them. Another one of these like antechambers where they pass through an elevator that's going to take them down to the sort of lower floors to explain the difference in height and everything like that from this floor to this floor. And then I'm making I'm either going to make this as like a lab, or I'm going to make it like where they keep your equipment. So after they capture you and detain you, they sort of put everything up like it's a museum, so to speak. So they're going to find like magic weapons and stuff in here, maybe. I did another sort of storage room where they sort of keep equipment, containers, everything like that. There are these kit bashed like mechanical arms that you sort of move around from the console up here. So they're going to be able to stand up here, and then these arms, at least in roleplay, are going to basically be able to move around this storage chamber, grabbing crates and sort of allowing them to access them. And then it leads into the generator room itself. I'm going to be putting some like little silos off on the side to sort of fill out the room. That is like, this place is basically on its last leg. It was overran a while ago. It basically got abandoned because of the area that they're at and too many threats. So there's like a power cell that's left. And once they wake up, once they get sleeved into their body, they're going to have basically 24 hours of power left in this place. I'm going to make some other chambers, some other like combat encounters, like other holding cells, other like little menagerie places, before they eventually are allowed to find, or until they eventually find the exit, which is going to be a horizontal elevator down to like a bottom platform where they can eventually escape the mountain that they're in. So they're going to have like 2 or 3 of these maps as like a facility to explore. So that way they can eventually get introduced to the rest of the map, in which we're going to do like a Breath of the Wild, Legend of Zelda type thing, where they exit out into the map and then they end up on the rest of the Stormwatch Isle. And then this is their hex map. They're going to be starting over here. Is there a body pit of failed re-sleeves? Ooh, you know, I might make that as like a second floor. Because there's another chamber or another path that they can go. Up this way that I'll be making a second map for. Slowly Pavlov them into Pathfinder. I mean, I will. I'm going to be using a lot of Pathfinder stuff too.
I have photobombed you.
Nice. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. Oh, I see what you say about the massive stone guys.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. So my plan is to like, I already have how my flanking works, which is a +2, which is basically no different from the -2. But I'm also gonna be doing like recall knowledge. I'm gonna be doing like secret roles and stuff like that. Basically gonna be acclimating them to baby's first Pathfinder, and then we go from there.
Baby. Oh, here's a good one. I forgot about this guy. You can just stand on his back. You got stabbed in the back of the head.
Oh my god. Okay.
Oh no, it's not the back of his head. He got stabbed in the mouth.
Somehow worse. Over chambers. Those hands, more hands will touch the orb. Yeah, he said he wanted. He said he wanted homebrew, and I hope he understands like how much homebrew he's coming into.
Yeah, that's crazy. You want a homebrew? Okay.
Oh, that's gnarly looking.
Yeah.
And you're suggesting this for like a giant dungeon, or?
Yeah, you know, if it's gonna be about the nameless king, right, and shit, maybe this could be like where the house fell, like this cemetery tomb. Maybe there was like a civil war.
Nice.
Or maybe the giants were into like basically encased in this massive cave and then locked away, and they all went crazy until they eventually became stone. Their corpses litter the place and eventually solidified.
I like that.
You know, just general anguish.
Suffering, really.
Yes.
They should be begging for death.
I think I, like a moron, did the. Oh no, I didn't. Thank God. You can see
Maybe
what they.
this is where, maybe this is a punishment to other giants by giants. It's called Traitor's Passage, after all.
Well, we did introduce the whole Jarl thing, so I do get to introduce and play with Jarls.
Ooh.
Basically,
the Nameless King.
Huh?
Right. What if the Nameless King had like a lost house? So like the Nameless King was perhaps has a claim to the throne of like the old giant kingdom. And in order to solidify his power, the Demon King, I don't know his exact name, but you know, the Demon Giant King, basically locked his house away.
Oh.
Or otherwise betrayed their house. Had a Lannister moment.
Interesting.
Kind of shit.
So he betrayed his house to what end? Because we already have him being vengeful towards his own house getting betrayed. Being like the heir apparent to the Ettenmore.
Maybe the Nameless King was the one. Maybe their house was against the whole summoning of demons.
Oh, okay. Well,
So-
okay, that'd be a little difficult because he'd be the son of the Giant King who made the deal with the demons.
Would he be
Yes.
regretful that his father made that deal?
Hmm.
I pause. I think about it. I go, and
Okay.
well, it could be like a Game of Thrones moment where like this section basically rebelled against King's Landing, the Giants' King's Landing, and they had a Robb Stark moment where the Nameless King was actually kicking ass until he was basically betrayed or otherwise duped. Maybe he was banished and his kin were locked away in here.
Oh, okay. And this would be like him coming back to like basically reawaken his clan?
I mean, what was the original reason for him coming back?
Well, he's here to lay claim now.
Right.
He basically wants to open a portal to Jornmalar and basically let in the Jotuns to reclaim, like basically use Storm Isle or Stormwatch Isle as like a landing point to wage his war against House Ricewind.
Oh, maybe he's a Stennis. Like a Stennis.
Oh, interesting. Like the throne is mine by right.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah,
He's
I mean, that's sort of what we
high.
had planned. Like the plan was that he was technically the rightful heir. He was either pushed into Jornmalar or fled into Jornmalar. And then it was the half giants, basically the servitors, who took the throne. And now he's like, it's my land. What you lay upon, what you build your cities on is my land, is giant land.
Right.
Your usurpers, betrayers, kinslayers.
I guess it depends on how vengeful do you want the humans of Tyros after the fall of the giants to be, right? Like, this could either be a killing floor for giants who were previous house members after the fall, or it could be giant on giant conflict.
Honestly, both are good. I think either like a culling could happen. Like House Ricewind basically being like serve or die. Because I think they would have had no sympathies for like demon summoners.
Right.
And it would have been a more like morally gray moment. Like, okay, we can't prove that you didn't summon demons, but also, maybe you served alongside somebody who did, so it's just safer to kill you.
Is this like where they stashed all of the demon summoners and they eventually all went basically crazy from their own deals? So this is basically a haunted ground for like demons to pop out of.
Oh, that'd be dope. I could easily make that a dungeon. Some, like fucked up summoner necropolis type shit.
Yeah. Where like demons will just crawl out of like the eyes and mouths of these dead giants.
Like
little mini demons.
For any of you that are familiar with that scene in God of War, where they finally reach Jotunheim, and it's just all the giants laid out like they are.
Yep.
Imagine that, except like you watch one of their heads twitch unnaturally, and then some fucking centipede demon crawls out of their mouth.
Yeah. It's like Sekiro with like the fucking centipede inside the
Oh, the monks. Oh, dude, that's perfect.
Yeah, the monks.
That's perfect, actually. Yeah, it could totally do something like that. That'd be super dope. God, I love that fucking emote. Yeah, that'd be super sick. You basically roll on to like the aftermath of all of these deals, and all the demons are sealed inside. And now they're like, let either kill us or let us out. Like we've been here for however long.
You could have this, you know, the Sekiro like masked boss.
The like the actual like monk with the like Nodachi and stuff, or not Nodachi. What is it called?
He's like on the front page all the time. Yeah, here he is, the corrupted monk.
Yeah. Naginata is what I was
Yeah.
thinking of. Yeah, the one that's like it challenges you on a bridge.
Correct. Yeah, that freak. That freak could be the like end boss of this place.
That'd be a lot of fun.
He's like this corrupted ogre kind of thing.
That'd be sick.
Floats around.
Yeah, once you get it low enough, it uses the demon centipede inside of it to attack you.
Mm.
Yeah,
it's
once
like
it
this
gets
fucked up-
bloodied, it like sort of reveals itself more.
Oh, it's great too because it shows up as like a spirit form like throughout, so they could get assaulted by this thing multiple times.
Yeah.
Or even in other locations, there's just this like spirit monk who's out for them.
I want you dead.
Yeah. Invader detected. What?
What does that mean, DM? And I go, well,
Uh,
roll initiative. Yeah. Herngar sharpshooters. Kerplowy. Ember Raiders. What is the Kobold Hunter? This VR. Oh, he's a level 1. And he's a level 1, but has less hit points than the level 0 sharpshooter. Huh. Okay, what would
he does have a higher
3...
hit.
Well, I'm looking at what the encounter would be. So the same level as party, that's 80 experience. That's a moderate encounter. So if I take plus 20 experience for another party member, these guys are level 0, which means they're a level lower. So 30, 60, 90. It's still a moderate encounter. But you run the risk with... We're going to be rolling their stealth and stuff. Oh yeah, they do have a plus. They have a higher plus to hit, actually. By 2 more. They have less. They have 2 less hit points. So what would they be considered? I need like multiple tabs in the door. Like I need to be able to like quick reference.
DM, I wish to inflict the suffering I have experienced on others.
Yeah.
Notice how they're all stone.
Yeah.
What if like the demon they summoned was an Emperor Basilisk kind of motherfucker?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some Emperor Basilisk basically having taken over this necropolis.
Yeah. You know the giant serpent from also Sekiro? What if it was that, but like a basilisk and it slithered in between the corpses?
I mean, the actual basilisk in Pathfinder is the snake basilisk, so.
Yeah. What if it was like... Maybe that's why they're stone.
Nice. Nice. Yeah, I could cook with that.
Who hurt you? DM.
I only petrified him once, by the way.
It was very rude, though. It was a very rude way to petrify me.
They have a plus 7 with their ranged, which means they have in between moderate and high. What's their damage with the crossbow? 1d8 plus nothing else. They're on the extreme of damage. I guess they have the Bola Bolt, which is the reflex save or be knocked prone. Okay. The light mace is so low damage though. The 1d4. What's their plus to hit with it? +5. That's dog shit, as it were. Actual doo-doo water. Okay, so if I make it an elite, though, it bumps it up 2 levels. I don't want to do that. Do you want to make it maybe a level? So give it a 16, 20 hit points. Plus the hit goes up by 1. Or +2. So +9 to hit, which is on par with, I believe, you. Yeah, you has a +9 to hit. Stenvalder has a +7 to hit, but he also has like crazy map once he's like hunting a target. Okay. Let's cook a little bit.
Ron, for your own good, you need to get back to exile.
I need to do who to what now?
You need to get back into Path of Exile, man. There's so many other maps I could.
Brother,
like,
I would love to get into Path of Exile.
So many other maps, dog.
I would very
can't
much
show
like
them
to
all.
get into Path of
Can't
Exile.
do them justice. It's purely for map design. I don't ignore the game. Just fucking
Trust me,
grab
man.
an easy mode class.
I still like I've been using the I've been using the PoE map stuff that you sent me for the Elfbro maps, and it's helped me a fuck ton. Like,
Yeah, but I'm telling you, man. There's so many other maps, dog. that
the issue
you
is
just need to
time.
free.
Like,
Oh, make time. Make it a stream game. Just be like, it's not even like PoE 2 playthrough. It's like PoE map analysis review.
maybe I'll do that on one of the days or one of the weeks that we're not playing. I'll do that on a
Gotcha.
Sunday. I'll like basically plow through PoE to basically plunder all of the maps.
Nice. Here, I'm trying to take a picture of the boss.
The other thing was bosses. The PoE bosses had a ton of like flavor that I really enjoyed.
Yeah.
That's also something I wanted to, especially now that I'm sort of like starting to understand how they're doing their math for this. I definitely think that I can homebrew with this system. Fuck you, Dad. This shit's scuffed. Mystic, thank you very much for, my God, 32 months. Incredibly kind of you, brother. I appreciate that. Thanks for sticking around for literally since the dawn of time. Okay, so if I'm understanding this right, if it takes 2 or more actions related to form together. All right, so if I'm understanding this right, chat, let me know. The Herngar will shoot their first shot. They then let go of the crossbow. They spend an action to reload, and then need to two-hand the crossbow again. So they will effectively only get to shoot their crossbow once in a turn. Let me know if that is incorrect or not.
All right, I died, but I took some pictures of the boss just for you.
Oh, hell yeah. Right as I was grabbing my
I was
pretzels.
like, neat. As he Kamehamehas me in the face. Like,
I'm channeling my ability, and you're like, and he's like, you can step out of this now.
Your life ends 30 minutes from now.
yeah, so like this is how I died. I'll put in text chat.
Oh my god.
I was like, neat.
Oh. So the question I asked Hale is that because it has reload 1, it spends its action to shoot. It then needs to let go of the crossbow because the crossbow is two-handed. It spends an action to reload, and then spends an action re-gripping the crossbow, which means effectively in one turn it only gets to shoot once.
Correct.
Sick.
So yeah, you could either have like a basilisk in there, you could have the dude in there, or you could have a giant stone colossus that shoots laser beams out of its eyeballs.
Dude, hell yes.
And you want phase combat? It breaks chunks of the boss arena while you fight it. It goes, you don't need that. Ka-chink.
Oh! Shaves off 25% of the arena.
Yeah.
Okay. Take the light mace. 7 to hit. Or make it a 1. Reloading includes regripping the crossbow. Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, no, I forgot about that because it's the same way with muskets too. So, for example, crossbow, you think like when they're reloading it, usually they gotta put it down on the ground, actually pull the bolt back, and then put the new bolt in it before they pick it back up. All of that is considered the reloading action.
Oh, okay. So it could effectively fire twice in a turn. It would shoot, spend an action to reload, shoot again. Does reloading...
If they wanted,
Oh, go on.
if they wanted to, yeah, but then you also have to figure you're immediately spending the first round of your next turn reloading.
Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah, I guess it would shoot, reload, and then move. Basically, kite you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Another good point by Judge Bread. You do have different types of reload actions. So reload 2, you need 2 actions to reload.
What the fuck has reload 2?
Big crossbow.
Probably a cannon.
Ballista.
Yeah, I wouldn't know for 2E, but I know in 1E, reload 2 would be like siege weapons. So cannons, ballista, things like that.
I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay.
Also, welcome, Judge. First time chatter. Thank you very much for your insight. Okay. 3 dex, 2 con, or 3 con, 3 dex, 1 strength, 2 wisdom, -2 charisma. Damn. Okay. So they're not intimidating nobody. Okay. I think this should work. Let's put him up against one of the party. So we shoot, +9 to hit. 20 hits. Okay. They have a +9. They need to roll. Okay, 10 points of damage is pretty chunky. If that's a crit, future. Okay, so we're going to shave off the +2. Make it just a flat. Only going to be attacking once a turn. I mean, that scared the shit out of Aridin. All right, we'll leave it as a 1d8. Okay. That should end up working out. Plus it gets the Bola Bolt. Whoa. Germanic Wolf. Thank you very much for 100 bits. That's incredibly kind of you. First, bless you, Crown DM. Hope you have a wonderful stream today. New here, but it's an honor to meet you. Damn. Likewise, brother. Very generous of you. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy your stay. You've caught me in the middle of homebrewing Pathfinder 2nd Edition monsters. Very light or minor homebrew. Nothing too crazy. I'm just sort of adjusting numbers to sort of fit within my my sort of dynamic or what I enjoy running for games, which is generally more crunchy and more tactical style games where I like parties using their resources. I'm also eating pretzels right now. Okay, so average crit damage is going to be around an 8. Average damage output's going to be about a 4. If we... Okay, so that 8 then becomes a 12 in terms of average crit damage. And its average damage is going to be around a 6. Honestly, I think I'm going to bring back the +2. I think the only person who's really at risk is Aridin. But that's because Aridin has a 13 hit points. They have a -1 con. And things hitting them should be scary, honestly. What kind of pretzels? Well, I usually buy big bulk bags because they're cheaper. And usually store brand as well because they're cheaper. But Rolled Gold was having a sale at my local store for like big bags. How big is this bag? Like 16-ounce bags for like $1.99. So I just bought a bunch of bags. Because that's a thing that I do. I don't make like big meals. I snack throughout the day. So I'll like have like a handful of pretzels and then I'll put my pretzels away. And then sometime later I'll have like a peanut butter jelly sandwich. And then that's that. And then later on, maybe I'll have like actual dinner or something, like a meal with protein and stuff. But even then, I buy a lot of stuff with protein in it, explicitly so I can do that. Like I buy like high fiber, high protein, like oatmeal and stuff. What's up, Sheila? How's it going? It's going good so far. I've been cooking up my encounters for this game. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I think we're gonna make them all level 1 creatures, honestly. Raider shark. Okay. We're gonna roll some stealth checks versus party perception DCs. I couldn't join the stream started because of work, but now I am here. I appreciate it, man. Hopefully work was either went well or is going well for you. Okay, we're gonna roll some stealth checks. Lion weight are 3 Ember Raider sharpshooters who have taken cover. A mobile. What would that be? I don't want to call it just cover. Taken position and a mobile cover. Them to watch the stairs without being at the foot of the mobile cover lies Bear Bonnie, Rogue was a part upstairs group, but was cut down. There's good. The Ember Raiders have purposefully turned off the lights and snuffed any active flames. Make it easier for them to navigate while making it harder for above ground intruders to move without exposing themselves. Work's going pretty well, surprisingly. Not as busy as a normal Saturday. Oh, are your weekends usually pretty busy? Fortunately, my work schedule has not been cooperating with stream schedule, so I have lots of VODs to catch up on. That's fine. It gives me... hell yeah, brother. That's what the VODs are there for. I'm glad I could get them up on YouTube for everybody. Ember Raiders... Elves. Roll still check. Still check. 24. And an 18. Right. Is the Pathfinder system and creatures well integrated in Foundry? Oh, dude. It's super integrated. It's basically all automated. I don't have to do anything. It like tracks when. Hold on, I need to open up my goddamn shortcuts aren't working on my keyboard. Give me just a second. There we go. Yeah, it automates basically everything. And I'm super thankful for that. It's basically made my life incredibly easy. So, for example, I'll slap. Let's say this creature gets knocked prone, and in Pathfinder, when you're knocked prone, you need not only is the creature prone, but they're also off guard. Well, in the Foundry module, the Pathfinder module, I hit prone and it auto applies off guard. And it won't let me remove off guard until the creature's no longer prone. And it even shows that they're linked together. All the work is mostly homebrew and map making. Yep. Correct. Slapping down an encounter is as easy as I go to the compendium browser. I search up a monster. I go, I need a Herngar. I need a Herngar Bombardier. So I grab the Bombardier. I slap it into a folder. I slap that Bombardier down onto the folder or onto the map. Boom, it's done. Or I go, I kind of want this Bombardier to be a scary guy. Maybe I'm going to make him like a named NPC. I want him to be scarier than the rest. I come over here and I go, I hit the elite tag. The elite tag then goes through and updates all of the relevant numbers on this character sheet without me having to lift a single fucking finger. It calculates the new armor class, the new hit points, the new skill checks, its new pluses to hit, its new damage, all that shit. And then I hit elite again, it's all gone. It removes itself. Or maybe I go, this guy, I want this guy to be frail. I want him to be weaker. Come over here and I hit the weak tag. It does the exact same thing. Starts calculating its new armor class, new hit points, new bonuses, all that stuff, as if it were a level lower. Does it seem like the players are enjoying Pathfinder? Yes. I have had several of the players come forth and say that they very much enjoyed their experience. Momo herself, which was somebody that I was worried wouldn't enjoy it, expressed how much she felt like she had control over her character, which was something that she felt like she got to do more of in Pathfinder than she did with her higher level 5th edition characters, which was super dope to hear. Thanks, brother. I've been having a great time. Oh, interesting. Okay, but what if they're covered in light? Schultz Fox, first time chatter, welcome. Foundry is so good for Pathfinder. Oh, dude. The automation is insane. Has made my life so much easier. Oh! What if you're hiding torchlight? I'll find a second. At the beginning of battle, one of the gas shows to avoid notice. Person left the room. What effect does the torch have on the hidden ghost? Second, you can't avoid notice. Without cover or concealment. If the gas was in darkness, then anything without the ability to see darkness without light. Gas is avoiding notice. Oh, okay. So if I'm reading this right, the way that this combat encounter would work is if we walk in here with no light on, they get to keep their stealth. But if you basically roll in with light, if they're not behind something or behind cover, you basically expose them. But it looks like they get to act before you do if they beat your stealth DC or your perception DC. Hold on, Shando. Let me eat this pretzel and then I'll tell you. Okay, so the big thing that was told to me, and I realized pretty quickly, is that if you know 5th edition, you know about 80 to 85% of Pathfinder 2nd edition right off the rip. It's not like you're coming into a completely foreign system. Like you're not going from a D20 system to a 2D10 system or like a D6 system or anything. You're going from a D20 system to a D20 system, which has familiarity in both. A lot of the terminology is what will trip you up. So, like off guard. 5th edition player doesn't know what off guard is. They're going to come into that and be like, what does that mean? Well, when you are flanking with a creature, or other forms of like knocking a creature prone or what have you, you impose off guard, which is a -2 to the creature's armor class. And once you learn that, you start learning that a lot of the conditions that are applied, which is where the trip ups happen, are just sort of number differences. And it's like a -1, -2, -3 type thing. It's nothing so insane that you're getting like +10s to rolls and stuff like that. So it's learning the terminology is where a lot of like 5th edition players will get scared. They're going to look at this and look and see like feats and be like, holy shit, that's like 1 billion feats. And yes, there are 1 billion feats. And yes, it is incredibly daunting if you're looking at it on like the player core. But if you use something like Path Builder curates it so that way it shows you only things that are available to you. So you're not sitting there looking at something for like a druid class and you're playing a fighter. It's only going to show you fighter stuff. So once you play it, honestly, I would almost say just play it. The beginner box is a great tutorial. The beginner box teaches you literally everything about your player character. It teaches you exploration activities, which is another big thing for Pathfinder. It teaches you about DCs, what all the numbers on your character sheet mean, how feats work, how proficiencies work. It will level you up from 1 to 2, so you also get to experience what leveling up is like. I would say in terms of intros, Menace Under Otari is a better introduction to Pathfinder 2nd edition than Lost Mines of Foundelver is for a introduction to 5th edition. Like, Menace under Otari waits till the final encounter to teach you how death and dying works. Lost Minds of Phandelver teaches you how death and dying works right off the rip. That's just my thing. I don't do modules as it is, so I do homebrew stuff, which means I'm very opinionated when it comes to like modules and everything. But having ran the Menace under Otari beginner box, I liked it very much as somebody coming into Pathfinder. Has some more unique mechanics? Yes. And they get introduced to you as you play through the beginner box. So it'll teach you how like tripping works, how difficult terrain works, all that stuff. My friends and me got nearly all the 5e books and the 2024 stuff. And for In Roll to the Top, the D&D Beyond app is really nice. Nice. Yeah, man. So I might lament and shit talk WotC all the time. But I'm not shit talking 5th edition. Because 5th edition is what I learned. Like if it wasn't for 5th edition, I would not be here. I wouldn't have ever met a lot of my friends. I would be in a very different situation as a whole if it wasn't for 5th edition. So I love 5th edition. That's why I'm still running a 5th edition game, and will be running a 5th edition game for like Whoops and his crew. But Pathfinder just fits my needs more. I'm a very crunchy gamer. I like crunchy combats. I like number go up. I like monster do scary thing. And yes, you can do that all with 5th edition, but at some point you eventually go from playing 5th edition to playing some homogenized slop, which is what my 5e game is. It is basically a D20 system using the 5e skeleton. So I hope, Hoxie, you and your friends enjoy the 2024 stuff. And I hope you guys have a great time. Might be a bit odd question, but what was the stream with Brett yesterday? Oh, we were just shooting the shit. We were doing our first episode of our podcast. Dumpster Delvers. We shot the shit for about like 2.5 hours, 3 hours. Literally went over a bunch of subjects. Have to watch the VOD later? Yeah. They should be up on Brett's channel. I don't remember exactly what he has planned for the VODs. But they should be up. They'll start while they're hidden. They fire their crossbows at a hero. The character has off-guard condition against the attack, which gives them a -2 stats. That allows the kobold to do extra damage from their sneak attack ability. After this range strike, the kobold is no longer hidden. Reveal their token if you haven't already, and the fight proceeds normally. Okay. I just started designing my D&D runs, so kinda in the awkward timing of 2014. Oh yeah, dude. Like being caught in between 14 and 24 is it's a bit of a trip up because there are some big differences between classes. Like the champion fighter of 24 versus the champion fighter of 14 is like the fighter she tells you not to worry about type deal. They are very big differences. And I know they're refusing it to call it like another like 6th edition, but some of the changes might as well be 6th edition. Like some of the classes basically stayed the same, or got reduced or improved or what have you. Like fighter, great. I heard monk got a huge improvement, which is really nice. I know monk has been getting shit on since basically 3.5. And I know a lot of people who are like monk stans hated that, but I heard that they went with the Baldur's Gate improvement. So you start with more stuff. Yeah, Druid was a big one. Druid was a big one that I heard a lot of people were not happy with. My whole thing is that I basically pick and choose what I want. I'll never just wholesale move like I never had any plans to like wholesale move from 2014 to 2024. My whole thing was basically be like, I'm going to take what I want from there and then put it into my game. So like how they did exhaustion in 14, the exhaustion is 6 points. At 6 points of exhaustion, you fucking die. And you get like huge penalties for each point of exhaustion, like disadvantage on ability checks, disadvantage on saving throws, disadvantage on blah, 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 minuses to everything. It's really big. Their 2024 stuff, their 1D&D exhaustion was you get 10 points and every point is a minus to any D20 test that you make, which I fucking loved. That's huge. That lets you play with exhaustion way more than you could have normally, because exhaustion normally is a death spiral. So you wouldn't want to use that, but the 2024 exhaustion was great, and I immediately imported that into my game. I'm a big fan of like the rogue new sneak attacks, where you forego some of the damage to do a new ability or like a new active effect or what have you. Like if you're a poisoner, you can forego like 3d6 worth of your sneak attack to like poison a creature. I think that's super sick. So that'll definitely be something that I poured over to my 5th edition game if we continue to play it. Because I'm a big fan of giving players more things to do on their turn. Which is also why I like Pathfinder so much. You have a fucking gaggle of abilities that you can do. Oh, Shio! Brother, thank you very much for 5 gifted subs to the community, my man. Basically, super exceeding the goal that I set for this stream. So, thank you very much, my man. If you got a gifted sub from Shio, be sure to say thank you. My biggest concern is that what Brett said about the custom monsters. Yeah. So I would like a system like what Pathfinder has. Something like this for 5th edition. And I hope that this is what you guys get. Something like this would be way easier for making monsters, honest to God. If you give me like, this should be the average damage, this should be like, this is like an extreme example of a monster, this is a low threat monster, stuff like that, this would make my life so much easier. Now I know that they have some things like this in the DM's guide, but they're also really wishy-washy with like how CR should be set up. So but with the 24, a vicious weapon does exhaustion points on crit, which is cool. That sounds super awesome. Dude, that sounds sick. Because there are some monsters that have like immunity to exhaustion, and you're like, when the fuck does that ever come up? When does that ever come up for a monster? Using Foundry makes us easier, I assume, for real life with D&D Beyond app. It's really annoying to use Homebrew. Oh, dude. Yeah, Foundry makes it way easier if you're homebrewing. If you are trying to run the game straight, I cannot imagine like running some of the shit that I've ran in person. Automation and like 5th edition and stuff like that makes it so much easier.
I return.
Welcome back.
It was delicious.
Nice.
Well, it makes it easier to do balanced home brew. I remember in a lot of IRL games, if you need a custom boss, you can whip it up in like half a minute with a piece of paper and a pencil. But it might kill everybody.
Well, I think my favorite thing is that unless you roll in front of your players, you can do whatever you want. There are so many DMs who have basically come out and been like, yeah, I just literally cheese everything.
Meh.
They're like, I just roll a dice behind the screen and then I say a number.
Those bastards.
Those are bastards, but I bet they're having a great time at their table. But I imagine if the moment their players found out, all sense of realism or like all suspension of disbelief would be out the window. That's why I open roll everything. I want my players to see what's happening. So that way they know, yeah, that natural 20 that just happened is a natural 20. That's not the
Again?
DM being like, it's time. Again?
Guys, I promise this is really just the fourth nat 20 I rolled.
For the love of God!
Frothing
As
at the mouth.
me lifting up the choir toad and very gently putting it on top of Oliver. All right. Time to roll the attack. The dice doesn't even roll. It just falls out of my hand and lands perfectly on that 20.
I don't know how he did that in Foundry. That's crazy.
How'd you do that to him? And I go, do what? All right, that's 44 points of damage. Yeah! You know what? I want something sweet. Give me just a second. DM open rolls and those dice just go disadvantage 2017. Yeah. Yeah, that's a... that is a lot of my player experiences. Is I go, okay, the only way this guy hits you is if I roll a natural 20. And then I roll the dice and it's a natural 20. My players go, why? Why did you say that? And I go, oops. All right, that's 44 points of damage.
One of my favorite things to do as a DM is like someone rolls a 20 and then you ask them what the total is and they look at you like, what do you mean? 20s don't just hit?
Or a total of, and they go, huh?
Not this time.
All right, that's 70 damage, and they go, halved? That'll be 35, and you go, that's 70 points of damage.
No, I did do the math.
That is halved, and they go, what? That happened in DOA. I think I did like 130 points of damage or something. I was like, all right, that's like 63 points of damage. And it was Blake or somebody who was like, all right, and half of that's 30. And I was like, no, that's half. And they went, holy fuck.
You bastard.
Oh,
Oh,
oh. Look at those things. Yeah, Nutter Butters. Oh. Oh,
the nut and butt.
that's right. We used a statistic once. The DM, on average, rolled of 14, and as players got an average of 11. Damn.
Nice. Skill issue.
Are you more likely to do a puzzle if you know you can just walk out at any time?
What?
What?
What? If I know I can walk out at any time,
Yeah.
would you put me in a puzzle where I can't walk out?
How would you feel if I did?
That might depend on the puzzle. I go, very well, DM. We will be here for a while.
Word puzzle.
Word puzzle? DM, we're going to be here for a while.
Huh.
Well, he
I
says.
think it also depends on the context of the puzzle, like when and where it's being presented.
Well, it would be the around the same time as the Abadar puzzle. How'd you feel about the Abadar puzzle? The coin one.
Coin one was interesting. I don't know if we could have done it where it was guaranteed that we knew which coin it was, but it was like extra, like little loot on the side. I don't know if we'd be nearly as thrilled if Laura was like, okay, so here's a funny little coin puzzle. If you don't get it in checks watch 5 turns, rocks fall.
Let's see. Failed to identify the fake coin, all the coins vanish or reappear in a random order on top of the altar. If all the coins are taken from them, blah, 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 blah. What happens if you don't do it?
What happens if you don't do what?
I'm trying to see what happens if you just don't do the Abadar puzzle. If it's like you can't leave unless you do it.
Don't you just walk in to the next room and get ambushed by kobolds?
Yeah. If I'm reading this right.
Yes.
You also don't get the loot.
Correct. Puzzles for loot? Got no problem with that.
But puzzles to progress. Not a fan.
If I progress, they're great. If I don't, they're bullshit.
I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it.
There you go. I mean, you saw what I did the first time I saw the puzzle. I immediately was like, okay, let's try to break the puzzle.
Yeah.
That's
Break it now.
Is okay, how do I cheekily get around this stupid shit?
Hmm.
And Laura went, no, there's no getting around it. You just fuck her with it. And I go, okay.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, in my opinion, puzzles should always be like an extra. The puzzle might unlock a hallway that goes around an encounter or leads to a treasure room for loot that you wouldn't otherwise get. But if you lock dungeon progress behind a puzzle, you're basically stonewalling your own game. Because they could either be there for like 5 seconds or 5 minutes, if not longer. And, you know, the longer it takes them to do a puzzle, the less likely they are to want to do the puzzle. And you've basically ended your own dungeon. So that's just my thought on it.
Interesting. Okay. Understood. Thankfully, the way that I've built the puzzle, it is just for bonuses. It's not necessary to complete the dungeon. So, because I'm very clever, I adjust my tie.
I'm quite poggy.
We had an hour-long argument about a door opening. What happened? Why'd you do that?
Wow.
What happened? I kind of give puzzles some auto solution that kicks in after enough failures. It's just more costly. Interesting. Oh, DM was nitpicking? I cast fireball at the door. Nice. Based and real.
There is also something to be said about brute forcing around the puzzle.
Oh, yeah. Brute forcing your way through a puzzle?
Like actually breaking down the door to the puzzle if it's a stone door.
I mean, what's great is that Pathfinder you can, because everything has hit points. I think like a steel door has like a hardness of 9 and like 40 something hit points or something. You just sit there bludgeoning it.
You can also incentivize your players to use the funny tools you give them.
I would if any of them had crafting.
You could also use it as an opportunity to let them use skill checks or even lore checks. Like, say someone has a high dungeoneering skill or a mechanical skill, they might be able to figure out how to basically,
Yeah.
like, mechanically disassemble the secret door without even having to do the puzzle.
That'd be cool. What's everybody's lore skills? Labor. Legal. Warfare. I think I also gave you the... That's Former. Aridin should have the Astari one. Yeah. Astari and Herbalism. Arendelle has genealogy. Pretty casually creates a tunnel to the BBEG room. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes. Just sometimes. Sometimes they love like rushing to the boss fight. Yipper. If you're a chill DM, you can always roll a unconventional solution. True. Yeah, you can always give your players, like, let your players come up with the answer. That's why I never do just like one specific answer is the right one. I'll always allow like wiggle rooms. Like if I do like a word is my puzzle, I'll do like synonyms are like certain synonyms are okay. Because sometimes your brain thinks differently. No stone. That's right. Oh, Turg. How I miss thee. Hidden. Either way. But if any of the heroes' perception DC is higher than the total of the kobolds spell check, the kobolds are spotted. Reveal their tokens on the map. Either way, ask the players to roll initiative using perception, unless a hero is hiding. Use the total of the kobold's stealth check for their initiative. If any of the heroes have their turn before the kobolds successfully hid themselves. The heroes know their foes are nearby, but they don't know where. They'll have to seek enemies. Interesting. If your players outthink you, why block them? Because some people have big egos.
You made me feel stupid. The door will now be locked forever.
Poison fills the room. Also, it melts your weapons. I don't care if they're magical. I cast Fireball again.
Again.
In battle. Okay. Oh, hello, Karen. What you doing, gamer?
Gamer.
Finally taking a break. Nice. I didn't. You work on the weekend? I thought you had the weekends off.
Necro swamped himself with TTRPG stuff.
Ooh, too many games. Not enough time. How many games are you in? Okay. My schedule has been McFucked because I'm also working most Saturdays. Oh, gross. Let's see. Every other Monday, D&D. Tuesday, Star Wars. Up until recently, Wednesday's Vampire. Have an in-person game after work, and then Jesus Christ.
Do you remember who you are anymore with how many characters you play? Do you know who the real you is?
Oh! No! That's so fucking funny.
Yeah.
I hate it, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. I may actually be a barbarian. Nice. That's so funny. Is this just like, are these games you're running yourself, or are you just a player in most of these games? Because even then, that's still a lot of games. Yeah, like you have like back-to-back games on some weeks. Because if it's Tuesday, every Tuesday is a Star Wars game, there is a week where you have a game 3 days in a fucking row. You go from a D&D game to a Star Wars game to a vampire game with no breaks. Fireball finger guns. Explode!
Fall.
Ball.
I would like to rage. Okay, roll me up. No. You don't understand. Flips table.
I'm fighting you, DM, now!
God, imagine.
Want to throw hands, Sizzle? Is that what you're telling me?
Imagine. If we just. We're like, I'll show you who wins against the dragon. And the dragon
Stands up, cracks knuckles.
legendary action this.
DM stands up, cracks knuckles. So be it.
I know what I must do now.
What I've really been training for this whole time. Is beat the shit out of Crown.
Yeah, go to the gym. Not to improve yourself, to beat the shit out of me. Show yourself, coward! Fucking explodes me.
I'm just one-shotting my druid and pathfinder.
My goal is that I get so swole that when I IRL play with Crown, he'll look over at me and he says, I rolled A, and he sees me like
You're fucking
my
clenching
red
your
solo cup.
pencil so hard that it's
You can
snapped
see
in
the
18
veins
places.
underneath my swollen mass of arms, and he goes, 11.
You relax. Ah, he misses. Amazing. I was after hard that Clern't could see the little Brett raccoon in the corner. Nice. Yeah, I always yell about Brett being in the game whenever he like corrects my character.
I love the fourth wall breaks so much. Just the idea that the little wizard raccoon is canonical to IO makes me giggle, even though I know it's not true.
Yeah, he's pulling the strings. He's like stanced up with the rest of the bad guys. Yeah. Operate doors will require the players, the party, to investigate the mechanisms, understand the functions. That is requiring only an action lock. Second action, open. No throws of combat. Okay. I do believe I made a mobile bulkhead item with Lore's help. There it is, mobile bulkhead. It's funny every time. Perception checks above 35 give you a glimpse. Just see him in the corner of my eye. I go, oh, he's here. Party goes, who? And I go, don't look at him.
Don't look him in the eye. Oh no.
No. Alright. Pop this down here. Bada bing. We change it to the combat symbol. We color it orange for the Ember Raiders. Hidden. Ready.
Huh?
Look again! Look, you fool! Open your eyes! Party watching their wizard tweak out. Actually, more likely to be a cleric or a druid who have a perception that high. Do I want Burgor or Chimkin?
Chimkin Borger.
chicken sandwich, of course.
Hmm.
It's so simple. It's so elegant.
It really is the
Chick-fil-A.
perfect solution.
Get you a Chick-fil-A spicy grilled chicken sandwich. Oh,
I don't think Chick-fil-A delivers in my place.
what the? I can't live there.
I simply refuse. Yeah, I don't think there are any near us.
What the fuck?
Chick-fil-A does not exist.
That's insane.
This is so
I'm sorry,
sad.
bro. I love their milkshakes the most.
My DM gave me a cloak that lets me talk to the god of destiny.
What?
Why would you want to do that?
What? Why?
That game sucks.
Took me a second. Yeah, Laura, come on in, brother. I'm gonna order some food real quick, and then I'll show you what I cooked.
Oh, cooking. Gimme.
Yeah, I love cooking.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, how was your game?
It's perfect.
Perfect.
Perfect. What's happening? What have I missed?
Crown's getting food.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm working on the second floor of the dungeon, getting everything prepped. I was cooking a little bit with him, sort of adjusting some number values, as it were.
more HP.
In a way, yeah. I'll show you what I was cooking with. I was sort of following the book to make sure that I'm staying within guidelines, so to speak.
Can't wait for you to open
Pre-rolled
it.
stealth. Hell yeah.
Lord looks it open and just starts screaming.
What the fuck is this?
And I go, what? It's a plus 19 to damage. What is that's what the book said.
That's a wrong number.
Yes, I did pre-roll their stealth as the beginner box basically suggests to do so.
Yeah, I do that all the time. Pre-rolling is bread and butter in Pathfinder. You never want to give the players information if you can avoid it.
Yeah,
Butter.
it really does like set the moment where like there's two examples. It's either you walk into a room and then the DM rolls a bunch of dice and now your party's shitting their pants. Or the party walks into a room and the DM hasn't rolled anything except they roll once and it's an attack roll.
It's a DM tool for sure. I keep a physical dice. My players might be watching right now if they've come, but I kept a physical metal dice on my desk, and I was looking for it today because I didn't need it until today because we've been on hiatus over the New Year. But I grabbed my metal dice and I just did a couple of dice rolls, and all they could hear was it hitting the mat on the table. And I rolled it like 6 or 7 times. I only needed to roll it twice, but you know, I just took the first 2, and then the rest of them were for scaring.
So I have adjusted I've made an Ember Raider sharpshooter. I haven't done too much in terms of adjustment for them. I didn't touch their saves. So I think their saves are okay. But I attempted to make them a level 1 character instead of a level 0.
Mm.
So I've given them
You
a
want to give
16.
it 2 HP?
Yeah, well, I was looking at the number value sort of difference where like going up 2 levels, they get
15.
8 points.
Something like that.
Oh, sorry. 10 points. They get 10
Is
points.
it 10? Mm.
And it looks like their damage and everything, or like their plus to hit and everything goes up. So I was sort of like picking and choosing what to give them. So I gave them the higher plus to hit, but I kept their health low or lower. And I kept their AC low, so that way they can get hit more, but are scarier, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes it more punchy.
Especially because with what I was reading, you kind of don't want this guy to make multiple attacks. You want him to kite the party.
Yeah, I mean, typically with most, you'll see it, typically a monster will have an ability like Rend, which encourages attacking multiple times. If they don't have abilities like that, it's almost always better to just focus on quality over quantity.
Yeah, I figured you would do like one attack, they'd spend an action to reload, and then their third action would be to run or like hide behind cover or something like that. Something that gives them some advantage over the person trying to get into melee with them.
Yeah. And if somebody gets into melee, worst case scenario is they attempt to trip and then run away.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, it makes sense why they would have the hammer. So they could drop the crossbow, whip out the light hammer, and then shove you.
Pretty much, yeah. Create that distance, tax your action economy.
Yeah,
the only downside is such a low athletics check.
True. Yeah, they are kind of shitty in terms of their athletics, and they're also dwarves, which means they really need that distance.
Away. Yeah.
But that was just some of the sort of minor adjustments I did, like looking between the GM core and then what they get as an elite versus a normal creature.
Mm-hmm. That's good.
I also did some test rolls to sort of see what their damages would be, and I found that the average of like their crit was like around 12 or 14, and then their average damage is around 6. So to the fighter, the monk, the hunt, like the ranger and all that stuff, totally fine. The only person that's scary to is the druid with 13 hit points.
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing
got that tree ready?
That's basically been my test, is the person with the lowest hit points, how much he can withstand if an errant.
It's a very good test. It's a good test. We actually saw Protector Tree today. It came in clutch.
Oh, nice.
As always. It's a fantastic spell. Use it.
I've been seeing memes about it, which was kind of crazy. Like I'm seeing memes about a spell.
Yeah, we do love. A lot of our spells are quite memey. Some of them get more love than others. Protector Tree is one of those because kineticists have it, because druids get it, and it's such a good spell at all levels. I assume the memes were like frightening the tree and shit like that.
It was like never speak ill of Protector Tree or some shit like that.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, if there's a Protector Tree down every turn, nobody takes damage.
Nice.
It's just that good.
The when I give the elite variant a repeating crossbow,
action economy, that's why.
Jesus.
Plus, I think repeating crossbows are quite expensive from memory.
Yeah, but they're still a level 1 weapon.
That's true. I mean,
you
could do
15 gold.
And I mean, yeah, they get 5 bolts where they can reload as a free action, but then they have to reload the magazine, which takes all 3 actions.
It is quite taxing, but you don't ever reload the magazine in combat. You throw the weapon down and get a different one out. Like you could have 2 repeating crossbows fully loaded, fire them off, discard it, one action, get the other one out, bang, bang, bang.
Yeah, well, that's why you only give them 1 and 2 magazines, because they're enemies and not a player.
Correct. It would come out of the treasure, though, as a level 1 permanent item, if you were following the chart. I recommend just using lump sums, though.
The other monster that I have adjusted was the skeleton guard. I've sort of been playing around with them. I've given them a number of things. I've made them level 0 instead of level -1, which means they're now
Stays at HP.
They're a level lower. Hold on. The 14. So what I did is I shrunk their armor class down.
From 16 to 15.
Correct. And I've upped their hit points by 10. The reason I've done this is because they have to spend their entire first turn doing nothing but getting up. So they are prone, they are encased, and they have to move out of it. So their entire first round of combat isn't doing anything. It's breaking out of their coffin, standing up, and then walking to the party, which gives somebody like the monk, who is going to bypass their resistances, full authority over the combat. Same thing with the druid with their with some of their abilities as well. What I have done, as I gently steeple my fingers together,
Looks at tomb rust.
I have given them a poison.
Looks at languages.
Yeah, so I've given them Tomb Rust. So they have a 1d8 to their spear attack.
Mm-hmm. Sun's spear.
Correct. It's
Very nice.
it's a homebrew item.
I like it.
It's a little funky guy. It's a rusted sort of spear emblazoned with the sun on the end. And the Tomb Rust, because I didn't get to see it work at all, was we're just modifying the giant centipede poison
Oh, nice.
and slapping it on a different weapon.
This is the correct behavior from a GM. I didn't get to use my toy, so I'm going to rename it and put it in the next room.
I will see the poison work come
10
hell
out
or
of
high
10.
water.
You got to introduce it to them. You got to show them the mechanic.
Exactly.
Exactly. You're doing it for the players.
Thank you for validating me. Very much
Exactly.
appreciated. I also I don't know if this is true or not. I was watching the King Ulok or whatever his name was, that YouTuber.
7 minutes.
Yeah. And he was describing when a creature has skills, it's because they want you to use like actions correlating to that skill.
Correct.
So like this guy having athletics and acrobatics, I was like, does that mean they want me to trip and like tumble through with this guy?
Exactly.
All right. I went ahead and I added those. I figured that'd probably be what they'd want you to do, because it doesn't make much sense why a monster would make a map with a -2. Like, that just
never
feels pointless.
It's terrible. It is, yeah. Unless you have like a thematic reason for it. Let's say you're fighting a golem and a golem is programmed to just attack. If you have any ounce of brain cells, or if you're, I mean, a skeleton, maybe not, but it depends on the type of skeleton. If they're mindless, maybe they'll just get up and attack. But there's mindless skeletal mages that know how to cast magic tactically. So it's kind of up to GM's discretion.
Yeah, I kind of figured with that already being on the, like, not even me adding this, just something that already exists on them, that these guys have something left over, like some remnant that sort of keeps that tactical prowess. And it would be something that the party gets to see like on the second round of combat, if they don't explode. Like one of these monsters is going to be able to trip somebody or show off trip.
It occurs to me you swap the numbers round.
Yeah, because they have scimitars in their base form, and scimitars are dex weapons. So I just moved the strength and dex around.
Makes sense. And this is the cool part about Pathfinder, right? You moved the dex and the strength round, and you don't have to worry about changing the AC necessarily.
Yeah, it was great.
10 out of 10.
I went, well, I don't really want him to be very dexterous, because this is the fucking picture I'm using, and that does not look like a dexterous man to me.
So you took it away?
All right, let's give him as little as we can physically. Like, it all works out, baby.
That looks like one of my PCs.
Really?
I just looked at that and I went, costume.
And this is a lad right here.
That's a lad right there. You swap out that glaive for that sun spear. You swap out that sun spear for a giant mole full of skulls, and you've got costume right there.
Oh my god, that sounds awesome.
10 out of 10. He is awesome. Shout out to you, Bibax, if you're watching. But yeah, no, that skeleton guard looks perfect. It's great.
The only ones that I haven't...
crumble.
Oh, will crumble.
When it gets hit by the fighter, yeah.
Oh yeah,
Even with
trust
an HP
me.
like that.
Bro, every single time I rolled a crit for you, not a single fucking one of them survived.
Correct. I remember Costume's my fighter. The first time we went into the Abomination Vaults, he went up to the first enemy that he saw, crit them, dead. Second enemy, crit them, dead. Third enemy, crit them, dead. At that point, I had the rhythm. So when they took like a little cave to go under the ground and they followed it, and there was a river drake inside the cave, I was like, surely not. Surely not. One crit, dead. Killed the river drake, higher level than him, one hit.
Yeah.
50 damage, goodbye. It was
Yeah.
over.
I fear a fighter with a striking rune. Like, that fills me with dread.
Crowd pointing at the little goblin.
It's something
fucking
special.
I fear that thing.
You got to remember as well, they're gonna give the fighter the striking rune first before anybody
100%.
else.
100%.
So you is gonna be having a great time, I think.
Yeah, every single point of, I think the lowest crit that I rolled for them was like 14. Like all the other damage they were dealing was like 20, 24, 22.
Mm.
They were just exploding literally anything they got their hands on.
You can imagine you just like as they're running around murdering.
And then the fucking this smear on the ground.
The fucking entire room just gets splattered with gore.
Everybody sort of shell shocked for a moment, sort of recoiling.
That sounds to me like the perfect player heroic fantasy.
Oh, that's like straight up power fantasy moment.
Yep.
I was like, even with physical resistance 5, like piercing and slashing, your crit explodes this fucking thing. It ceases to be a person.
So, small, funny haha that just happened, completely unrelated. My one of my roommates has started working at Starbucks, and they've been asking the clan if what people might want when they get home. I went caramel macchiato, classic traditional safe drink, and I said with extra espresso, thinking like 1 espresso.
Oh God.
They just showed up. They rolled in. They went, knock, knock. Here you go. They went, you might want to store it because all the caramels at the bottom, or stir it. And also, there's 5 shots of espresso in that.
Holy shit.
I went, huh?
I'm sorry. I didn't want to be up tomorrow as well.
I take a sip and I feel goosebumps down my arm.
Nice. I like that your friend tried to kill you. That's pretty great.
They're like, we need more space. Fucking kill this guy. Make him shit his fucking organs out.
By the way, I didn't tell the barista to stop when she was just pumping espresso,
Said
by the way.
extra espresso, and I didn't know what that meant, so.
I just hit it until it ran out, so
It's
good
just
luck.
sitting here on my desk, like, I can feel the Geiger counter in my brain.
It's fucking
Fallout.
radiating this threatening aura. The other ones I've adjusted
Continue.
a little bit. I haven't given them all too much, really. The only thing that I did is I changed out because these guys are laborers. They basically escaped the Herngar. So they don't have spears, they have picks.
If they roll a nat 20, is Jova.
Well, I did. Funny you mentioned that. I was rolling some damage. And I went, oh. So let's just add the sneak attack. Just to see. Yeah, so that's 27 points. Oh my God. So it's
Pretty clean.
Years behind
If I was
final
hit,
moments.
if I was hit in the back by a pickaxe, I think I'd go down too. So I think it's only fair. It should be noted, a +6 on the attack if somebody has an AC. I mean, what's the average AC for the party? 18?
18.
So that's a 10 if they're off guard, which they should be. They're fighting multiple kobolds.
Does Pathfinder have the, like, if you take twice your maximum, you explode and die?
It does, yeah.
What's the
It has something very
maximum
similar. I'll double check.
kobold can do?
Theoretically speaking.
Yeah,
Just
I think that
asking for-
27 would have killed Aradin in one hit.
All right. Just check. Yeah.
So the rule is you instantly die if you ever take damage equal to or greater to double your maximum hit points in one blow. So it doesn't matter
equal
what your
to?
current hit points
Oh,
are.
God.
As long as it's equal or greater than double your max, you die instantly.
These kobolds can just fucking kill me. By the way.
Yeah, they basically bore a pick
a
into the
little
back of
holiday.
your skull.
I fucking,
Correct.
you know, when Preston gave me a huge death flag, this is it.
They literally pick your mind.
DM
Oh!
winking at the camera as he puts out a little cobalt with a pickaxe
He's just a little guy.
He's just a little
around
guy.
the corner.
And that's not
He's
even
like,
counting
"Hapaga."
the kobold chief that's with
Oh
them.
my God.
Have they also got a pick?
No, they have a little kobold blade that they have. A little
Mm,
curved
should have been a great
kobold
pick.
blade. A great
Gotta give him a great pick. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Fatal
Okay.
D12, just in case.
Well, I
Keep him
didn't
on the
want to.
ground.
I didn't want to give him too much because he already has spells.
The chief's like, hold him down.
Burn our mining equipment.
What? As they basically set up a mechanical drill on the side of your head.
Hold still.
This will hurt. But all of them, yeah, I guess maybe I might need to address. Maybe I give them broken spears.
Give him
Give it
broken
a-
spears and then just have the chief cast magic weapon on him or something.
Hmm.
Runic weapon, I should say.
What a. Might be good. I was thinking of lowering the fatal die from like a D10 to a D8.
If you want to keep it like not as strong, just make fatal into deadly. So fatal increases the damage dice of the weapon. You roll the crit and then you added whatever the fatal is afterwards.
Deadly. You
Deadly is
add after.
just the afterwards.
Yeah. Okay. I can do
Fatal
that.
is an upgraded version of deadly. Typically, if you see fatal on a weapon, you could have the exact same weapon with the deadly trait and one dice size higher. So like a D4 weapon with deadly D8. Or you would get, a D6 with deadly D8, like a rapier. Or you would have a D4 weapon with a fatal D8.
Okay.
So the regular damage goes down, but instead of deadly, you get fatal, is the pattern on the weapons.
Yeah, I could cook with that. So instead of fatal, we'll do a deadly D8 because that has a D6 base.
Yeah, pretty much.
We'll
You
go
get
with fatal. And Gucci. We'll roll a crit damage and see what that looks like. And probably get sneak attack as well because I imagine they will be flanking somebody. Yeah, instead of 27 points of damage, it's 15. Aridin, I'm sorry. No matter what I roll, you will be exploded with a critical hit.
They could recall knowledge on you and you'll fall unconscious.
Oh,
They go, Hataba, DM, what's his weakest save? And I go, con.
This question, and it just drops.
My food's here.
Oh, calorie.
Yeah, I don't think there's any, brother. I think the only thing that'll save you is Protector Tree. Honest to
yeah,
God.
that's fair.
Or
Well,
distance.
as long as I could cast it, I wink. We should be fine.
Hell yeah. And I mean, I don't, like, your party's been pretty good about keeping you in the back.
True.
They've also been, like, very keen on not letting things get close to you. So,
And I've been really appreciating that, you know.
yeah, like, they scared the
You-
web lurker. So,
You can also close pretty much any distance in a combat with sudden charge. So even if you got like flanked
yeah.
by additional enemies that were hiding or like something fell from the ceiling, you can almost always get back to you and hit it really quickly.
yeah, basically in the same turn, cover like 50 to 60 like feet of ground, which in some arenas is basically the whole fucking arena.
Yeah. And this is a cool part about Pathfinder 2. You're actively encouraged to use bigger maps because there's so many movement feats and so many different abilities and actions that you can get from feats that allow you to move as part of your actions. So you can cover a lot of ground very quickly. I mean, barbarians get an ability called like something sprint, where for 2 actions they get to stride 5 times.
Oh my God.
And if you do it for 3 actions, it becomes 8 or something like that.
How do, was that caravan getting away? The barbarian says,
No, it ain't.
sliding their weapon onto their back. Hold on.
Deep breath in and run.
Okay, anime ass moment. I'm gonna go eat my food, and then I'm probably gonna cook up or write up the little explanation for like the fire sentinel that's there in the room, in the hazard room on the 2nd floor, and then we'll move over to start working on some map stuff.
Very well.
I'm gonna go hydrate. I'll be back soon.
Okay. Just you and me now, chat. Am I ready for tomorrow? I was born ready. Oof. Chat, those 5 shots of espresso are starting to hit. I am alive.
I have returned.
Welcome.
Welcome. Welcome. Welcome. Any fans of the Shadow Court here?
The what?
Why? It's an enemy from Fable 2. What's happening tomorrow? Oh, the game. Derp.
You fool.
Ugh. What am I thinking? Are you ready?
I think so.
You'll do fine.
I'm sure nothing bad will happen to me with DM increasing the health and damage of creatures.
Smile.
That won't affect me personally,
I love, by the way,
specifically.
it took one session, and we are homebrewing everything now.
Absolutely.
I knew this would
He
happen.
can't help himself.
I'm all for it. I want to actively encourage this kind of behavior. This system is so good for specifically tweaking, but also homebrew. But it just doesn't get as much love as it needs.
Yep. It took one web lurker for him to go. It was just too easy.
The skeletons, they now have poison.
Why are my players? Why aren't they weeping?
This is a rusty weapon. You're going to get an infection.
You will get poisoned. So help me, God.
Yeah, until you get poisoned, every enemy you fight is going to have poison.
Yep. It won't be until someone finally gets poisoned that DM fucking leans back in his chair and goes, "Oh, finally."
Make a roll. What's that? You succeed. Make another.
Oh my God! It makes you. It forces you to do 2 fortitude saves. That's crazy.
Oh,
You did that to
misfortune.
3.
Roll twice, take the lower. This weapon deals 1d4. How do you say that word? Tinnitus? Tinnitus?
Oh yeah, tinnitus.
Is tinnitus the ringing in your ear?
Mm-hmm.
That's the one. So it's tetanus, that's it. Tetanus. Yeah, that was it, Mudkip. I've never had it, so I've not really had to say the word before.
Alright, weird flex.
It is what it is.
Kind of a weird flex.
Hey, listen, if saying you've never had
My ears?
tinnitus before, mine are not. I've got very, very small ears. I miss things all the time. Tetanus is one thing I also miss. Wiggles eyebrows. Hashtag flex. It's the thing you get from Rust.
Yeah, I hate that game too.
Yeah, I was about to make that same joke, you know? I was like, how do I phrase this?
I also
played
get
that game
tinnitus
once.
from Rust.
Right, I'm going to do a little bit of homework now and get ready for next session using the notes I've got. I will be here, but I won't be talking.
Okay.
Fades into hot tub.
He drowned. I'll be honest, guys. I thought he said fades into hot topic, which was a choice. The emo capybara.
With the Master Chief and the soda.
You put the Master Chief in the soda.
Master Chief and the soda.
We love that.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
My Chimkin, very good.
Good. It better be.
Well, hey,
Ah,
man.
Hello.
what's up, gamer?
It better be good. Saw, dude.
Saw that, dude.
Saw, dude.
Shaw.
Saw, dude.
Wingardium Leviosa.
It's not Leviosa, it's Leviosa.
It's Leviosa.
It's Leviosa.
This guy says he's gonna go AFK to work on homework. Comes back just to do
I came
that.
back for the meme.
Just for that.
Good man, good man.
Respectable.
You had a hot topic just to say that.
I'm glad that you surround yourself with these types of people, DM. It really shows how respectable of a person you are.
Thank you. I only keep the best company.
Oh, of course, of course. So what's everyone up to?
Making dungeon stuff.
Making dungeons.
How about you?
Me? I just woke up like 3 minutes ago.
Hell yeah.
I decided today, man, I don't want to get up on the usual time. I'm gonna stay in bed for 3 extra hours.
Nice.
Based.
Oh, it feels great getting sleep. Oh.
Getting good sleep so you can fight like a demon or a meat.
Oh, brother, you have no idea.
Go and fucking get that already. I've been saying I need to get it, and then I'm like, ah.
Do it. Do it. Do it and get 360 no scope by Godzilla from across the map.
Nice.
Dude, it's wild, bro.
Isn't
It's
Godzilla like
insane.
a player character? Like,
Okay, so like Godzilla, so like a portal will show up. Everyone's got to race to the portal. First person gets to it becomes Godzilla, and then everyone's got to fight Godzilla.
oh,
It's pretty wild because like I haven't gotten to the portal yet, but I've been so close. But like Godzilla has like this war where it can like detect people for a moment, and then like I've seen videos where people will just do it, and then he just fires off his heat ray into a building and just racks up like 12 fucking kills. Oh, it's so wild. And then like
that's pretty awesome.
it's got this thing where like whoever does the most damage to Godzilla, by the time you kill him, you get a medallion, and he does cool stuff.
Ah.
Yeah. I've been trying my best.
Could you theoretically keep Godzilla to the final circle?
I suppose theoretically, yes, you could.
If you're just that much of a gamer?
Yeah, I think so. Like, I think theoretically, yes, you could keep like you would just have to like be able to fucking just zone in and kill all the people
Lock
killing
the
you.
fuck in.
Yeah, but like, I don't see why you couldn't. I think theoretically, yes, you could. Like get a victory royale as Godzilla.
Boys, I know what we're doing today.
Yeah. I wonder if they have like a special like splash screen for it, because I know in the Doom season, if you won like as Doom, you got a victory von Doom.
Oh, that's
So I'm wondering if I wonder if they got one for Godzilla.
All right, now I need to pull up the second floor. Now we're getting into complex hazards. Okay. And find barracks. Repurpose barracks chamber in temple. Find the repurposed barracks. Firewatch. Own Ember Center. It is complex. That's right. Complex hazard created by Ember Raiders who serve as Vector case of case of case must watch is heated protecting the inner chambers receive it lies directly center of the chamber. Yes. It's demons.
Demons, people. They're fucking demons.
There's a difference between daemons and demons.
Yes, sir. So, daemons are specifically about the end of everything. Demons want you to stick around because they love sin. Daemons don't care about sin. They want you and everyone you know gone. That's the major difference. That and the planes of
Understood.
existence they come from are different.
That's crazy. They're kind of bastards.
What are some fire demons? Baylor is level 20. Surely that's what they
That's fine.
Actually, what am I doing? I can just do this.
What are you doing?
This. Fury. Great. Demon. I type in. Okay. Perfect. The Firewatch Sentinel or the Ember Sentinel contains the essence or soul of a Brimarak. It's a pretty neat looking demon. Basically the Kappa demon from Dark Souls.
Oh. The no cap demon.
This is what it looks like. It looks pretty cool.
No cap.
Oh wow, Goat Man.
So much like the Herngar do, they basically enslaved this guy. Slapped him inside of a Firewatch Sentinel.
Wow.
Owned. Can you believe this guy?
Brimarak. Lies directly in the center of the chamber and is possessed by a Brimarak, a high-level demon that the Ember Raiders enslaved. Use needs his dogs. True. Hello, Lord. What's up, brother? The party opportunity to roll a not that roll a perception check. Cover the active intel or triggering it. Da, da, da. Jason. Sentinel. Trap goes off. Trap is complex, which means it works like a monster. The heroes trigger the trap, use the perception result from before to determine their initiative. Use by activating the combat tracker, blah, 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 blah. Let me pull up the stats. Because things get a little quirky with it.
Charles get a little quirky at night.
That's right, he does have a hardness value, does have hit points. Each turn, the fountain uses one action. Roll a d10 and look up the result. A 9, it spins about, spraying half the room with water. Roll any die. If the result is even, it sprays the west half. Otherwise, it sprays the east half. This deals 2d6 bludgeoning damage each creature in that half of the room. Creature must attempt a reflex save. That's right. Okay. So there's no like guaranteed damage. I guess there is guaranteed damage because even if you succeed the roll, you still take half. If you fail, you take the total. I think if you crit fail, you take double. If you crit succeed, you take nothing. Alright. Mermaid fountain. That in there. Suffering Gob. Thank you very much for 8 months. Incredibly kind of you, brother. Thanks for sticking around for so goddamn long. And thank you, all of your lovely fan art. I appreciate you. Up. Embers Sentinel. I actually need to change this all. That I like to change the values. With fire. It is in fact spewing fire everywhere.
Fire.
Fireball.
Lots of fire. Oh, it also gets an attack. Oh, in case it needs to solo focus again. Interesting. But like, plasma. I do plasma damage. How do I apply napalm to my party?
What?
Huh?
Did I just hear that right? Did you say napalm?
Yeah.
What the
What's up?
I don't think we have a stat block for napalm.
Thank God.
I mean,
Isn't
it'd just be persistent damage. So
Yeah, really strong burning damage.
Persistent fire DC 20 recovery check. That's how I'd make napalm. I don't recommend it. I'll die. But
what you mean?
DC 20 flat check is a 5% chance to get rid of it.
Oh, so suddenly the leaf shrew is going to die from fire? Is that what you're telling me?
Maybe. I don't know the context. What's
The other-
spitting napalm?
Oh, I was considering the Sentinel spewing napalm at some point.
Oh, Christ. Okay.
Basically just hawk-tooing at some party member.
I hate that.
I mean, let me think. Let me ponder on that.
Ponder.
Because the way persistent damage works from a source is you wouldn't take it immediately, right? So if I hit you with the thing, I say it doesn't do any damage, but you are now taking persistent fire damage. You only take that damage at the end of your turn.
Correct.
Okay, so I light you on fire. As my action, I tua onto you, and now you're on fire. And then at the end of your turn, I have you roll your save. You fail, you take 2d6. I mean, that doesn't sound too crazy.
2d6.
That doesn't sound too crazy.
2d6 persistent.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you could be okay.
What if it did that? What if it did this? What if it did this? What if it was 2d6? It hawk 2 is on you, and then you
Just one person.
Yeah, just one person. It hits. Let's say it hits Aridin. Aridin's now on fire. They at the end of their turn, you take the damage and then you roll, or you roll and then you
Correct.
take the damage?
You take the damage first.
Okay, we roll 2d6. They take 7 points. Then they roll.
Average.
They fail. Instead of it being another 2d6 on the next turn, what if it became a 2d4?
We don't really have persistent damage that decreases itself. You could. It's very atypical. I think as long as you would allow them to stop, drop, and roll as like 2 actions and they go prone and as part of the process. And then they can attempt the recovery check again by doing that. I think you could get away with 2d6 on a person easy, because then it's up to them if they want to use their action economy to increase their chances of putting the fire out. It creates a puzzle instead of just trying to kill people.
Okay, but what if I throw in a fire spark trap?
All right.
What if it hawk
What's
2
that
is
do?
out a fire spark trap?
Thievery, 10 minutes, fire spark. What's that? Fire spark.
It's a one of your guys' low level hazards. You can either train DC 17 thievery to dispel or use dispel magic. And it resets after 10 minutes, but it has a reaction where if you enter the room explodes. And it forces all creatures to make a DC 16 reflex save or take 2d6 fire damage.
I mean, that's pretty chill. If only the first person entering the room detonates it. Would it hit everybody if only one person enters the room?
I think it only fills the room. Yeah, it fills
So
the
then it's only
chamber.
the first person, right?
That's a
You've
great
also got to
question.
consider, like, if getting close to the hazard, the main hazard, is what triggers it. If somebody sets foot into a room, detonates a fireball, are they more likely to take that second step? Or are they going to spend the next 5 minutes checking for traps, see the hazard in the room, and then change their opinion based on the fact that there is a hazard clearly in the center of the room. Because that's how I could see any player, any party doing it. They see the trap, it goes off. They're like, we're not falling for your tricks, GM. We're going to check for traps. They see the other trap directly behind the fire spark. And they're like, ha, we're not going to set that off. How do we not set that off? And then they'll go through the role play of trying to figure out how to disable the hazard. Now, if that's what you want, that's not bad. But it might be that they disable the hazard before you get to use it.
I mean, I kind of don't mind that.
That's good. That's a tutorial right there. They've seen a hazard go off with the fire spark. Then if they disable the Haktua, then they'll be, that they learn two things. What happens when you don't disable, and what happens when you do disable.
I learned how to beat DM with hammers when he calls it the Haktua.
Wait.
Haktua rolls
Wait.
initiative.
What's
The
up?
Ember Sentinel. That's it.
Why you sound so pressed?
I'm gonna beat you with hammers.
What's the matter?
I don't mind the trap. Just don't call it Haktua. I swear to God.
What to do?
Me making
I am the
a
GM.
hawk. Its name is Tua. It is now a Hawk Tua.
Listen, we get to make memes now. She robbed like people out of a gajillion points of damage or money. We're basically morally in the right, is what I'm saying.
Oh my God, true.
It's true. It's
We're the
factual.
good guys.
We're taking
We're
it
the
back.
good guys.
Taking back Haktua.
We're taking it back.
It's ours.
It's fair,
From
it's
who?
fair.
What was that? I fucking push you out of the way. Anyway, it's ours
He's
again,
never one of
boys. Rise up.
He was never one of us. He never believed.
No. You know what, guys? You're so right. In fact, I've got this crypto coin.
Oh, awesome, man.
Yeah, it
Dude, I
totally
love that.
represents what you love.
I love crypto. Yes.
Haktua coin.
Surely I won't get robbed with this one.
Bro. Hey man, Fartcoin's still up there, dog.
Yeah.
Not even joking. That's like the highest rated crypto right now.
You know what?
Fartcoin.
Maybe we should go back to a bartering system.
Apparently,
Just trade
shitcoin is
barter,
also
you
getting
barter.
up there now.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Just trade goods and services. You know, we don't need fiat currency and crypto, man. We can just trade like fucking skills and oh hey dude, I got these seashells, man. You know, I'll give you seashells for some
Seashells.
Yo, you
fucking
got
bread.
shell coin, dog? I'll buy it all.
I'm killing him. I'm killing him.
Oh, God. I'm investing in shell coin.
I hate the economy.
Kill that guy
I hate fiat currency.
Just screaming nonstop. Ew, why did you not change my picture? Why'd you do that?
We got you surrounded. Come buy digital currency.
I hate fiat currency. I hate fiat currency.
I hate it. I hate it.
It's the future.
No!
I
Me,
hate
when
the
I get
future,
my
man.
AI to trade fiat coin, you see?
No. This is what I wanted from the future.
Yes.
I wanted like cool shit, not that.
This isn't the cool cyberpunk dystopia with all the neon and robots. What the
Yeah,
hell?
and like the mantis blades, man, or like the Back to the
Please. Think about
Future
it by
with the
arm.
hoverboard, or Jaws 5.
Why can't I go psycho like David? Explain.
I want to go psycho like David. I want to be with David.
I have a manic episode disorder that can only be cured by a white-haired mommy GF.
Oh my god, Edge Runners was about Sizzle. Oh my god,
That's great. Yeah, man.
it was about Sizzle.
Sizzle was David
Yeah.
Martinez.
It was David
That's
Martinez.
right.
He fell in love with like a white-haired girl. Dude, Sizzle loves white-haired women.
Yo, we
Dude, it was
love
about
white-haired
Sizzle.
Me and no one else loves white-haired women. I'm the only
Yeah.
one.
Just you, man.
You're the only one I know.
Yeah, man.
No one else.
Yep. Name someone who likes white-haired women. I'll wait.
Go on.
Brown.
I look around. What?
Is this true? Is this true, Count? Is this true?
Yeah, I like bad bitches with white hair.
Kieran, probably.
That's a great question. Maybe she does.
Let's ask.
Bet she does.
Let's ask.
She
right
probably
now.
loves
They're in chat.
being white. She wants to be the white-haired woman, and then have
Mm.
like femboy to like.
Oh, true.
Yeah. You're the rapid type. Kieran, I have a question for you.
You don't understand. Our friendship depends on how you answer this question.
Because if they do, then Cyberpunk Edge Runner is also about Kieran, and it's also about Crown too.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
It's about all my friends.
Me, just like I like white-haired baddies too. Oh my god.
Look, my bet is Kieran would want to be Lucy, and then would probably try to peg David. Let's be real.
Dude, I love Ciri from Witcher. What are you talking about?
True.
I think she looks fucking awesome in the new game.
Oh,
Nah, dude.
mom.
Nah, they uglified her. She's fat now.
It's cold up north. What are you talking about?
Unironically, when that trailer dropped, someone said, "Dude, they uglified her.
Dude,
Made her
I'm
fat." And I'm like, "Dude, you're
Fat
stupid."
as fuck. If she's
You're
fat,
so
bro, fucking just kill me now. Like,
Motherfuckers got pelts on because it's chilly, and they're like,
Fat.
too much meat.
She looks like a man now. She's
I
ugly.
wish old Siri
That
who
reminds.
was like
Oh,
20.
have you guys seen Funhouse? Have you guys ever seen the YouTube channel Funhouse?
I believe I've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a bit that that one of the guys does where he's talking about like Disney princesses being too fat, and they're like rail thin. She's fat is what he fucking screams.
She's fat.
Ugh. I think Ciri
Alright.
looks great. I don't know anything
this-
about like actual Witcher lore, but I know she looks dope.
The only
I know
curious
like they
thing.
kill a griffin, right, or some shit like that.
That's basically what I've done like 4 times.
Same, dude. I've started Witcher 3 several times. I kill the griffin and then I stop playing.
That's the whole game. That's the whole
There's
game.
just so
John Witcher.
much stuff to do in that game, bro. It's overwhelming.
John Witcher. Man doesn't even meet the Bloody Baron. Doesn't even find Yennefer. Kills
Who?
fucking Griffith. Kills Griffith and then leaves.
Yes.
Yeah, I think
Nice.
that's my whole experience. No, my whole experience was meeting the Bloody Baron and then getting sidetracked by the races that were happening like 2 feet away, doing all of the races, winning all of them, and being like, I did it. I beat the whole game.
I did it.
Oh,
I got caught
okay.
up in Novigrad. There's a lot there.
This just in. Kieran confirms likes white-haired baddies.
Yeah,
Cyberpunk was about Kieran too. Oh my god.
that's crazy.
Jeez, who wasn't
Okay,
about
but
at this point?
does she like them or does she want to be them? That's a.
You know what?
very
Yeah, that's a good
important
follow-up.
distinction. Very important distinction. The difference between wanting a Dami Mommy and being the Dami Mommy, you know? Those are not necessarily inclusive.
That's fair. That's
You might
fair.
just
That's
wanna
a
be
fair
the only-
follow-up.
She might want to be the only white-haired woman in the room, you know?
In the world.
In the room. Maybe not the world. The room. He's like, I want to be that. Everyone else, get out of my way.
Out of the way.
It's like brats hating other brats, you know. They want to be the only brat.
Was Lucy a brat? Was Lucy a brat?
No. I'm thinking of why Momo hates Shadowheart.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. 100%.
Oh, I remember I remember Shadowheart. I can actually talk about that game now because I played it.
Oh, God, I
Momo
miss
gritting her
Fun.
teeth. There could be only one princess.
I missed like half of Funhouse. I just looked and saw Bruce Green in the fucking text chat, which is the bit I was talking about. I missed like half of Funhouse. It's a shame that like one of the dudes, I think it was like
Adam Kovic.
yeah, came out as like a giga sex pest. Was like
Oh,
Was like
Dude, he
hitting
was
on
my favorite
underage
till
girls
that
or
came
something.
out. I was like, fuck.
Yeah, it's such a fucking shame.
my
Your
heroes.
dreams shattered. It is what it is. Monster though, it is what it is.
Thankfully, Bruce
Damn
was always
shame.
my favorite. So easy dub.
Why are they so fat?
I love Shadowheart. Shadowheart's great. I found
Yeah.
my favorite moment was you make the situation worse by talking.
Yeah.
Yo.
If you literally shut up and listen, the problem solves itself. But because you're the main character, you feel the need to talk, which makes
You
I
have
think
to talk.
that also is dependent on your previous actions with Shadowheart, like your relation with her. If you haven't done shit with Shadowheart and you just plop her there, she'll.
Oh yeah, it's purely like if you're maxed out on your relationship when you do it, you get a very different outcome.
Yeah.
If you're rolling in and it's like, I put you in my party because it's your dungeon and I've not talked to you until now,
Correct.
you're gonna get a very different outcome.
Correct.
I just swapped her
Remember,
out
the only
every now
thing
and
that can
again.
defeat religious zealotry is horny.
Sure.
Keep that in mind, chat.
Is that the temple where you have to fight your own reflections and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where I stopped playing.
That's where I stopped playing too.
Yeah,
Really?
high five.
Jesus.
It just
Easy quit.
Jesus.
I
Easy
just stopped.
quit.
I stopped playing not because of like, oh, this is boring. It's just like, all right, I'll come back to this later. Have not been back to it.
Never come back.
That's exactly
The
the reason I
classic.
stopped. I was like, I'm going to stop here for now. Never
Studios player.
came
moment.
back.
I'll
Hey,
go
I
back to it
played-
eventually.
Act 3.
I played OG Sin 2 like 50 times. I speedrun that shit.
Dude. Man, I'll tell you how many times I've been to that fucking island in Divinity.
Dude, I can
Fort Joy.
sneeze and I'm out of
Oh,
Fort Joy.
Yeah. Like, bro, I know it like the back of my hand at this point. The sizzle. This just and the answer she gave was yes.
Understood.
That's so funny.
We talking about white-haired Dami or like white-haired femboy?
How do you ensure?
I am stereotyping Kieran, by the way. I'm trying to get her to say one answer, so
Admit it!
I knew it. Yeah.
Yes, man. I think yes is an acceptable answer. You can be both. You can be both.
You can't be a Dami femboy. Well, maybe you could.
Yes, you absolutely you
probably
can.
could.
Oh,
That's true.
Sizzle, you know so little.
You could hear the moment Sizzle backtracked, couldn't you?
It was the moment that
his
it made
eyes looked
sense
at the
in his
ceiling.
It took me 2 seconds to consider what I said and went,
Correct.
"Oh, never mind."
Yeah, your brain went,
Nice.
consider, and you went, oh. Oh.
You're
Yeah,
wrong.
that's very possible.
You're wrong, boy.
Look, I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong, okay?
That's hey, that's a
It was
respectful
a
trait.
quick,
in
it was
someone.
a very quick take back, okay?
It was a.
it was
oh, yeah, good
one
point.
of those moments where you
That's-
say something dumb like you forget a month of the year, and then you're like, oh, no.
Look at that, that's a
How do I-
respectable trait, man.
What comes after January again? Oh, yeah. No,
March.
February.
December.
How do I? Because we didn't do this trap at all.
Hmm,
We basically
Elric
fucking
of
ran
Melibene.
past it.
There's a fucking name
correct.
I haven't heard in a long time.
It is optional in the original beginner box. You can go around.
I feel like we did ourselves a disservice.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about it. I know a couple of streams back, you guys were talking about how I conned you out of your second level. Looking at you, Sizzle. But
What? I don't
technically
think I ever
speaking,
said those words, but all right.
I seem to remember the words "con" and "he" in a sentence. So, when you guys do the beginner box, I believe there I might be incorrect on this. I believe it's exactly 1,008 XP for the entire thing. So you
Interesting.
walk out at level 2, I believe.
See, the guide I was looking at was saying before you fight the horned juvenile, you are level 2.
It might be that the juvenile isn't included in that 1,000, but the chances of you getting to the juvenile before you hit level 2 is vastly higher than if you don't. Because you got to consider there's 2 routes to get there. There's the Zul'Gath route and the trapped route. One of those is getting avoided, typically, in a standard playthrough. So the chances of you being level 2 when you get there are quite low. Aside from that, I never run people at level 2 through the room because they have to learn the death and die mechanics. But that's just me.
So we work on.
I will teach you, Lore says, cracking his knuckles.
So I was right, is what you're saying.
You may have been correct, but, you know, in the canon of things, yeah, maybe you're right. But you did learn the death and die mechanics. I did the job correctly.
This is your canon event. You can't
Assignment
deny
complete.
it.
You can beat Gila, you know.
Well, I'm sure, if we're level 2.
If you were level 2, it'd be a lot easier.
Did we
But,
get her bloodied?
Oh, God.
Can't remember.
I don't think so. No. You just got her bloodied. And then that was it.
She fucking wiped.
Yeah, then she one-shot.
The problem.
Go on.
We didn't have the right class set up. We had a bunch of
No, that's not true. You were fine.
true.
No matter what you brought.
The minute
you'd have been...
she flew, we were extra boned.
That's true.
Well,
We needed a ranger.
Even a fighter.
No matter who you're playing, she would have done that. You know?
Well, even our ranger isn't a ranger. Like, he's a melee ranger.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you would need a ranged DPS to reliably kill her before she murdered the entire party.
I don't know about that. A ranged DPS would be the first person she'd target.
She did. It was me.
Yeah. And then you all died.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, because she basically one-shot you and then crit me. And then I also went down in the same turn. Like...
Dragons are smart. They go after the threats, and then after that, they clean up. So no matter what you would have done, the tutorial would have been taught.
Me gently putting my hand on Sizzle's shoulder. I'm sorry.
Now, hold on a minute. Hold on. You can't be like,
I'm sorry.
You can't, in the same sentence, go, she technically can be beat. However, she can't be beat.
Just roll 20s.
Oh, my God.
She can be beat.
Oh, I see. There's no tactics whatsoever.
That room.
I like how it still boils down to.
Nice.
This is a team game. He points at the dice.
brother.
This is the team.
You seem to misunderstand. This is the beginner
That's
box. It's
so
here to
funny.
teach you all the mechanics. That room is perfectly
I'm just
balanced.
saying, tell me, can she be beat or can't she be? Don't hit
She
me with
100%
the
can.
wishy-washy, she can be beat, but you couldn't beat her.
Out of the
Omega
3
level.
times that it's been ran by me, I've had two TPKs and 1 party where nobody went down and they beat Gila.
Nice. Did they have a ranger?
No, I think it was it was a bard, a champion,
Ooh, a bard, yeah.
a rogue melee, and who was the last one?
Here's the other thing. We didn't do any, like, special actions.
Kineticist. That was it.
Oh, that's why.
We didn't do any special actions when we fought Gila. Like, nobody
Nobody grabbed
demoralized, nobody grappled. Yeah,
Oh,
nobody
yeah.
did anything. Like, I remember my turn distinctly was I move, I do guiding bolt or whatever my, like, cantrip was, and then I spend an action to raise my shield. Like, that was my whole fucking shit. I could have done so much more as Kyra after the fact, like, once I realized how the game actually worked.
Mm-hmm. Plus, you got to consider, like, you need that room is there to apply everything you've learned so far. So you learn about the value of guerrilla tactics from the Abadar trap and from the when you walked into the room with the hazard and immediately left. You learned the value of creating space between you and the enemy. You learned the value of using the environment against your enemy when you were fighting the Zul'Gath. The difference is that the dragon had the advantage this time. And you did nothing to try and level the playing field. You just went in and thought, I'm going to win this, until you couldn't win this anymore, and then nobody ran and you all died. That's the difference.
We level the playing field.
So a good idea is to grab Gila. You had plenty of marshals with open hands who could have grabbed Gila. If she's grabbed, she can't fly. Yeah. If you see a dragon in a room, typically the first thing you should do is run out the room. and then think about what you want to do next, or run to a scenario, or that you want to run into a room that you have the advantage in. For example, the last room had a giant pit in it. You could have kited Gila to the pit and then thrown her in.
You can throw the dragon into the pit that can fly.
Flying's an action, not a reaction. She would have hit the ground. She would have had an opportunity to grab the edge, but then if she failed grabbing the edge, she would hit the ground, and if she did grab the edge, she has to climb back out, or use an action to fly out. There's a bunch of little things you could have done, but again, I'm not blaming anybody here. These are all pretty advanced tactics, and you're beginners. I knew you were going to go in there and drop like flies. That was the point.
I will say, Sizzle, the whole idea of like looking at a dragon and being like, it has wings, it shouldn't be able to fall. You can knock dragons out of the sky in 5th edition.
Well, I know I've never faced dragons in 5th edition, to be fair.
You've only done the dungeons.
Is it what?
Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, correct. No, we have never.
You've just been playing
dragons.
D this whole time.
Correct. D5e. I'm not even joking. We've never faced a dragon.
I know.
Because they just kill you.
What do you think I've been cooking up dragons?
Well,
I will be changing that
fucking
for
dragons.
SOT.
Speaking of which, have we seen the new Starfinder dragon, the Akashic dragon?
What?
I posted it somewhere, but the Akashic dragon has an I-beam. I'll go get a pic.
Neat.
The reason it's called the Akashic dragon is because there's this thing in Starfinder called the Akashic record. It's basically the internet, but it's magical. Spellcasters can tap into the Akashic record to learn things. And this dragon is part of that system. I'll put it into text chat.
It's an online dragon.
It's an internet dragon.
Nice.
It's a Wi-Fi dragon.
Oh, that one. Yeah. I think you posted
Yeah.
it in Hangout.
Yeah, probably. I wanted as many people to see it as possible.
Because I remember, I think Legion made a comment.
I was like, everyone, look, it's cool.
It does look super dope. I just love the idea of it poking at you and being like, why aren't you in incognito?
I followed your cookies here.
I know all of your search history.
Oh, yeah. Every sin you've committed, his damage goes up a dice.
Oh my god.
Well,
Stop
Clear
looking at
this.
bad dragon.
You wanted a bad dragon, now I'm here.
Oh! I like the little like holograms all around him. That looks really neat.
That's all Akashic stuff. Yeah. Starfinder's crazy. You can get dark vision for 15 silver in Starfinder.
Like little augmented eyeballs or
I think it's just like some sunglasses that you put on that
Oh,
give you dark
okay.
vision. Some shit like that.
I like the what gun is that?
That's like plasma pistols and something like that.
It is armor.
The Solarian is fucking dope in Starfinder. The little cat boy on the bottom right.
Oh, I thought that was a bug.
Yeah, that cat boy is dope. Absolutely fantastic.
What's he like pulling at? What is that?
So Solarians have the ability over. They sort of control gravity and black holes and things like that.
Holy shit.
But they switch between two modes. One is like a blazing sun, and the other is a collapsed star. So they switch from light to dark, light to dark. And when they're in light mode, they can fly around, do massive explosions. And when they're in dark mode, they can pull creatures to the ground and control gravity. Very,
Oh,
very
nice.
cool. And that's the iconic Solarian, who I have forgotten the name of. I'll see if I can find a better picture of him. Their name is Day. Spelled D-A-E.
Dayman.
Oh. Master of the Black Hole. Oh. There you go. That's Day.
Oh.
Holy shit. Very different aura from like
The vibes are immaculate.
Yeah, that's like so. That dude stanced up.
Oh my god.
I think they're an influencer, if I remember right.
Oh, Concord.
Huh?
He's a Concord character.
That's a Concord character?
No, I'm just fucking with you. He looks
Oh,
like
I was
one.
about to say, like, dude, where was this guy, dude? Dude, maybe that game would have fucking survived if this motherfucker was there.
Kind of drippy with it.
I know, right?
I like the crop top that he's wearing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What a
It's
laugh.
the finger thing too, where it's just, just fucking. He's
Yeah,
like, you need a
they're-
light.
That ancestry is Patra.
Huh?
Yeah, that's the space cat, essentially.
That's a cab. That's just a cab, bro.
But we have different
That's-
flavor of catfolk in
That's
Pathfinder and Starfinder.
no, that's the cat that like lives in my neighborhood, bro. Like I saw him the other day. Like
I see him down the road.
I see him down the road. He was like, "Hey kid, you want to smoke?" And I'm
Alright,
like,
where's
"Sorry,
the-
You want
dude."
to smoke?
Show me the naked Siamese BBEG.
Oh,
You know
what?
it exists.
Huh?
You know.
Beerus?
It's here somewhere.
A beer.
Beerus.
Beerus. Show me the Beerus.
Weiss, I'm dripped the fuck up. Weiss.
Show you Skidamanders too when I get the opportunity.
Yeah, there he is. Weiss, I'm gonna hit the Macarena.
If you're a fan of Lilo and Stitch, in Starfinder you get to play as Stitch.
Oh my god.
Word? Oh, dude, that'd be awesome. I'd love to be a murder hobo.
Yeah, let me show you the Skidamancer, or the Skidamander. These are like the halflings of space, I suppose. Yeah.
Oh my god, that
Okay.
is just
my
Stitch.
God.
That's just Stitch.
Yeah,
That's Stitch and Rocket Raccoon mixed in the one.
honestly.
You may notice 6 arms. They can carry 6 hands worth of stuff.
Oh
at
my God.
once.
Sounds.
Imagine all the
incredibly powerful.
swords.
Yeah, they can have 3 great swords if they want,
That's awesome.
and hold all 3 at the same time.
Oh,
There's one in the playtest material that we got. I'll find it. It's very cute.
Ohana means family. Crit attack.
Ohana
Crit
means
attack.
crit.
Crit attack.
Ohana means body count.
Yeah.
No one gets left to survive.
Can I be like a big shark man like Jumbo from Lilo and Stitch? Just a gargantuan shark man.
I mean, maybe. I
Oh
don't
my
think
god,
they've
what
made
is
yet.
that?
Oh,
That's- That is
what
the
that?
Skidamancer from the playtest.
Ew.
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 I love the ring
Get it
pop.
away from me.
Yeah, there's a bunch of Starfinder ancestries that we haven't got in Pathfinder yet. There's even a heritage called the Prismeni, which is any of the ancestries but cyborg.
Oh,
Okay, that's kind of. I like robots.
That's kinda dope.
Mm-hmm.
I want to play.
Like that.
I want to play Captain Jod from Treasure Planet.
Yeah, that would be a Prismeni. And you can like
Few things.
recharge any energy guns that you have. You can recharge them as a Prismeni just by having them in your hand.
You give up a few things.
Wireless charge them.
Chasing.
Yeah.
them.
Anyway, that's enough shilling out Starfinder. You can enjoy that when it comes out.
what do you
One
do
necromancer.
if the party doesn't have thievery?
What do you do?
What do you
You
do
take the chest with
Great
you.
if the party
question.
doesn't have thievery?
You put the
Right.
chest on a cart and you take it to someone who has.
In the dungeon, the trap requires you to use thievery to disarm it.
Then you don't disarm it. You break it.
I see. Who could, in theory, break this thing? Because it has a
You,
hardness of.
probably.
You hold you up.
It's you. The only downside is that object immunities typically include critical hits. So you have to get past the hardness without a critical hit. So having a raising weapon, a weapon with a raising trait is fantastic. Because then you can ignore some of the hardness.
I want you to know you're going to be facing this
Nothing.
problem, and by you I mean both you and the kobold and the party.
Mhm.
We're going to be facing this problem a lot because they're all fighters. Basically.
Humans at level 3 can take untrained, this might be a general thing actually, untrained improvisation. That allows you to make thievery checks as though you had the trained proficiency with a -2. Effectively, you just get your level to the check. That's okay. Not great, though.
We have,
The short answer is have someone with the training.
we have no cleric, so no religion. We have no thievery. We have
Yeah.
no crafting. We have barely any recall knowledge ability.
You don't have any recall knowledge, dude. You've got nature. That's it.
Yeah.
I think the only thing that I would suggest is
What is-
look at the party comp. Have they got no way of dealing with thievery checks? Then don't put as many thievery checks in front of them. That's my advice. If that's not
Not a
the
lot.
fantasy
And
they
then we
want,
Feel bad.
yeah, make them suffer. If that's not the fantasy they're looking for, if they just want to either murder hobo or just have a bunch of himbos run through dungeons, let them do that. Don't put a bunch of thievery checks in front of them, or if you do, make the DCs quite low.
We're
Or
going to be great
do it anyway.
at exploration because we have a druid and a ranger.
If you do it anyway, like make a chest with a lock on it, give them the opportunity to force open, instead of picking the lock, just break it open.
How do you do that for the mermaid fountain?
Uh-oh.
Well, that is an interesting dynamic. You could just add, where it says disable, you could just add an athletics check as well. Athletics to pull it open and rip out the gears.
The party learns the value of a road by not having one.
A lot of hazards don't just get disabled by thievery, but typically thievery is the way to go because it'll be on all the stat blocks, whereas not every problem can be solved by ripping the gears out.
Okay, so I think... Alright, so instead of thievery, I'm going to make it athletics, but I'm also going to add a clause that they could potentially talk the trap down.
Talk
Please
to
don't
the
kill
spirit inside.
It is possessed by a demon. So they might with... I'm gonna see.
That DC is probably going to be quite... talking down a demon.
Please don't kill me, Mr. Demon Lord.
Mr. Demon, we'll let you out if you stab.
I'm thinking... Fuck yeah, you're right. Here's my idea. It was DC 20s for the athletics to basically wrench the valve closed.
That's a
And
good idea.
I was thinking, I guess, let me look at the DC table.
You probably don't just want one check either. If you could have it where you make a thievery check to disable the electronics or what have you, and then it's just one check and then it stops. Or you could have it be 3 athletics checks to turn the 3 valves on the machine.
So I was going to do an athletics check per valve, but you need to spend 2 actions.
I think disable a device is always 2 actions.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. DC's by level. Oh.
Was it 16?
Yeah, but
15? Yeah.
the DC for the mermaid trap is 20.
Well, what level is the mermaid trap?
3.
So level 3 is 18, so it's a hard check. Because it's got a modifier of +2.
Yeah, I see. What if...
And if I remember, you got to do 3 on that trap.
Yes. You would have to do 4 for this one.
Nice.
Because it's not broken. What if I made the diplomacy check a DC? No, that'd be too much. They'd have to roll a 19. Because I think
Does you have diplomacy, or is it just deception and intimidation?
You has deception.
Just deception.
Just athletics, deception, society, survival, stealth. Arendelle would be the talker. Arendelle has diplomacy, deception, performance.
I think the bear had intimidation, right?
Yeah.
You could intimidate the demon. Coerce
a baby
the demon.
bear?
Yeah, but it'd be like the
I
whole
think the
party.
baby
It's just that the
bear-
bear makes the roll.
Hold on, let me roll the damage against Baby Bear real quick.
Just baby bear explodes.
Baby Bear's nearly bloodied from one hit.
Me when I successfully intimidate the Lich as a barbarian and its responses to power would kill me out of fear.
I mean, diplomacy could work. If it's a Brimarak, you could just say, you know, the Brimarak speaks to them and says, "Give me my sword so I may break free." And then you're like, okay. And you go and look for the longsword. Any longsword will do, because the second a Brimarak touches it, it becomes Hellforged. Or whatever. I don't know what the demon equivalent of Hellforged is, but it lights on fire the second a Brimarak's holding it. So basically, you need to get the Brimarak a weapon. If you give the Brimarak a weapon, he breaks out and kills you all. But if you
Give a mouse a cookie.
Fucking explodes under the trap. Thank you, pussies. Fucking explodes. Explodes you.
Guys, I don't want to like presume or anything, but I think we may have caused a bigger problem.
Correct.
If that isn't the
Even
adventure fucking lifestyle.
Even weaker Brimarak's level 4. Which is like fighting Gila.
I think we caused a bigger problem for the village than if we had just never come down here.
I think a Brimarak would be worse than Gila, because they do more damage.
So here's the, I mean, it's the Indiana Jones moment where you realize had he literally just stayed home and done nothing, the Nazis would have opened the Ark and killed themselves way sooner. But he's out here like basically making the situation 1,000 times worse by being there and nearly getting himself killed. So yeah, I mean, that's literally just adventures in a nutshell.
Correct.
We do some good.
Holy shit, you're right.
Yeah, dude.
Wow, he literally just had to not do anything and the problem would have solved itself.
Correct. Had he literally just stayed home, the Nazis would have opened the Ark way sooner and they'd have exploded themselves way sooner, thus saving everybody the problem. That's the great question.
No
There's literally no point.
Man.
He's mind blown.
I never even thought about that till now.
Yeah, man. They rectify that in the other movies because they start putting like his loved ones at risk and stuff like that. But literally the first Indiana Jones movie, had he just fucking stayed home, nothing would have happened.
Bro, the Nazi party constantly taking L's as always. Jesus Christ.
I imagine a
Need to go
lot more
rewatch
would
that
have
movie.
died too. They basically like, it was basically like a curated group that got to open the Ark. I imagine they just opened that shit as soon as they found it. A lot more people would have died.
Oh yeah, there would have been a lot more leadership there too, dude. Yeah,
Yeah.
you just wiped out the.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Correct.
Yeesh. Kind of an L.
Way to go, Indiana
Jesus.
Jones. You fucked up. You idiot.
You ruined everything,
Indiana
Fucking
bozo.
smart guy you are.
man.
I hate this guy.
Remember. Yeah, I'm gonna have the statue taunt the party because it's probably gonna relish that it's burning them alive. Which is gonna give them an opportunity to talk.
Smashed up.
They didn't mention doing it in front of Hitler as well. Way to go, Indiana! You fucking
Whoops.
dumbass.
Whoopsie daisy.
Instead, you got him to open it in some fucking crevasse. Nobody else was there. You nearly got yourself killed, you moron.
Idiot.
Idiot. Idiot. Prevent a
boss.
mass casualty incident.
Hey,
What?
Hey, boss.
What's up?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah. You're asking what now?
That's a good point. Moverin, right?
Yeah.
They do the tadpole thing to get more Moverin.
I haven't figured out if they do tadpole stuff yet.
I was about to ask. In Atis, are tadpoles the same thing? Wherein if you basically let it fester by itself, does it grow into something else?
What do you mean?
Isn't there like a thing wherein if a tadpole doesn't get a host, it becomes bigger in like its little pool of tadpoles, right?
I think
It
that's
becomes a different creature.
I think that's a genetic mutation. I don't think that's all tadpoles.
Okay.
I thought that was only tadpoles that basically got like fucked up.
Okay.
I forget what it's even called.
Or are tadpoles, are they technically Moveran, or are they like like the face huggers, right? They're technically not xenomorph, they're face huggers.
Yeah.
Oh, they're their own thing. Okay.
Oh wait, what? Oh, sorry. I thought you were asking me, are the face huggers their own thing? What are you asking me?
Yeah, like the tadpoles. Like, are they like face huggers wherein a face hugger isn't necessarily a xenomorph? It's like a face hugger, right?
It's
Like it
not a
needs to
xenomorph. I thought
like
that was
it,
like the
like it
first
does.
stage of xenomorph.
No, like they implant the embryo, right? So they're technically not a xenomorph. Like if you left a face hugger to just by itself without a host to infect, right? It just stays a face hugger. It doesn't magically, metamorphosize into a xenomorph, right? So by that
If I'm reading
metric,
this right, the face huggers are part of like the genome. Like they are
mm,
the creation of the queen,
yes,
and then from them they implant like whatever like that material into another like a host. They
yeah,
basically just
like
have
the
like a
thing. But
super ass backwards evolution, but they are considered a xenomorph.
yeah, but I was asking in the sense that if a like if a tadpole doesn't find a host, it just stays as a tadpole. Does it like eventually grow up to become like a squid, or is it like just a tadpole forever?
I think it's a tadpole forever.
And is that tadpole like considered a baby, or if you left it alone to like for years, does it grow up to be something else, or is the tadpole basically just it? It doesn't grow or get older.
The larval illithids engaged in cannibalism until the survivor became a gargantuan. I mean, I guess you're technically right. Neothelids were extremely rare creatures, so called as they were illithid tadpoles who had undergone neoteny. Or neoteny? Neoteny? It typically appeared once a mind flayer society was destroyed and the tadpole tank left unsupervised. The larva illithids engaged in cannibalism until the last survivor was a gargantuan leviathan loathed by all, especially the mind flayers themselves.
Yeah, see, so it's technically not a mind flayer, right?
It is a mind flayer.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's a larval illithid. It's a baby mind flayer. They basically just became this fucked up mutation because they didn't have a host.
Is it sentient like a mind flayer, or is it dumb?
Let's see.
In Pathfinder, they got a +8 int,
So they're smart, they're
and
conscious.
they're spellcasters. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Oh,
It is. This one is not smart. This one is in 5th edition. They are feral. They have a 3 in. And they have magic resistance. However, it has creature sense, which means if you have an int of 4 or higher, within a mile of this creature, it knows where you're at.
Oh. So it's like a intellect devourer
I wonder if I could
on
have
steroids.
them fight this.
Fight this.
What?
Maybe I'll have
It's
them
level
fight
15
this.
in Dewey. I wouldn't use ours.
No. I'd make my own basically for 5th edition.
I bring it up because I bring this notion up because I was thinking if do the mind players of Aethys, right? Do they let some like some tadpoles grow, or is it like regular mind player wherein they monitor it and they keep that shit under wraps so that they don't have a like that big tadpole that basically devoured the other tadpoles.
Yeah, I don't think they'd want that, honestly. And that sounds like if you're cultivating that, it sounds very bad. I mean, there might be a faction out there that's all about making this shit, but that's a probably very small group and probably reviled and hated by everybody. Like no allies type shit.
Okay, so I bring this up because so the Krang, right? From Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
The fucking what?
The Krang.
No, I don't know anything about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Oh, okay. Well, one second.
What the
They're
fuck
like
is
little
the
heads
Krang?
they're like little heads in jars, bro.
Okay, that's the original design. Wait, I'll bring up the Rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle designs. One second.
V Haunted, for some chatter, welcome. Basically an Illithid's version of a purple worm. Imagine if it fucking absorbed some purple worm.
Imagine.
I think what I'll do for the second floor of the dungeon that I'm working on, ooh, what if I just have like a massive pit, like where the Elder Brain would be, and it's basically been like overrun.
I sent the Krang designs, boss man, for your perusal.
Okay, they'd look way fucking cooler if they didn't have some goofy ass face in their abdomen.
Oh, I was about to say no. That the face and the abdomen is the Krang. That big metal skeleton is basically their mech suit.
That sucks.
Because I was about to say, what if if a tadpole gets to grow and actually develop, it goes, mech suit time.
I mean, I feel like that's kind of pointless. I think they would. I don't think they would let a tadpole grow for that long.
Oh, okay.
I mean, again, the Krang, like, if you took out the abdomen part, the Krang would look super fucking cool. It's literally that goofy ass face that like ruins it so much.
No, that's the
minus
point.
100 aura, literally negative aura.
Okay, there should be like a community watch along of this specific version of the Krang. It's really good. I swear. One of these days. They make it work. You just gotta see it to see,
Sure.
it works. Yeah, my God, it works.
No, dude, it works. Trust me, you gotta watch this very specific version of it, I swear.
Whoa, Raiders! Ruinous Path, welcome. Thank you very much for the raid. Thank you for trusting me with your community. You have caught me in the middle of a discussion currently about illithids and mind flayers in my setting, as well as setting up the second floor of our beginner box dungeon for Pathfinder. Hopefully you guys had a good stream. Thank you, mods, for the shout out. Okay. Had a talk with a red dragon. Holy shit. That's pretty awesome. How did that go? Most red dragons I know are very egotistical. And generally don't like being talked to. I gave a few creatures some piercings.
Oh,
Also, boss man, I sent you what they originally looked like in the original cartoon.
Very nerve-wracking. Bruh. They look... I mean, that looks goofy as hell. I don't like that one at all.
Yeah, the original, right? But the new one, though.
The new one looks great if it didn't have the goofy-ass face in its
Ugh.
abdomen.
Why? Why don't you like the tummy face?
Because it looks dumb. It literally, like, ruins the whole aesthetic.
No, it does not.
Yes, it does.
no,
You don't understand.
I don't. I
You
don't.
gotta
It looks
see
way
it to
cool. Like,
believe it.
if I have the picture like half open, so that way I don't see the fucking goofy ass face on the bottom, he looks way cooler. And then I scroll down and I see him fucking hatapatagapa face in the abdomen, ruined.
Bro,
Wow.
you're just a hater. You're just a hater. You don't understand.
I am a hater. I am a
don't
1,000% I am a
Look,
hater.
You don't know shit about turtle power, right? You wouldn't understand.
I don't. I
You're
don't
not
know
a-
anything
You're
about
not
the
a
fucking
You're
turtle
not a
power.
hero and a half shell.
I don't know what that means.
You're just some bear.
Oh, sure,
just
with the
some-
face
you're
in
just
the,
some-
in the torso,
just-
it's ew, but when it's just a giant maw.
Yeah, like bro, you're just some
What's the giant maw?
fucking
Bucks.
villain of the, the giant maw. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know if you wanna
What's up?
fuck that one, the giant maw, man. I'm
What
not
you
sure
mean?
about that one, man.
Would. Why is my lawyer telling me to not answer that question?
Maybe you shouldn't say that without lying. Like scaring the hose off. You're scaring the hose off.
they call him the Maw Daddy.
Maw daddy. So gang, my fellow Fortniters who are in chat with me right now, you can win as Godzilla.
Oh, you can?
win as Godzilla. Yes, it is a thing that's possible.
Nice.
I just watched a clip of a guy, and he looked towards like a pagoda, a nice constructed pagoda. He heat rated it, killed everyone inside, and got a victory for it.
That's awesome.
We have our goal. We have our
Hell
mission.
yeah, we have our goal. I'm ready. I might put some work into this dungeon and then go fight like a demon because I haven't done anything other than work on maps for like the last week. So
Yeah, gang.
DM, where's the giant blood pool? I specifically sent you that in Path of Exile. Where is it?
brother, this is the first floor.
Where's the juice factory?
Well, technically, this is the second floor.
Where's
this is the lower
pomegranate,
platform.
Pool?
Where's the break room?
Where's the big red juice?
Yeah, okay, I get it. All right, I get it.
where the group goes, that's not blood, and then one of them tastes it and goes, guys, that's blood.
There's no way there's a comical amount of blood here,
It's,
gentlemen.
you're not gonna believe it.
There is a comical amount of blood here. I know the room contains the location where the elder brain
Elmer.
be used to reside. The giga worm that now lives in the lower floor.
Oh yeah, about Mind Flayer and Elder Brain anatomy. You know that. So the Elder Brain has tentacles, right?
A suspicious question.
That is a very suspicious question. Let me actually look it up.
Please, there is no such question here.
There's
Please,
always
man, I
suspicion
just
over
gotta
there.
know for one reason. No, I won't say it, but I just gotta know.
Yeah, they have tentacles. I
Okay.
squint
So,
my eyes. Why?
okay, so if you cut off a tentacle, does it become like a neolithid?
No.
Does it? Oh, okay.
Neolithids are born specifically from larva cannibalism.
But what if they did produce like some sort of
What if they did?
you know,
You know how you said
what if
no, but what if yes?
yeah. What if there's like some other
What if
entity
I
that comes out of
ignored
it?
your answer and suggested the same thing I
different-
just asked?
No, a different neolithid, right? You cut off the tentacle and
Better one.
like how a lizard, they have the ability to like detach one of their tails to like wriggle
Yeah, what
around
if
as a
worm?
distraction. Yeah.
What if cut in half and it make new flare?
Two worms. Yes.
Oh my god, 2 worms. Insane.
What if?
No.
Oh. Okay.
The reason being is because of how the proto-brains aren't as fleshy as 5th edition proto-brains are.
Oh, different proto brain. Okay.
Yeah, our proto-brains are pretty mechanical, as it were.
How about robotic worm? It wriggles around.
What about
Like-
mechanical worm? What about
Exterior mechanic stuff, right? And the inside of it, meaty, fleshy tube inside.
GM, if I split an iPad, will it become 2 iPads?
And why is your answer
If
yes?
it's a mind. Why is your answer yes? Have you considered? Consider harder.
Explore the possibilities. Explore the possibilities.
Say yes. Say yes now.
Please. I beg of thee. I just split my iPad in half.
Please make it so. I beg you, please. Elder Brain Chamber.
Another question.
What it
So-
is.
So this is completely unrelated now. I've moved on from Elder Brain
As
talk.
per usual.
So when after Bahamut destroyed, Porolin, right?
Oh my god, Whiplash. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Like after Bahamut destroyed Porolin from Girasa, right?
Uh-huh.
And has smoted Tiro.
Smoked it.
Yeah. Did Hrasvelgar stay with Lofar during the reclamation campaign for
Yeah.
Tyros, or oh, okay. So they were in it. Okay, gotcha. They didn't like fuck off after Dad left.
No.
Okay.
That was a bond between Lothar and Hraesvalkr.
Okay. Were Lofar and Tyro close? Were they friends at least?
Were they gay?
I did not say that.
But consider.
No.
Yeah, I would consider them friends. I mean, Lothar literally named the continent after him. So
Did he not feel umbrage about, Bahamut basically going die after Tyro was like, I kill you and stuff?
you mean after Bahamut defended himself is what you're asking?
Or okay. I guess
Because it wasn't Bahamut going, "Oh, you want to kill me?" Blah, fucking explodes him. It was Tyro literally being like, "I'll kill you, foul beast," and Bahamut's like, "You don't have to do that." And then Tyro literally swang or his fucking weapon, Hrunging and
I like swang.
fucking whatever this other one is. Basically hit the shit out of Bahamut. Bahamut went, "You can stop now," and he went, I want you dead.
okay, when that happened, right? Was there not like a short period wherein Lofar noticed like, oh fuck, Tiro's about to do something he can't, you know, get like, move back from, like point of no return stuff. Did they try to stop Tiro? Was he blindsided?
Did
Could
he
there have been
try to stop? Yeah, I mean, you can only do so much when somebody's in a rage like that.
no like stop like try to kill Tiro? Like like Tiro
Oh, did
basically like swats
Lothar
him
try
away.
to?
Yeah, like when because you're basically indebted to Bahamut, you're like one of his quote unquote saints, right? One of his chosen. So intercept the fight. Tiro basically swats him away to go after Bahamut.
What are you asking for? How much angst? Is this just a question of how much angst happened? Is that what this is?
No. I'm just asking, like, if actually, if initially it was about Rosvelger and Lopar,
I
but then my
mean,
mind was like, oh,
if you wanted to get angsty, you want to be angsty about it. I mean, that
I
could
wouldn't
have
say
been
no.
the tipping point. Was Velgar gets in between Tiro and Bahamut, and Tiro takes out one of Frost Velgar's eyes, and that's why he's missing an eye. That's when Bahamut goes, "Oh, yeah, never mind. You got it." I see, and that's when he, blasts Tiro into oblivion.
I also asked so that to basically build up Tiro's mythology. Like he took down Lopar, he took down Rosvelger, then he basically dented Bahamut. It's like stacks on the thing. They defeated like the chosen man, and then the son of Bahamut, and then Bahamut himself. Like mythologizing his character to like every onlooker.
Oh,
What
like
if
he
Tiro's-
fucking just wiped the floor with everybody?
Yeah, technically, yeah. It's like it builds up his Herculean feats.
I feel like
Like
that's unnecessary because he already landed a blow on Bahamut, which is like unheard of, basically. Like that's a wound that Bahamut still bears to this day.
okay.
Yeah, what if the blood of Bahamut once poured upon Tyros and his rage turned him into Nidhogg? Did you think about that one? Did you think about that one? Have you considered? No? Consider harder. I have this quirked up white boy that I'd like to posit as a dragoon.
Also, I brought this up before, right? But do gods practice this whole process of turning certain individuals into their saints, like bringing them into their fold, out of fear of them, like rising higher than their station?
Oh, like afraid that they'll become inheritors, so they make them saints?
Yeah, like Tiro, right? Like Tiro became an inheritor, right? Because they smote Bahamut. But if some other god were to like has a what it goes precognition and saw that this was about to happen, he was like, "Hey, I'll bring you into my service to prevent the birth of like a potential inheritor."
I don't think so because the god of fate does not intervene. So he's very much like let things run their course.
Okay. But there has been no case of like a god having a follower, right? And seeing the trajectory of that follower, like he's like building up power, building up renown, building up faith from followers. Like the faith for that god is being transferred to that follower. They're like, hey man, oh you're getting too big. I'm gonna keep you at a certain level now.
I wouldn't say it's ever been like that, because you got to remember, people revere saints and worship gods. So even if you are worshiping a saint, you're still technically giving power to a god.
Well, not as a saint, as a when they were still like some sort of champion before they died and became saints.
Hmm. There might be a god out there who's done something like that. Like Athun strikes me as the type of god to do something like that. Basically, push you into her service to keep you from achieving godhood type shit. But also, as it stands currently, a lot of the Aranar assume that if the Allfather was there, he would make Tiro an actual Aranar and no longer an inheritor.
Yeah. What if we just stole completely from Final Fantasy, and Tiro slaughtered a great worm called Nidhogg and took his eyes as trophies and empowered him, but also drove him to the rage that eventually led to him stabbing Bahamut.
Well, the idea
Yeah, what if it
was
just
that
Final Fantasy. I wipe away the thin veneer.
the
I
idea
point
was that
at
he
the
did
title
it
Dawn
of his
Sword.
own accord without any like supernatural influence.
Yeah.
Just to
but
show,
I
like,
was,
just
yeah.
sort of show like that human spirit type shit. However, if you want to introduce Nidhogg as being spiteful or vengeful for his brother losing his eye, and it's basically made it his life's mission to destroy the followers of Tiro, and eye for an eye.
I see. So wait, how would Hraesvelgir lose an eye?
Well, it'd be like you said, him basically intercepting Tiro, and Tiro whoosh.
I see.
And then Nidhogg's like, "You motherfucker!" But before he gets vengeance, Bahamut explodes him.
I see.
And because he's a god now, he can't like basically intervene and destroy him. So now he's taking it out on his kin,
Oof.
thus beginning the
he's
Dragon Song
trying.
War.
I see. His goal to destroy Tyros is to wipe his faith off the map. Understood.
Yeah.
Nice. Based.
Oh my god, based.
A war to end all wars, Jack.
I'm so glad that I've basically been expressing to everybody who's shown interest in my setting. I go, hey man, I wear my inspirations very plainly on my sleeves. You will look at my setting and immediately recognize the hallmarks and trappings of many other game settings. Do not be surprised. I'm fucking invincible.
Yeah. Tyros is just Talos. Very cool. He's an unrecognized god of humans. Very cool. I bet the elves hate him.
I wonder how the elves feel about him.
How do the elves feel about this silly man god?
That's a great question.
Actually,
I need to
already
write
said
up
that-
the mother elf already. So
I point at you. You've already said that Caressians don't consider anyone that isn't an Aranar like not a god
yeah,
at all.
they would not
Like,
view. They would not allow worship of Tiro at all.
Yeah, like Sarah, not real, fake.
So she is an Aranar because the Allfather would have
just the OGs.
Yeah, they very much believe in like Ebor, yeah, Samira, yeah. They'd have viewed her rising to godhood as some form of like affront, basically, and been very like hesitant, and basically be like, no. See, because the Mother of Elves handles death for us. She's our goddess of death. And
Maybe they just lie.
Interesting.
Maybe Sarah is considered one of the OGs in their like state religion. And they just got it wrong, Lamau, because it's been so long ago. Because cultures and religions and everything human history is made is story and mostly us guessing.
There was a meme I saw that was like evil, vile, bad guy locked away for 10,000 years, comes back, finds out that morals and ethics have changed so much that he's like kind of a moderately okay guy now.
He's oh. Me going to sleep as a far right, I wake up. I'm actually in the far left now. Oh.
Whatever.
What the?
I had a little bit of a giggle, a little bit of a chuckle at that one.
Oh, Google.
A little bit of a giggle. I wish this fucking pack had wires already. I hate that it doesn't have wires. I hate that I have to use my goofy ass wires.
Goofy.
Goofy.
I miss being evil, Mr. Hero. He used to mean something back in the day. That's so funny.
DM, when is the villain campaign?
You're not
I
the
wanna
first
commit
person
acts
to
of
ask me
evil.
that.
I want to commit acts of evil. I want to do acts of selfishness to further
Cartoonish
evil.
villainry.
I want to do cartoonish villainry.
I want to
I
roll my
wanna be-
mustache while I do it.
I want to be a comical villain until the actual villain rolls up, and we just do a Suicide Squad where we go fight the actual bad guys for the good guys, but we still call ourselves bad guys because
Nah,
I don't know,
I don't
we,
want
like,
no
committed
Suicide
a
Squad
misdemeanor
shit.
50 years ago or some shit.
Nah, I don't do Suicide Squad shit. I want to get with a group of
Batman.
like-minded individuals. We're in our secret evil lair, like, you know, right outside of like
Evil
Rowfield or some fucking shit like that, and be like, ah, yes, here's our evil device, and then just a squad of heroes rolls up to try to stop. I want to do
Weird.
villainy.
I
I
Brother,
want them to
I
stop
Logo
us.
is
think-
dark friendship is magic.
brother, I think that's a very different game you're asking for.
Dude, that's not. I'm asking to commit
want-
evil, dude.
My man wants Dungeon Keepers, the campaign. Gotta keep adventurers out.
I wanna
It's just
go
us setting up elaborate fucking
like
stupid
traps and shit in a
Yeah.
dungeon for heroes to get through.
We have to go recruit kobolds to live in a floor of our
Dude,
dungeon.
yes, dude, I want a campaign, but it's just the game Overlord.
We're just the dungeon makers. Yeah, you've heard of Dungeons and Dragons. We work for the dragons and we make the dungeons.
I want it to like we're a party and we're sitting there and we're meeting with someone's like, yes, so I'm your villain advisor, and the first thing step to being villains, you need minions, and they just pull out like a couple like dossiers. So here's a few good ideas of what you might
These are a
wanna
couple
have
ideas
as, like,
we have.
and it's just like kobolds, goblins. So I mean, you might want to go
there's-
bugbear, you might want to go undead.
I think there's like a fucking Netflix show that's coming out or has recently come out where it's like real estate agents for like monsters.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that'd be great. And you're just sitting there like looking at different
You know,
properties
this
and
would
shit. It's
be
like
a
you see now this
great-
layer is really good for the up and coming necromancer villain.
There are so many hide holes to put oozes in this dungeon.
They really won't
see
even
this-
know
we
what
have
hit them.
We have
And-
to recall knowledge to match the correct monster to the correct like dungeon.
I'm just imagining, and this is your evil throne room, and you ready for this secret here? And they go and sit on the throne, they press a button, a trap opens up.
Shunk.
I'm gonna blow your mind. I pull a torch bearer, it opens a secret door. They go, okay, I mean that like every dungeon has that. And I'm like, but wait, I go inside the secret room, I pull another torch bearer, it's a secret room inside of a secret room.
Ooh.
I'm like, adventurers never check twice. I tap my head.
Here you can put all your valuables and feel safe
it's-
and assured that nobody's going to find them.
They don't have that much of an attention span, trust me.
Look, I promise you, it's D20 insured. If they roll
D20
higher
insured.
than if they roll higher than a 30, then we will reimburse you.
You get your money back.
You get your money back and your valuables.
There's like a little contract, like a little clause in the contract that says not refundable for party adventurers level 10 and up. That's the real villainy, is the contract.
The real villain, the people we like
Ooh,
got a loan
sorry.
from to purchase the dungeon.
Yeah, normally we would reimburse you for what you lost, but it looks like the adventurer party had a level 10 rogue, so we're gonna have to deny your claim.
Yeah, your claim's been denied because they
What do you
had a level
mean?
10 rogue. Yeah, your insurance doesn't. It only covers rogues level 9 and lower.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Come on, DM. This campaign sounds amazing.
That sounds
Right.
great, man. I don't know where the fuck I'd put it, but that sounds great.
Yeah, imagine.
Tyros is big enough. You can just put it there somewhere.
Yeah, imagine Grimwald. It's like dark and spooky, but it's actually just us making dungeons in Grimwald. Like,
Just
Quite
us
realistic.
becoming up and coming like fucking
Yeah, the actual-
BBEGs.
the high level area, like when we hit like level 11 and shit, is us going out of the Grimwald to make dungeons in like established regions.
Yeah.
We start in like the cesspits of like the worst place you want to go. That's our level 1 adventure because it's safe. No adventurers would stick their noses here, we say.
Fingers crossed.
No adventures would ever delve here.
We see the
They'd be
level 20
foolish.
adventuring party.
What's that?
Oh,
Surely they wouldn't.
We have to compete with like rival groups of villains too that like are trying to move in on an area. It's like, hey, no, we already have a claim on this area. Push on. Your minions got to fight their minions.
Send forth your strongest champion.
Who do we got? Well, remember that kobold we picked up a couple days back? Yeah, what we talking about there? Meanwhile, they're sitting out like a flesh golem.
You're fighting some fucking
Bug
necromancer
the
group.
Storm Giant versus Gilbog the Cobalt Rogue.
Now you got this, little man. We believe in you.
Just hit your stealth shave. You'll get him in the shins.
The
probably.
fucking flesh golem just grabs him, rips him in half, shoves him into his body.
Just fucking visceral scream.
Oh! You fucking just standing there, like, we'll call it a draw, old boy.
Yeah, we'll call it a draw.
He's technically
we'll be back
not
though.
dead. He's been subsumed by the golem. So, checkmate.
Get out of our territory.
No,
Technically, that means your golem's ours now. It's technically our minion.
Yeah,
legally it's
our minion's a part
golem,
of it.
So it's a
Or-
draw.
Or is it like sort of like a shareholder thing where like, the more part of, you contribute to the flesh golem, the more you own of it.
Great question.
Technically, 70% of your undead army is resurrected kobolds from our army. And they're under contract still. It even says beyond death. So technically, 70% of your army is our army.
The necromancer fucking gritting their teeth, their lawyer whispering to them, they're technically right.
They got us there. I'm sorry, you have to give it up. You have to give it up.
Either you fight them to the death
Fine.
or they're going to take us to court. So,
We don't have the funds for court.
I'm afraid we'll have to settle.
Settle out of court.
Yeah, arbitration.
Oh man. Oh, I want this game so bad now. We've endeared ourselves to it.
listen, man, it sounds great. I just don't know where the fuck I would have put it in Adis. You know what I have considered doing for a while? I've considered
What?
making a second world.
Yeah, just a second one, a second
Yeah.
setting.
There's just one that's a little bit more amenable to like goofiness.
Goof. Oh, dude. Do it, man. I'm trying to be evil.
Evil.
just what brought you to this group? What evil things have you done? Well, I recently went out to eat at a restaurant, and I didn't leave a substantial enough tip to cover my bill.
I made a Ponzi scheme out of crypto.
Oh God.
I look deadpan at you.
You know what I
So,
could do,
I have no
honestly,
soul.
with
What?
how I've done my Abyss? I might be able to just make another world that is connected to Adis.
Nice.
Mm.
And it's just one
Oh
of
my
the
God, we
planes of the Abyss.
We could be at the fucking. Oh God, what's that fucking world with the Kruatoa?
Oh,
Battle Monster
Bawakal.
Simulator. Bawakal. Yeah, we're all Kruatoa, and we gotta raise our god to fight the other gods.
We gotta fight
It's
the
a monster
inferior
mash.
other gods.
That's right. That's our villain arc.
What if if another plane exists, like in the Abyss, we do shit there, and every now and again we take trips to Adis for like.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking that like it's a one of the planes of the Abyss, but because the barrier between the realms is so thin in Adis, you could eventually just have a something that happens where you end up in Adis momentarily or for like a bit. And then that is like the adventure is getting back to your. And the reason I'm saying this is because I'm going to be running some pretty goofy characters in one of my upcoming games.
Yes.
So it's making me like a little bit more like, oh, maybe I should do it like this way.
We want some goofy shit.
I mean, on a more semi-serious note, there's always a call to the Wizard Kings overthrowing the Arano. I'm just saying.
Huh?
Yeah, I just realized what we're doing. We're just doing the evil version of the mercenary game.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're doing the actual Black Company. Like
We're just doing the evil version of the. So it's like, oh, what kind of mercenary company? Oh, what kind of evil villains are you? Are you like a Wizard King cult? Are you necromancers? Are you
I've had
marauding horde?
I've had the shower fantasy of Uria of Londor just sitting in the corner going, there was a time when gods were not a thing in our plane. We could always bring that back. Anyway, I'll give you a knife. Get married.
Yeah, I've considered, like, I think it'd be dope to have. It'd be a shit ton of work, but having like an actual like Dark Souls style world where it's just straight up Dark Souls, would be pretty sick. Like having like Anorlando, all that shit, basically just wrapped together into one little setting, and that would be
Nice.
like my shadow plane.
Yeah.
Hey, Brittany. That the Wizard Kings might have created other planes? Maybe. I feel like if they had the ability to create other planes, they wouldn't have died.
Yeah.
Like, it took Voradare getting back to life, getting his ring again, and then consuming the last of of Allure's spirit to be able to, like, raise a continent in Adis into a demi-plane. Like, that took, like, a considerable amount of work.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of a lot.
So I
Now
don't know
there's,
if I
like, just-
want, like, Balavar to be able to just go, plane now.
I mean, you could always make it to where like they can do it, but takes a very considerable amount of effort and energy and like resources. But like it's something they could do. Like, because we're talking about making a whole plane of existence. So like, I'd imagine even as a Wizard King, that would still be like, all right, I gotta put in the work for this.
I suppose.
I mean, like, and I'm sure maybe there's a Wizard King out there that did it at some point. Just maybe they were just so good at keeping it on the down low that they were able to do it, and they continued to keep it on the down low because maybe, like, yes, it took such a long time to make it, but it's also a bit fragile that, like, if the wrong people find out, everything can come crashing down.
I could see the Wizard King of Conjuration making like a permanent dimension door to a different dimension.
Now, something like that I could see. I could see them creating like anchor points, like permanent openings to other planes of existence as like a way to be like, yeah, I have no intention of like creating something new, but I can just go here and basically, with the power I have, rule. So like a permanent opening to Yggdrasil, a permanent opening to Buwakal, shit like that.
And this sounds like Age of Wonders.
Correct. It is Age of Wonders.
It is Age of Wonders.
Wizard Kings.
Oh my
Showing
god,
up
yeah, there
at your
is Wizard
doorstep.
King.
They're literally
Holy
called Wizard Kings. Correct. Showing up at different planes and being like, yeah, our Pantheon's gonna rule here now.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nah, I'd be a god deer.
Suggestion.
Catch me being evil.
I ran
what?
back because I overheard the conversation.
What's up?
Yeah, I'm exhausted. So magic linked to memory, perhaps. The consumption of one's memory in Vancian classical spellcasting is how you cast spells. You take it from your memory and apply it to reality. You could have a Wizard King who never existed because to do the magic to create a plane or to create a pocket dimension is so vast and taxing that they had to first figure out a way to uncap the amount of memory somebody could tap into. And then they spent so much memory that they wiped themselves from the memory of the universe in order to create it. Pretty juicy. Food for thought. I'm now going to finish my lunch.
Runs back. Nice. That's a fun thought.
Wizard King just zero summed himself out of existence to create a plane.
Oh, fucking hit integer overload.
And
You
then
divide it by 0.
new plane.
Thought pattern is that if they so my thought pattern is that they're taking away so much of themselves that they actually go into the negative, and the memory that they spent is more than they had, and the creation of that negative number is the new plane.
Bro, imagine we fucking like level 20 party rolls up, finds like an alternate plane, and it's like the ringed city from Dark Souls 3, and it's just like we find one of the Wizard Kings looking like Slave Knight Gale in like this dust bowl.
Give it to me.
Yeah. Just in, like the trash pit of dimensions.
They're very fun.
No, I want a Wizard King and roll up to him. Frida, give him a flail.
Right.
Give him a flail.
Dude, I'm plotting a boss fight based on I think it's Father Ariandel is his name, right?
Yeah.
I have this plan to make this huge ancient golem that has a giant dais that it rips out of the ground and uses as a weapon. It's gonna be sick nasty. Can't wait to finish it.
Is it accompanied by a barefoot nun?
Still thinking about the nun. Thinking about the nun.
Yo, nuns. We love those.
Nice. Would you consider, if you were to put the like Dark Souls 3 cult, I forget what the Pilgrims cult is called, from Londor,
Yeah.
into Adis, would they be dark friends of like demons, of Enbrir, or of the Wizard Kings?
Isn't that like the Dark Sign cult or whatever?
Yeah, it's the ones who want to basically not only like bring about the Age of Dark, but like snuff out the flame entirely.
I think you would consider them a cult.
Oh, they're definitely a cult, but of like, would they be demon? Would they be Wizard Kings? Would it be like down with the Aranar? Because I think the way Yuria sells it is like, we're gonna be controllers of our own destiny.
It's the actual age of man is what they refer to it as. Like not the age of gods or whatever, but like the actual age of man. I'm not entirely sure actually.
Maybe the Wizard Kings had like the Ringed City before it. Maybe there's a Ringed City somewhere for the Wizard Kings. Like this is like an ancient cult that is basically assumed destroyed.
Interesting.
I don't know how the pilgrims would fit into it with rocks on their back and shit, and then turning into like weird butterflies.
Oh yeah, turning into actual angels.
Yeah, the fucking jellyfish freaks. I don't know where that would come in the Wizard King agenda.
That is ultimately the question.
That seems far fetched from the age of man, guys. I'm gonna be real with you. What's that about? And they go, you know.
No, I don't. Help me understand.
Evolution.
What?
Get him. You get slammed by the animated armor.
Kill him now.
Animated armor.
We can't let him escape.
Nah.
Get them now.
Dark Race? Are they associated with Dark Race?
Yes.
I think so.
Yeah, the original cult starts in Dark Souls 1.
Gotcha.
And that's where you meet, like, that's where you get, like, your Dark Wraith, like, stuff.
Correct. Yeah, there's, like, 3 original, like, sisters. There's Yuria, Ariandel, and then there's, like, a third one you don't meet. And those were, like, the 3 head honchos of the fucking cult.
It's Yuria, Frida, and...
Frida, that's right.
Frida.
Frida.
Give me my flail.
There's another one you meet that I can't remember.
I think you meet them.
Don't you meet them? I thought they were in, like, a different... Like, I thought they were another name. Okay. I thought they were the witches or something.
Yeah.
Been ages.
Oh, there's Yol of Londor. That's the pilgrim.
Yeah, he's the one who helps you connect with your dark sign.
Dark sign.
Let's see.
Liliane, is that right?
Maybe?
I see Frida, Yuria.
The
and
Sable
Liliane.
Church, that's what it's called.
Yeah, the Sable Church of Londor.
Yes. One of the founders of the Sable Church is said to recount tales that portray the suffering and conflict of Hollows. Liliane is the youngest of the 3 human sisters that were welcomed by the primordial serpent Kaith to the service of his maidens, together with Frida, the eldest, and Yuria, the middle one. They joined Kaith and helped him with his goal of finding and empowering a Dark Lord, usurp the first flames for themselves, use it to shape a new world for the sake of all Hollows.
Okay, yeah. I knew she wasn't ever actually, like, seen, though. I know there's one that you don't actually ever meet. They're just vaguely mentioned.
You do meet her.
I think she's in the attic, right? She's the one who you burned the painting of, something like that.
You meet her at the end. Once you've snuffed out the flame and you take it for yourself, she's there with the rest of her sisters.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess you're right. She's like, you see, like, the back of her head or some shit.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. I mean, that's
I give it a thumbs
barely
up.
that's barely a reference.
That's a cameo at
Motherfucker
best.
hit me with the technicality. Technically, you see her foot in this cutscene. Motherfucker has no dialogue. Never see her face. But technically,
Will always win an argument.
I win. What technicality?
ugh.
You don't understand. It's of utmost importance that I win this argument.
You don't get it. Right now, I just hired an artist to draw me as the smart Chad Jack and you as the dumb Soy Jack. I won this
Commissioned
argument. You
artist.
lose.
Oh yeah, I've commissioned an artist to make me the Giga Chad and the Sable Church as my harem.
Sable
You wouldn't.
This is my dark ending, Conan style. They're all at my feet.
Oh yeah, I
As
use
I sit
chaos
up on my
control.
Chaos control.
Fuck you.
The flames
Chaos
exist.
control. I use chaos control. I chaos control you back in time to take the bullet from Maria instead.
Nice.
You wouldn't do that. That ruin. Everyone would hate you for that.
No, they wouldn't.
How could you have Shadow
'Cause
the
everyone-
Hedgehog if
Because
Maria
everyone
didn't
would
fucking
love
die?
me for getting rid of you.
No fuck. Dude, everyone cheered when Maria got shot. Why would you take that from them?
Yeah, it was awesome.
It's awesome.
Fucking, a couple days ago in DC, they were doing like the Sonic Symphony again. And someone made a recording like, yep, they did it again this year. And the scene where Maria gets fucking shot, the crowd
They
just
did it again. Yes.
It's, dude, I want to go one of these years. I want to go so bad, man.
That's so fucking funny.
I want to go.
They did it again. Yes.
They did. They've been doing it every year for like the past fucking 6 years. I'm just yeah, she got shot.
Name a more
This is a
iconic
crucial
duo,
character
Maria
development
and a
moment.
9mm.
Behold, my comfort character.
My comfort character.
My comfort
I know you don't
fridge.
understand. I need him to suffer. It's important for his character development.
He'll thank me later.
He'll thank me later.
Maria.
Ugh. Peak fiction right there.
People's brains are a funny thing.
They are. They are. So, DM, when's Blake's Maria moment? When's that happening?
Brother, I already gave you that. Except she didn't get shot.
See, but that's not. But no, that's not.
Are you
that's not
asking
right.
for Arabella to get shot? Is that what you want? You just fucking open up a screen and there's fucking Vordair screaming like that, like Eggman voiceover. I'm gonna put my dick in the moon, and then he shoots Maria or Arabella for you.
Sizzle, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
You don't know what's that fucking voiceover with like Eggman? But
Oh,
it's,
the
some
fandom?
dude-
Yeah, no, I never
Yeah.
watched that.
Oh well, never mind.
I'm not a
then.
zoomer.
I'm not a real fan.
Stick
Sorry,
my dick in
I'm
the
not-
moon.
Not a real fan.
I'm not a zoomer, bro. I never watched that.
That's so
Jeez.
Look at Sizzle, you sound fucking crazy, dude.
It did sound insane. Yeah, hearing you say that. I was
Yeah,
like, what
I
the
was like,
fuck
what-
is he talking about?
I was just baffled. Like, what the
It's
hell?
me trying to conjure up like an old meme that I saw for like 5 seconds on Discord,
Nice.
like a clip, and I thought it was funny. But we were talking about Shadow, so you know.
Why don't you go take
It
a
was a
seat,
failed
Sizzle? Why
reference.
don't you take a seat, man? Just go take a break.
I shoot Arabella.
Take care, Joseph. Rest well, brother.
Arabella! I can't blink. I keep having this memory, that terrible moment. Just fucking Sizzle shooting her.
Enjoy your Pathfinder game, brother.
Just me standing over Arabella, Pulp Fiction style, as I.
Pulp Fiction.
Holy
stop.
shit.
Oh my god.
Somebody say Pathfinder.
Vordair
Arabella's in the
shows
back
up.
of the
I have the key to your memories, Blake.
I heard somebody say something about Pathfinder. I came to help.
Somebody's gonna go enjoy their Pathfinder game.
Oh, hell yeah.
Just someone enjoying Pathfinder? Oh, yeah.
Did somebody say Pathfinder?
This is where I step in.
Have fun, Joseph. I might be too late.
You might be.
Oh, I cry.
It's okay. They know They know in spirit.
When they watch the VOD later, Joseph, when you watch the VOD later, I hope you had a great game.
Nice. Yeah, go for
I
that.
hope you spent all your hero points. This is an interesting point, by the way, for session 1, session 2. They're going to be losing out on all the hero points they didn't spend, so I would have that be the first lesson. Speaking of which, I did make notes. Do you want them?
Oh, yeah. You said you were gonna pop off with your
grab
notes.
those. Let me go grab these notes.
I don't
They're
think
very minor.
he ever gave us a hero point besides the first one we got anyway, so...
I did forget.
Because he totally forgot. So that's going to be his lesson, is... Don't forget, idiot.
So I do actually have a trick for this that's really, really helpful for a GM that forgets about hero points. Because I used to forget about them all the time as well. The way that I learnt it was whenever somebody would roll a dice and it looked kind of sort of low, I would go hero point and ask them if they want to spend their hero point. And it reminds the players and it reminds yourself that hero points exist. So whenever someone rolls like dog shit, or if somebody does a secret check, you can say to them, do you want to use a hero point? And by the way, on secret checks, technically speaking, hero points are kind of vague because how can you re-roll something you don't know the answer to? So typically when somebody uses a hero point on a secret check, I'll just take the highest. I'll do 5e advantage essentially. Because if they want to throw a hero point into the dark, I like to reward that.
Yeah.
What happened to your username, Leo?
So I thought the emoji would carry over since it doesn't chat. So I was like, oh, it'd be Leo the shit because I'm great. But it just
You're just Leo the. Oh.
Leo the.
Fill in the blank. Well, according to his rules, it's Leo the idiot moron teammate, so...
You just it's okay. They give me that role to keep me humble.
We keep you humble around here. Not after what you did in Fortnite.
They keep me humble.
Fine, like angels, not in this lobby.
I think your KD will keep you humble, dog.
Somebody say angel?
Somebody say fight. They took the joke and ruined it.
We demons here.
We fight like demons.
We fight like Godzilla.
Oh my god, bro! I want to fight. I want to fight like a kaiju so bad.
We fight like kaijus.
I want to fight like Godzilla.
So, first note: Bear command doesn't do anything unless commanded. You had it move at the end of his turn. It does not do anything at the end of his turn. He has to command it. You made a joke about them standing still and dying. That is correct. The bear will stand its ground until it dies, unless it's told to leave. Or until a minute passes. After a minute, they go on autopilot. But a minute doesn't happen in a combat.
Bear standing on principle.
Bro's got to stand on principle. The bear is basically standing its ground because its master hasn't set out, which means it's doing its job perfectly. Tanking hits. Second note. Swapping the hatchet for the bowler can be one action. There is a swap action where for a single action, you can take one of your hands, put it away, and take something else out in that same hand. This is a remaster thing. Pre-master, the marshals were nerfed because they had to, as an action, put a weapon away, as an action, take a weapon out. They buffed marshals in the remaster by allowing them to take a weapon out and put a weapon away as a single action.
Okay.
So if you want to swap your load out, it's not too bad.
Like,
it's anything. You could put a potion away and take a scroll out. But it's basically one hand. If you have like a two-handed sword, you could stow the two-handed sword and take out a hatchet. That's one action.
So if you stow, it's an action. If you pull a weapon out, it's an action. But it's also an action to switch.
Yeah, but caveat, and this is very important, if you wanted to put away your greatsword and get 2 potions out, that doesn't work. You could only get 1 potion out.
Okay.
So it's one thing for one thing. That's it. So it's a buff to martials, but it's kind of not a buff to rangers with the flurry subclass, because they can't switch out both of their weapons at the same time. It's just one.
Yeah, and if they want to like throw an axe, you switch the axe, you throw the axe, you still got to use an action to pull your weapon out again.
Correct. So no, this one's pretty minor. It didn't come up in game, but that's kind of why I'm mentioning it, just in case it comes up later. Sudden charge doesn't have to go straight towards the enemy. It just says stride, stride, strike. So you can stride around an enemy to get into flank and then attack. You can also stride away from an enemy to a different enemy and strike.
Yeah.
It's highly advised to go for flanks when you're doing sudden charge rather than just beelining it to the enemy. Just a little note, that's from me to Momo.
Oh.
Gentlemen, the 5 expressor shots are hitting in a different way. I'm going to go commit acts that would give plumbers nightmares. I'll be back.
Nice. Your friend was trying
Drank
to kill you.
it?
Of course I drank it. I'm not going to waste it.
God damn.
In this economy.
Mm.
I can see the air as it moves.
Dude,
I can smell purple.
I mean, dude, that you might have saved some money, but it's your porcelain bowl that's gonna pay the price.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
You're just seeing the world at 5 frames a second.
Worth it.
Your toy looks up at you. I'm tired, boss.
What have you done to me?
Let me rest.
Party
Hey,
stash. Oh,
Yes.
I have a question.
All right. Can you hold on? Laura was talking.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't hear.
All right.
Apologies. You may continue, Mr. Lore.
party stash. Somebody mentioned it. In the party menu, there is a stash tab next to exploration activities where people can swap items or leave like treasure if they don't want to handle it. One thing I would advise, if there's heavy stuff in the stash, divvy it out to the player's character sheets because it might affect bulk. But if it's like coins or something, just check it in the stash. And if people want to have a shared, I think it was about shared money. If the party wants to share their money, they can just all leave their cash in the stash and it'll count all the coins for you. You can distribute them with a single button. There's 1,000 ways to handle it.
Yeah. The party pension fund.
Correct. But that's in the menu that you get when you press the P key on the keyboard.
Okay.
Exploration activities. It came to my attention that you believe that they are 10-minute intervals.
Yes.
A exploration activity will tell you if it's 10 minutes. Otherwise, it's as long as you wish. So I think it was the druid trying to send light down a corridor, if I remember right.
Yeah, we were trying to juggle, like, because you have to, like, if you send it beyond yourself, you have to sustain it or something like that, which, like, there's a exploration activity to do that.
Repeat a spell.
Yeah. That's what I thought it was.
So you were correct. But repeating a spell doesn't last 10 minutes. It lasts until you stop doing it.
Oh,
So he could have,
okay.
in theory, just sent it down the corridor, seen what's down the corridor, not sustained it anymore. The light disappears, and then he starts to refocus.
Okay.
So
But he
it
would
will
be
tell you if it's like a 10-minute.
Okay. So that would have been like, I send it, I see that there's nothing there, I drop the spell, and then I recast the spell.
Yeah, later, after you've refocused.
Okay.
Should be noted, if you spend 9 minutes and 50 seconds refocusing and somebody gets in the way, like a combat or a trap going off, you're no longer refocusing, you start from scratch.
Okay.
So that one's a bit damning, a little bit punishing.
Need to actually track 10-minute intervals.
Yeah, you don't have to track about 10 minutes. But typically, when somebody's like treating wounds or refocusing, you count in 10 minutes. But when you're like on the move in the middle of exploration or something like that, you can get away with, foregoing that a little bit. We were talking a little bit about the uses of a familiar. Familiars are fantastic in that they can recall knowledge for you. If you train your familiar in skills that it can use to recall knowledge, that could be the thing that does the recall knowledge checks in the party. Yeah, a little bit of advice there for our druid. You don't have to do that, but if you find that you have an opportunity to teach your familiar some proficiencies, it might be a shout to teach them how to learn, and then maybe they can answer some questions for you. Totally optional, that one. Just a bit of advice.
Can Eidolon recall knowledge?
I believe Eidolons could also recall knowledge, but we don't have any summoners in the party.
Well, no, I was just thinking about because I'm like, wait.
Eidolons are
That's
great.
additional
They get
some-
to, they can do exploration activities too.
Could
So
I
if you play as a summoner, you
construct-
could do all sorts of stuff.
Well,
they're
you know,
great
like I
class.
was thinking because I have 2 people that command in my party, an inventor and a summoner.
So animal companions and familiars don't get exploration activities,
Okay.
but Eidolons do. And that's because Eidolons don't have the minion trait.
Oh yeah, that's. Oh yeah.
The minion trait is what nerfs your ability to do reactions and do exploration activities. Hero points, we just talked about that. Sneaking and undetected. If you plan on doing any sneaking, we can go through the rules. They're a little bit complicated, but basically the TLDR is you hide first. Hiding is a stationary activity that gets you from visible to hidden. And then if you want to move around, you then use the sneak action to move at half speed. Hiding and sneaking is very tricky in Pathfinder 2nd Edition, because every time you move with the sneak action, you do a stealth check again. And so, because you're rolling so many times to move, there's a good chance that one of those rolls is going to be shit. And when you get that roll, you're no longer sneaking. And that can be quite frustrating for people. A common table rule, and one that I personally use, is I only make them roll at the very last move. So if they sneak 3 times in a row, I'll ask for 1 roll at the end of the 3rd sneak. This is a buff, and I would recommend doing it rules as written first and feeling it out and seeing what you think.
Okay.
But rogues need love. That's my advice.
I'm gonna do that. They'll need it.
Yeah, do it. I mean, it doesn't hurt, right? Hiding is really good if you're going to attack immediately after, because if you're hidden, creatures are off guard to your attacks. So if you hide and then attack, you're going to get that -2 to the AC that you want. But if you are actually trying to get closer to an enemy or something similar, you have to sneak. Sneaking also requires you to have cover at the start of the sneak and at the end of the sneak. But in the middle, you can go outside of cover. It only asks you to be in cover at the end.
Okay.
So you can go from box to box, or you can like cross a hallway on a T-junction.
We haven't had stealth yet, so
You won't have too much, I imagine, with your party. But
there was one thing. There was the monk. He was fucking hidden from his teammates.
yes, undetected is undetected from everyone.
Would he
If
have been undetected even if he was in in the light of the torch?
Yeah.
How the
The
fuck do you
only-
roleplay that?
It's line of sight based. So if you don't have cover from something, you can't be hidden from it.
Oh, okay. So I
So if
fucked
there's
up.
nothing in the way, you would see them.
Okay, yeah, he was basically out in the middle of the room.
Yeah, exactly. That was the problem. So I say problem, it's perfectly fine. But if you wanted to do it quote unquote correctly, as the book tells you to, if you have a direct line of sight, they're not in cover, they're not hiding from anybody. Unless they're like invisible or something similar. If you're
Okay.
invisible, you can hide wherever you want.
Yeah.
And certain ancestries have abilities to like wood elves, I think, can hide in a forest even if there's no trees or bushes.
You do not see the monk. You do not see Tybros, the red wig.
This is not the monk you are looking for.
Yeah. What were you saying about sneaking from the cover thing? Because I'm actually writing these down.
So this is all in the book. When you use the sneak action, this is when you move and stay hidden throughout the movement. You move at half speed. You move from one piece of cover to another piece of cover. And at the end of the movement, that's when you make your stealth check to see if you were as sneaky as you thought you were. Now, it should be noted that when you use the hide action, you become hidden, which is the DC 11 flat check to see you and target you. they know what square you're in when you're hidden, but you are not observable, essentially. They don't see you, but they know where you are. When you sneak, if you are successful at sneaking, they no longer know where you are, so you become undetected. And undetected is vastly more powerful, because undetected means that they have to guess where you are. So the attack roll is hidden, the flat check is hidden, because you might not actually be in that square, and if they see that it's a high roll and they don't hit anything, they know that they're not there. But if you make everything hidden, they've got no clue.
Okay.
Which is
So
a pretty
hitting's
cool,
DC
very complicated
11
rule.
Flat check.
It's DC 11 to hit a hidden or undetected enemy if they're there.
Okay.
But undetected is essentially you are no longer on the map. You can't see them. You have no idea where they are. If an enemy is undetected to the party, they will not see them.
So if
A little bit of GM advice there, Wiggles eyebrows.
So if they're hitting, so if they they note the hidden tag,
Mhm.
would that attack roll or that check, whatever the initial check to see if they hit or not, would that also be a private roll, or is it just when they're undetected?
As long as they're just hidden, as long as they know what square the person is in, you can do all of that stuff open. It's only when you aren't sure if they're in the square or not that it becomes hidden.
Okay, so the flat
Because
check
that's
DC
information.
Yeah, because the flat check DC doesn't change though when you're undetected.
When you're undetected, the flat check is hidden. Because you don't know whether or not they're in that square.
Ah, okay. But it's still a DC 11. It's just
Still DC
you have
11.
No idea. Okay.
Yeah, you just don't know whether or not they're there or not. So if you got a 19 on the flat check, you would hit a hidden creature, but you don't know if they're in that square. So let's say you get a 19 on the flat check and a natural 20 for a critical hit. If they're not in that square, the player can't have that information. Because if they swing into the square perfectly and hit nothing, that nat 20 looks the same as a nat 1. Because you've just swung into air, there's nothing there. So no matter what you roll, you don't hit shit. But the secret roll gives the player the illusion that there could be something. It gives them the information without telling them, essentially.
Okay.
It's a good little tool. It's very, very rarely used. I think it's only come up twice in any of my campaigns. So if it comes up, I highly recommend just read the book. Double check the rule.
Yeah. I think the
Sneaking is
main thing
complicated.
No, I think that the main thing was the as long as you end as something about you can go out of cover, but as long as you end your turn in cover, you won't break the hidden.
It's at the end of the sneak action.
Yeah.
So you would be behind a box, and then you would use the sneak action to move to another box. If you use the sneak action and there's nothing to hide behind, after you finish sneaking, you don't even attempt the stealth check. Everyone sees you. That's
Gotcha.
it.
Okay, gotcha.
You've got to maintain cover. But let's say you sneak behind a wall. Everything on the other side of the wall can't see you. You're undetected. Everything on your side of the wall can see you. You're detected.
Okay.
And finally, last note. It was a very short list. You guys did tremendously well during the game.
Oh, thanks, brother.
Yeah, you absolutely smashed it. Even with like Momo, I was really expecting because Momo hasn't read anything, right?
Yeah.
Before starting. She smashed it. Great job. The last one is defend. This is the only gripe where I feel a little bit bad telling you this. You can totally house rule this. The defend exploration activity lasts until your first turn. You don't get a free turn of defending. The idea is that when you defend, it lasts until the start of your first turn. So you would have to raise on your first turn to benefit for the rest of that round. It's still very, very good. Yeah, I know. It's heartbreaking. When I saw you guys doing it, I was like, should I house rule that? That looks kind of cool. But rules is written. It's until your first turn.
That's suddenly like
a lot worse.
That's suddenly like I was like, oh, that's actually kind of sucks.
I remember you guys saying in the game, like, oh, of course it's this way. If it wasn't this way, it'd be shit. And I was like, oh. It's actually really good. It's actually really good.
Like,
and I'm gonna.
They don't know. Oh,
well, it was a bit of a heart wrencher for me because I was like, yeah, when they said it was shit, if it wasn't. So here's the thing. Defend comes in handy a lot. If you walk into a room with hazards that attack your AC, defend is going to protect you. So even outside of combat, defend is good. If you get into a combat, let's use you as an example. What's Yu's dex score? 1? What's her wisdom score? 0? What's her initiative going to be?
Her dex is 2, her wisdom is 0. Her perception is 5.
Well, there you go. Her perception is 5, so she's got dog shit perception. It's only good because she has expertise as a fighter. So, in most combats, you will see you at the lower end of the initiative order. When she is at the lower end of the initiative order, that defend gets better and better and better. Because for every person before you, the defend is doing its job for another turn. So if you're planning to be a slower shit marshal who's just super heavy armored, defend is great because you want to be at the end of the initiative anyway. You haven't taken any wisdom. And it lasts the entire round until your turn. So it's still very, very good.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, what kind of shield did they have? Just like a buckler?
They have like a wooden shield or whatever.
So it's like a +2 AC when raised, right?
Yeah.
I think it was a steel shield, wasn't it? Because it
No.
had like 5 hardness.
It's a wooden shield.
Fair enough.
Well,
It has
I
a
think, too,
3 hardness.
Yeah.
So like even if what you call it, basically if let's say you do an ambush on them and she's got her shield raised, then like your Gucci, it basically offsets the off guard because off guard is -2 AC, right?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Or if
Plus,
you have even more AC, you're still balling.
if you are a shield character, like a champion with a tower shield or a fortress shield, you're getting +3, +4 from raising a shield. If you had that for another turn on top, that'd be very, 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 very strong. So they have to limit it for those guys too. But yeah, so a little bit of bad news for the gang for raising their shields outside of combat. It's still a great action. They just don't know why yet because they haven't been hit by javelins from a
Fair
wall
enough.
or rocks falling on them. But when that comes up, it's going to be great.
Okay. That'd be
But
interesting.
that's all my notes.
Nice.
Apart from that, the game was absolutely perfect. I'm sure you'll figure out a bunch of house rules you want to do anyway. Yeah, when you said at the end of the session, I think it was like, I hope I did about 80% right. I would say you probably did 90% right.
Nice.
So you were Gucci.
Damn, I send my report card into Lore and he just shreds it up.
Yeah, sorry, Leo. It is what it is.
It's like
You send me messages about your games all the time, and I'm just looking at it like, ooh.
No feedback. He just sends me a yikes.
I send him an emoji back or something. I'll be like, they didn't work. Ooh. Oh,
Well, I appreciate it, brother.
Little thing about sneaking, and I do recommend this. It lowers the difficulty of encounters, but it's fantastic for roleplay, and it can be quite funny. I did this literally today. If an enemy is using the sneak action, and they flub it, and everybody sees them, they don't know they've been seen yet. So, something very funny I did today was I had intelligent undead sneaking around a forest, and when they were spotted, they kept moving at half speed because they thought they were hidden.
Surely my superior stealth.
Exactly, right? If you are sneaking around and you're sure the sneaking is still working and nobody has pointed you out or used this like point out action or anything like that, if nobody's done that yet, you think you're still sneaking.
I'm so fucking him right now. Ugh,
Dude,
they don't even know.
I've gone
bro.
like 80 feet. I've rolled 8 dice. I've succeeded every single one. I'm
They
him.
don't see me.
Yeah.
Thunk. Oh,
remember-
what the fuck?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. An arrow went straight into the neck of one of them.
How did
you
see me?
And that was
Looks
it.
to the GM and says, "Railroad."
But yeah, it can make for quite funny moments like that. But obviously, it's GM's discretion if you want to get the most out of your combats. When they're spotted, make it obvious, and then have them just rush the party or attempt to hide again.
We gotta get the fuck out of here.
How do they see us run?
There's like I think there's something in either the GM core or the player core where, let's say you're sneaking, like you all roll really well, like the group's sneaking, and let's say whatever enemies are also sneaking, you could reasonably pass each other without being noticed.
100%. 100%. The amount of, the amount of NPCs that are getting XP for bypassing your party, they'll never know.
Do you hear that in the distance? Little EXP award noise.
What the fuck was that?
Yeah, you just hear like ding, 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 ding in the distance.
Yeah, I found the little EXP awarding macro, the module. I'm just sad it doesn't give you that little Dragon Age Origins, like EXP pops over your head or over your token.
But yeah, that's all my notes. I'll leave it there. I don't want to like crowd up too much of the stream, but I wanted to make sure that you had all the info before session 2.
Thanks, brother.
Not a problem.
Nice. I'm already super excited to run. I've basically been chomping at the bit to run more Pathfinder, so it is doing its job.
It is.
I just look at the stack of books behind me like we did it. We did it.
We converted a streamer to play Pathfinder.
Achievement unlocked.
I think
I get some gamer points.
I think my favorite moment still was Momo being like, I feel like I have more control
At the end
over
of the
my
session.
character. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What was it, Sirik, who said, like, I like it more than D&D? When he said that, I was taken aback. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, he was.
I sat back in my chair like,
in the beginner
what?
box.
He's also a big crunchy guy like me. So like being able to do the numbers makes it feel real good.
Good. But yeah, I think Momo was the big victory for sure.
Correct. Yeah, that was probably the greatest moment, was her going, I enjoyed it, and I went, holy shit, we did it, boys. So like
Wipe sweat off brow.
Oh,
I know, Laura,
yes.
I think Sirik was already won over the minute he started going, Sion, the Red Dragon.
So I wouldn't say that, because Sirik's always a good sport. Even if he doesn't like it, if he's hanging out with homies, he's gonna have a good time.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
he
I'll
was
say this.
mentioning during the beginner box that he was enjoying it.
I will say, and I do firmly believe this, as a person who loves 5e, as a person who loves 2e, the system doesn't fucking matter. It really doesn't.
Yeah.
It's the people around the table that matter.
100%.
As long as everybody is having fun, you will have a great time. And this goes out to everybody in chat, this goes out to everybody here. Doesn't matter what you play. It's who you play with. Have fun out there, kids. This has been a message from your favorite capybara.
True and real.
True and real.
It sounds like one of those old episodes where like, and this is Lore signing off.
This is
Have a
Lord
good night,
signing
folks.
off. I just
Wow,
despawn
wow.
and never rejoin. I leave the server. I'm done.
Why does it sound like you're about to fucking give your life for a great sacrifice? Or something? Bro, sounds like you're going down with the shit, bro.
I've just touched the Starstone. I'm about to apothesize.
Brother is becoming a Force ghost. He just fucking disappeared.
Yes.
No, I don't know why, but I was thinking like, there's like fucking beating and banging at the door. The fucking monster's about to get in. He's like, gentlemen, it's been an honor.
It's been a pleasure.
Like
Next
that,
thing you hear, the door crashes open. Tally ho!
It's like the,
and then it cuts off.
it's literally the Helsing abridged with Sir Penwood. Where you see one man, I see four.
four.
When you get to hell, tell him Penwood sent you, and give him my regards.
And give him my apology.
That was it for the
For the
mess.
inconvenience.
That was it. Yeah.
As the
I gotta
as the
rewatch that.
Hasbro agents start
Great show.
Pinkertons kick down Lore's door. He
This
says,
is it. I've been impersonating. I've been impersonating John Pizer.
Yeah.
Oh
he
my
goes.
god.
He goes. When you get to hell, tell him Paizo sent you, and apologize on my behalf, and make a diplomacy check on my behalf.
Get a close check on my behalf.
End of the season type dialogue right there.
I don't know. I feel like I always have to end stuff like a GM ending a session. I do it a lot.
You know,
It's a bad habit, probably. What should I end it with?
You should end it with a poem.
A poem.
A haiku.
A little haiku.
And it with
A
and it with a
limerick.
poem.
Remind me haikus. They're 7-14-7. Is that right?
No, it's 757.
Is it 7-5-7?
Yeah.
It's actually thinking.
Are you
about
actually?
it.
I am.
He's cooking.
I'm cooking. Apparently, I'm shit at haikus.
Dude, Sam.
I'm learning in real time that I'm shit at haikus.
It's okay.
How dare you are? How dare with all your improv stuff, you just don't have. You're not expert at haikus.
Yes, you can't pull a haiku out of your ass like real quick.
Come on, man. We're expecting a lot from you.
You're letting us down.
John, I sell your game better. So get with it, man.
Nice.
Beautiful.
There's another fucking line that I haven't done yet.
That's all I needed to hear.
Invest in marketing now. There you go.
Amazing.
757. I have a fish. Oh, it's 575. Fuck.
It's all right. I was moved either way.
Thanks,
It's
Legion.
okay. It's
It was the
symbolical,
spirit.
alright?
It was the spirit. It was the
I
spirit.
gave it a
of the
good
haiku.
crack. I gave it a good go.
The gumption. Yeah.
The gumption. On the spot.
And at the
575.
end of Yeah. At the end of the day, that's not all that matters. Gumption.
It's okay. It's symbolical for how, playing tabletop games with your friends is not always about following all the rules. It's about using the rules as you see fit, as long as your table's having a good time.
Oh, I sneezed. It hurt my body.
You schnez.
Oh.
Now your nervous
Dude,
system
that's-
is fucking.
My body.
It's the worst when you sneeze multiple times and your arms feel sore, different parts feel sore.
No, I think the worst one is when you sneeze and then the back of your skull is just fucking throbbing for some reason.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Headache, sneeze.
Dude,
You ever sneeze so hard that your vision kind of blurs out?
Oh my god. Jesus.
You
Go
might-
to
you
the
might wanna get
doctor,
that
That's
man.
a full
Yeah.
body.
You sneeze because it's back-to-back sneezes and I'm like, so this is how I go out.
I have a haiku.
okay.
Then
A
Okay.
real
Oh.
haiku.
Did you write it?
I pulled it out of my ass and it's incredibly
Oh.
dubious. But I'm going to do it anyway.
All right. If it bangs, I give you a future hero point.
John, I have a plan. I'll donate until they play. Then we get paid more.
Yep,
Nice.
it Sarah, yep.
Nice.
Clip that and ship it to Paizo.
Clip it,
We got
ship
him.
it. It's official.
That's how you do it.
We got him.
Wow.
I find it.
I'm not beating these allegations. I'm saying it myself now.
Thurston
More-
gets a message from Paizo saying, "Pull out our boy. They got him. He's got made. He got made."
He's compromised. Put him out.
Compromise.
I do find it funny if there is a sudden flip from D&D 5e to Pathfinder Pathfinder 2nd edition. We can point to Crown being patient zero, slowly infecting the networks that he has contact to.
Yeah, every group I come across going, hey, you guys play Pathfinder? And they go, no. And I go, that's crazy. Would you like to?
Fucking domino effects.
And then the
I made
ones
this
that say-
module.
You're not going to believe this. I have an AP I'd like you to play.
But I don't know. Pathfinder seems a little more difficult or anything like that.
No, it's fine, Matt. Well, actually, here, I got this thing right over here.
Oh, okay. I'll just do one little bite, one little hit.
Just one session.
Just one.
One session, wakes up, has all the books, subscribe to the Paizo subscription to get the new books.
Yes, hangover situation. You just wake up. All your D&D friends are now
Yeah, you're just
mad
like, what
rambling about
happened?
Pathfinder.
Where am I? And someone's like,
Wake up,
is
it's
it
been
hero point?
2 years, man.
Yeah. You've done
Then
3
you
full
don't-
APs. Hit level 24 times.
We're finishing the Rune Lord's AP. What are you on about, Brad?
What are you on about?
Oh, Jesus.
And
Lord.
you-
God
I
damn it.
gotta Don't I need to go to the WotC? Don't I need to go to
I did that at the end of the haiku. It was
to the WotC
it
convention.
was timed. You can officially say that someone sang poetry while donating to you at this point.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I
I'll say
appreciate it,
sang.
brother. Thank
Sang's
you.
a stretch. But there you go.
You're like, wait, I need to go to like the WotC, the Hasbro con. Didn't you know last year you got they gave you a restraining order?
We warned you.
Dude, we can't
Get
go there
out.
anymore.
We can't go there anymore.
Somebody's saying level 20 in Pathfinder? That sounds insane. Insane in terms of fun? I would agree with you. Because Pathfinder, you can actually play at level 20. Oh, when I came in earlier, I was like mid-session on the break. I was like, I wonder what the server's doing. Came in, see that we've been streaming for an hour and a half, and I was like, ah. And it was a blow. It really was. Came on the stream and saw Brett talking about Pathfinder, and I was like, fuck.
Yeah.
I'm never going to convert him. I don't want to. He's set in his ways. But I wanted to hear the conversation, so I'll be watching the VOD later and catching up.
It was a good
To be
combo.
fair,
I like
It was a
the
good combo.
2D10 system he was talking about. I like the idea where he was going.
Dude, I want that book. When is IO 5e coming out? Or the World of IO AP? You know, I want that shit today. I want to put it on my shelf with the rest of them and play it occasionally.
The rest of them? What do you mean?
Got a bunch of books that I want to play one day.
Oh
Bunch
yes,
of,
like Brainiac
PNGs.
collecting planets,
Yeah,
putting
pretty
them up
much.
on their collection.
Like all these systems, here's the thing. Systems do different things better than others. D&D 5e is always going to be my go-to homebrew system, just because I know that I can do anything in 5e, and the system's already fucked, so I'm not going to break it further. You know what I mean? No matter what I do to 5e, it's not going to be any worse than what they've already done themselves.
I think
So,
that's the realest thing anyone's fucking said about 5e.
but that's why I love it, right? You know, I've had people flying above Candlekeep on Ancient Dragons as their PCs. You can't really do that in Pathfinder. You probably could actually now I think about it, but there are a bunch of things in 5e that you can only do in 5e. Like if I want to play a game where the spells are not balanced, if I want casters to be very, very strong, I'll play 5e. If I want marshals to be strong, I'll play Pathfinder. Or, you know, if I want everyone to be balanced, I'll play Pathfinder. So, I don't know. Different systems, different things. But like Candela Obscura, that's a game I want to play. It's sat on the shelf. Whenever Daggerheart comes out, I'll play that. I've never played D20, but I heard it was a lot like Pathfinder, so I'm kind of like, I've already got something like that. But, yeah. Also, Call of Cthulhu is calling to me, but I just don't have a reason to play it or time to play it yet.
Yeah, I was gonna play in a one shot and then it just fell through.
It is what it is, man. Games fall apart. I had to leave a group today because of overlapping schedules. Yeah, I was a player in one game, but because I run 2 games on weekends, that game had to be dropped because my players are my priority. So I had to give one up. It is what it is.
I have a dumb suggestion. Or like a campaign.
There are no dumb suggestions, Legion.
Oh, trust me, this one's... No, trust me, this is real dumb. This is really dumb. Like, dumber for me, even.
I appreciate you flagellating yourself.
Okay, so imagine this. Alright, imagine this. So lore has a lot of, like, game systems, right? So imagine a campaign where each and every session, you play a different, system, but it's the same characters and the same story.
It feels like a nightmare.
I mean, if you want to speedrun a mental break.
I'm just imagining, like, yes, it's doable. I'm just imagining the pain that it is of like converting or having the character sheets across multiple multiple Foundry systems.
Actually, on Foundry, that'd be pretty tricky.
Now,
character sheets, though. I think it depends how you do it, right? Because if you wanted to have like, what's the mech game that everybody likes? I bought all the books for Lancer. That's the one. If you wanted to like have your Starfinder game, if you're playing the Starfinder 2nd Edition playtest, we don't have ship to ship or mech to mech combat yet. So you could like do the Pathfinder 2nd Edition playtest for movement with a character, sort of telling the story, but then maybe your character finds a mech, and then you play Lancer next session for the mech to mech combat.
That kind of fucks.
And then after that session, you go back to Starfinder and you're back on your bodies. I think that's how I'd do it. I'd separate the sessions to the game systems. But going from like 5e to Pathfinder is a bad idea, probably.
It's like trying to. It depends how you do it. You have to be careful.
Not like every other session going back and forth. That's a bad idea.
Yeah, no. Like if you're doing it for like a one-off thing that's like tied into it, yeah.
Yeah, you go to an alternate universe and you play a different system.
It kind of reminded me, Legion, of another thing that I thought would be kind of like a neat collaboration thing for GMs. Like have a short campaign, like so all the players are like each one of them have run their own games or have experience GMing. And you basically each person will effectively the following session GM it. So it's kind of like a television.
Yeah, that would be fun.
That's
I was
what you
about to
call it.
suggest.
Hot seat GMing.
Hot seat,
where every week
hot
you
seat
swap.
GMing.
Yeah, that's a thing. I've never done it, but
And
it
you
looks
just-
fun.
You just have to like it's a short thing, but like you just have to go off of whatever, like what
Yeah, it's
whatever
yes
they
ending.
left off, they do something else. Like
100%. You will have a unique experience, that's for damn sure.
that'd be the easiest way to like break my fear of the plot going a different way.
Yeah, just don't have one.
Just don't have one.
I have fixed
Just-
the problem. You have eliminated the problem.
That's fixing it.
If it isn't there anymore, it's fixed. I'm not sure how that works.
I mean, yeah, that's what I've been trying to
Best.
embody, and it's been working well for my crime psychopath group.
Jesus.
The more you try to put safety rails on it, the worse it's going to go. Or the more violent the outcome. So if you just let the players, if you kind of just give the players the problem, but not really kind of leave it open to their solution, somehow it turns out less catastrophic than you would imagine.
That's not, brother. I want you to know that how copious that sounds.
I know it sounds copious.
I wasn't gonna say it.
And right now, I only have one fringe evidence. But
I have one
managed
example. It is a rule.
I have a single example. And every indication during the session was the person they had to grab for their job, 100% certain it was going to end in bloodshed and arson. But somehow they kept the casualties to one person and managed to get it out without witnesses or causing a huge scene. I don't know how they did it, but they managed to do it.
Oh, boss man.
Hmm.
The question. I remember.
Yeah. Buff.
Okay. So, I wasn't able to jump in a while ago when you guys were talking about the Wizard Kings because I was at church. But so
Did you
the
have
Wizard
us
Kings,
on
right?
your
They
phone?
ate.
Did you have us on your phone at church?
I had you guys on my earphone.
Oh, I
see.
can tell my mom I do go to church. Thank you, Legion.
I just had one bud in. Okay, I can listen to the priest.
All right, brother. Pop off. What you got?
I have 2 ear holes and 2 hands. I
That's
can
right.
hold both.
My hands
Okay.
praying to God.
Okay, so the Wizard Kings, right? They ate Allure and they got her powers, right? So they have her power, her god powers, right?
Mhm.
So near the end of like the age of, was it the Age of Woe or the Age of Legends?
In
When,
regards
when they
to
fought
what?
when they were fighting the gods?
It is the Age of Legends. At the end of the Age of Legends is when they are fighting the gods.
Okay, so at the end of the Age of Legends, when they were like losing, right? They were like getting pushed back.
Uh-huh.
Did any of the Wizard Kings think, "Huh, I can if I had just a bit more power, I can fight off the gods better." So they're like,
They
"Hey,
weren't losing.
oh yeah, it's because the nuke dropped.
Correct.
That's how they quote
They
unquote
were
lose.
literally winning. They were gaining ground in heaven, and were actively wounding the Aranar, like one after another.
Okay.
And then the Allfather went,
did-
bomb time.
Oh, you think
Okay.
I'm losing? No, we're losing.
With this sacred
Okay,
treasure,
so-
I sub it.
Okay. I guess I'm reworking the thing that's in my head, but did any of them consider like, hey, I could basically do more work if I had more power, and decided to cannibalize the other Wizard Kings, since they kind of did it once, right? They proved the fact that if you eat the powerful entity, you gain their power. And did any of the Wizard Kings were like eyeing each other and like, you have a bit more of the allure's essence in you. If I numb you, I get more essence.
They'd have tried to have eaten Voradare then, because Voradare has the most essence
delicious.
to allure. And no, none of them tried to cannibalize the other. Mind you, that's mostly because I haven't written anything about that yet. So
No one's after Voradare's essence feels bad, man.
I would pose that Voradare ate other Wizard Kings because they wanted to cement themselves as
I did
truly
mention that there are other sorcerers and stuff like that, like other powerful beings during the Age of Legends who basically aren't remembered. So maybe it fit with his character.
Also their name, but aside from that,
Yeah.
I also.
All right. Well, now I'm not gonna do it now. So you ruined it for yourself.
Okay. Well, okay. That aside, I don't. It doesn't matter. I have a lot of questions loaded in the chamber while I was at church.
Oh.
Okay.
Jesus, this guy. That's all he was thinking about.
Okay.
Gospel was inspiration.
So it was Luke. I didn't know which specifics, but it was Luke. Gospel of Luke. But so aside from that, you also mentioned how storage, right, for Bansian magic, having the space basically to cast their spells and such. Has there been a Wizard King wherein, or has this ever existed wherein a Wizard King basically takes an individual and implants, a spell slot in their head, uses them as a living, what's that thing? Spell scroll essentially, right? As a thrall that fights for them, and then they basically oh, I'm out of magic. They point at the thrall. They're like, I take the spell that I stored in your brain and cast the spell instead of bringing up a spell slot.
I've kind of done that a little. I haven't done it with the Wizard Kings. I did it with the Archbishop, the Inheritor of Sin. He would channel a spell, and then he would force the concentration onto another creature.
Oh, they're the one that's casting the spell.
Yeah. So he would cast heat metal, and then he would pass the concentration from himself onto another one of his sycophants.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what sycophant has to do with this.
Stealing that as a mechanic.
Think about it. But no, I meant in a sense we're in storage, right? Storage because again, Vancian magic is much more limiting, right? You only get cast the spells that you specifically prepared for, instead of having spell slots, every single spell at your disposal, as long as you have spell slots. So would there be a case wherein Wizards Kings or even any strong powerful spellcaster going hey, I implant this knowledge so that I can use it eventually from your brain?
So
it's not concentration.
My only thing is that The Wizard Kings wouldn't ever have to do that because their ring basically gives them giga power.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't
Can't
say
play them.
it's impossible. I've just never done anything with it.
Okay.
I mean, I know wizards get like drain bonded item, where they can basically drain their whatever item instead of expending that spell.
Okay.
So I don't know. Wizards
next-
got like a cracked out version. Wizard Kings.
All right. Next
Okay,
question.
All right.
Next on the docket.
He flips his page.
Neurosi culture, right? So
Okay.
they sort of have a might makes right, like culture, right?
A little, yeah.
Does that so? Are they human supremacists or are they might supremacists?
Could you call them human supremacists if they think that if you like become a werewolf but you earned it, you're awesome, but if you take that power and it's not yours, you're doo-doo?
Yeah, because supremacists are often hypocritical.
Well, that's true,
Hmm.
but in this
That's-
case, right? There's like a
Let's be real.
Great point, actually.
It's
Yeah,
our
that's-
people becoming werewolves, so it's based.
okay. So because I was about to ask, like Morlings have a very might makes right culture,
Correct.
right?
The
So-
quintessential might makes right.
Yeah. So if a Neurosi person were to, let's say, defeat like a leader of a herd, they get the followers, right? They get the followers in turn. Of the Morlings, right? The
Uh-huh.
Morlings in that herd. Would they acknowledge them, or would they be like, "Nah, I'll kill all of you, regardless"? Like even if you're under my banner now, because I basically defeated your leader.
Are you wait? What are you asking? Are you asking if a Neurosi would kill Morlings?
Yes, like even under their banner, because they're like you're far weaker, etc. All that. It's like with dragons, right? It's like they have a hatred for dragons. Like even if
That's a historical hate, though. That's not just like I hate you because you're.
Yeah,
weak.
I think it would, because here's the thing. Player characters fully have the capability and the potential to end up in a situation where they are the leader of a Morling herd because they killed a baron or a slaughter lord or what have you. So it's not like they're cattle, like they're just gonna sit there and take it. Like if you roll up and say, all right, time to start culling, and they watch you kill like a Morling, even though you're the leader, they're gonna be like, what the fuck, dude? Like it's gonna be like now you're being challenged again, right? Like you're killing without reason, then it's obviously you're not our leader. I think it would
think that
depend
would-
on the person, honestly.
I think like just murdering Morlings because they're Morlings would very confuse Morlings a lot. They'd be like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah. Like, why
I
are
don't
you
think
doing
they know how
that?
to deal with that. With the exception of maybe like people from Tyros, like that might be why Morlings hate the people of Tyros.
Like you killed
No,
our
it's-
chieftain, and then they start killing the rest of them, and they're like, "What are you doing?" Like,
Yeah, that like doesn't make any sense. So now they hate
I mean-
you.
I mean, wouldn't it be like it's because you guys are weak? If they go like, "Hey, because I'm strong and you're weak, so I can basically kill you," because I have that right.
well,
I
that's
have
not
that strength.
how. So that's not how like the normal culture works usually. Like,
Well, yes.
a slaughter lord doesn't just kill because he can. Like he kills usually
I'm-
to make a point.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, if it were that sort of situation, would they be like, okay, you got this there, you are strong, so our neck is
DM, I
bared
want you
for
to
you to
answer in
slice.
the way I want you to answer. I'm gonna
They
keep asking.
they
the
would just
question.
run. Like they're not just going to sit
Okay.
there and willingly put their head on the block. If they watch you kill enough, they will just flee. Like you're
Okay.
like their
Maybe
original
some-
herd leader's gone. So now they're like, all right, well, we're going to listen to you. And then you go, fuck you, Morlings. And they go, all right, well, this guy obviously doesn't like us.
I could
Very
definitely
Tarossi of you.
see. I don't know if Tarosians would butcher. I mean, some might. Some might just butcher the whole herd because they're like, infestation, get them out.
True.
If they're like a Ryland and they're like, only good Morling's a dead Morling.
Correct.
But I could also see a Road Warden like killing a Slaughter Lord, and then the Morling's like, okay, well he's in charge, and then the Road Warden is like, no, I'm not, and then he leaves, and then now the Morlings
It's like
are
a
stuck.
cadre of Morlings following him.
Correct. Well, it's like he just vanishes. Like he goes back to town, tells them to fuck off, and they're like, well, what the fuck, dude? Now we just have this power vacuum. What do we do about it?
That's right.
It's like a minion
And
situation.
Now the Morlings are pissed at you because
You refuse to lead them.
Yeah, you left them with this like it's just chaos now because you killed
Hey.
one Slaughter Lord. Now you have 3 contenders.
Okay, I did ask this.
The horde is like eating itself, and they're mad at you, and they blame you for it.
Okay, I did ask this because there is there is another question that's brewing in between this question.
Okay.
Okay, so
There's a proto question. I have an inter question.
okay, so if a Neurosi, right? Neurosi leads a band of Morlings because they defeated the original leader, right? Would their service to that Neurosi eventually turn them into a beast folk? Question mark. Like their proximity towards someone who is not of chaos. Like
No,
because the whole thing, right?
because you
Like-
got to remember the whole beast folk thing is like it's a willing choice.
Yes, they willingly serve like the strongest, which just so happens to be someone who's order aligned. Like say
That's
a
not
road warden. That's not how it works.
Okay, well you're saying a Neurosi. You're not saying a road warden. Those are two very different things.
Okay.
You're
Fair
asking, do they follow the knight and be a good guy, or do they follow the Viking and be a good guy? If they're following a Neurosi, the likelihood that they're doing good it's really in the eyes of the beholder at that point. Like, are you from Whitewall? You probably dislike the Neurosi because they're there raiding your lands every summer. Are you in the wilderness? It really depends. Are they part of your clan or not? Like, that's a big thing.
I could see so much like cultural like friction between like Tarosi and Morling, where even like at the beginning a Tarosi knight might have slaughtered a Slaughter Lord and have turned to the Morling. He's like, "You're free now. You're in charge of your own destiny and shit." And then he leaves, and then like the Morling tribe like comes back with like a fury and just starts like pillaging, and then the Tarosi's are like, wow, okay, we give them a chance and this is what they do with it.
What have we done wrong?
Obviously, like the whole batch is bad. Morling's terrible.
Kill them all.
Meanwhile, the Morlings are like, you were supposed to lead us, might makes right, and instead you abandoned us, you piece of shit.
Okay, garbage, you fucking piece of shit.
Yeah, I could definitely see a lot of cultural friction turning to generalizations and misunderstandings.
Yeah, so you think of then you have like the fresh-faced Tarossi Knight that's like, like, oh, have you tried reintegrating, or like have you tried integrating the the Morlings or whatever? And then you have the hardened veterans that have already been down that road, and they're thinking in their head, integrate them in what? Into the fucking soil? Let's make peace.
Yeah, that's right.
No, let's make them rest in peace.
That's Rylan, all right.
Correct.
Show them a real slaughter lord.
Rylan sitting there face to face with Orin Glensworn going, redemption, huh? And then immediately 2 sessions later being like, the only good Morlings are dead Morling.
No, this is their redemption, dying.
I see, we forgot the lessons already.
I'm trying to give context to, Ryland's rampant racism against Morlings. Like some like cultural historical context beyond just they were furries and we hate them.
Honestly, I love the idea that the reason there's such a clash is because at some point in time, Morlings were like, yeah, dude, you fucking beat us. Good job. So lead us to war. Like,
And they just did nothing.
and they did nothing. And then they went, what the fuck are you doing?
Yep.
Why aren't you
suck,
leading us?
Dad.
Like, I'm sure there's like horror stories amongst Morling cultures of this tribe that was like defeated by a Tarosian knight and then left, and the tribe like basically ended up eating itself.
Yeah, it cannibalized itself, trying to
Yeah.
like prove who was the strongest.
Yeah. And basically just withered, and they're like, that's why we don't like accept Tarosians. And we don't care if they kill a slaughter lord. You don't let those guys in charge. Have a backup.
Those guys fucking stink.
Stick with your shamans.
Always have a
How
backup
about
shaman.
those?
Maybe that's why shamans became a thing. They're like, we need a guide. We need a spiritual guide in case these Tarosians fuck it up.
Nice.
It's 'cause
I like that.
And then, the shamans are like, oh, yes, there's all these stories about why we should be in power.
Me! Fucking
Why
wrenches
I'm
back.
important, the story.
And so the first shaman lord said, by word of gospel,
Yeah.
fuck them Tarosi.
Funny how the shamans have all these myths and stories about why shamans are important. Isn't that weird?
What's
Kinda
great is
makes me-
that I can see a situation now where, like, let's say Logan defeats a Slaughter Lord or something like that. I could see it being like a temporary thing where like the Morlings are like, we'll listen to you for now. And then I go, hey, so you have like control over this herd for about like a week before they fuck off. Like, or another person rises up to challenge you type shit. So do what you will for this week. But because they're distrusting of Tarosians, you don't have like basically permanent control over these guys.
You have competition amongst the religious. The shaman hates you
That's right.
and is warning against you and warning the doom of the tribe because of your mucking about.
You bastard.
And we need to hold essentially like a blood tournament to get a new Slaughter Lord ASAP.
Right
Get this guy outta
now.
here.
Like, right now.
Yep.
You should not be here.
It's also a very convenient way for Morin to keep an eye on her, to keep her herds, chaotic.
Mm.
Basically, the shamans, she really emphasizes keeping control of the shamans because convenience.
Oh yeah, controls spiritual belief. You
Correct.
very strong, very OP, unbalanced.
And now you have like a sub-faction amongst the Morlings that will basically, the players can fight. They have to take down the Morling theocracy.
Mm. You basically have to get rid of like the Grayseer and basically like assume control.
Your BBEG, Morling Pope.
The Morling
Dorime.
Pope. This is my familiar Lucille. Or
The
Luce.
Grand Shaman. So you have
Kinda-
your Slaughter Lords. Some are probably fanatical, but most I would think are more concerned with keeping the herd under their control. And then you have
Absolutely.
the shamans who are concerned with they are the ones that like do the herd stones and everything.
Mhm.
So they're if anything, gonna be almost like the Bene Gesserit.
Mm.
They're like the secret society of Morlings that like influence the different herds on a grander scale.
Yeah, they're the ones that are like the voice of Morden and stuff like that. So that's definitely where you get this sort of degree of like separation where like you have a Slaughter Lord who is the martial might of the clan, And then you have the shaman who's the voice of your god. And it's like, who do you listen to?
So like the shamans have like a secret shadow council that they meet up at a shaman.
Not even secret. I mean, they literally show up at a herdstone and go, "Okay, we're gonna have."
Yeah. They say this is the spot, and then they basically whip the clan into a frenzy. They build a herdstone, and then they go, "All right, now battle to the death to decide who is going to be our leader."
Yeah, of like the big old war herd that we're gonna throw at this spot.
You will be the chosen of Morden.
Okay, yeah.
So,
So they're the
question
voice.
What up?
So about that, right? Dang, wait, sorry. 1 second.
Okay.
Fine.
What's up? Motherfucker, gotta go up, get communion real quick.
No, I'm
Father,
done.
the
I'm
Christ,
done.
and the Holy Spirit.
I'm driving. I'm driving now.
Anyway, starts yapping.
Dude,
in
that
the
was
body
the
of Christ.
funniest shit
the
I've ever
headphones.
heard.
The
God won't mind.
headphones.
God's cool with it. Don't worry. God watches too.
The fucking imagine the headphone slip and you just hear like from his phone about like
It's earphone.
slaughter lords and all this, like all the religious stuff.
Who the hell is Morden?
The priest looks and goes, "You know what? It's kind of based actually. I'm looking to change providers.
Oh, don't do that with Morin. My God.
Tell me more about this
What the hell?
Morin Legion."
About to have a very bad time in your life.
Yeah, I want to recommend that.
Okay, I remember that. So you mentioned how it's only recently that the case of Morlings starting to like talk in common,
Yeah.
right?
Education.
Is that maybe has there not been any case from before that they started to talk, and it's just like completely removed because the Morlings that talk got integrated and turned into beast folk. So it's like, huh? So were they ever always Morlings, or were
I'm
they just beast
sensing
folk
it.
talking now?
I'm feeling a find out in RP moment.
Oh, okay.
Getting hit with the favorite
Like
spell
it's a
of
case of like, sorry, like it's a case of or misrecorded history. Like it's not recorded as Morlings. It's because they got integrated because they were able to talk and stuff. So they were just jotted down as the arise of beast folks because they were talking, communicating, etc. Or beast folks fighting Tirosi road wardens or knights.
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
I'm asking if was it just misrecorded in history that this is only the first time that Morlings start to talk, or was there cases before in the past wherein they were talking, they were just misrecorded as instead of Morlings because again they didn't think that Morlings couldn't talk. They just misrecorded it as beast folk who are against order, or if they were integrated, they were just beast folk,
I
not
think he's asking
Morlings to talk.
have Morlings always been able to talk and Tarosians are just revisionist racists?
Yeah, essentially.
Is that really
I don't
what's
think-
going
Did they just-
on?
So here's the thing. Here's the big thing. You gotta remember how the Shadowed Age works. The Shadowed Age doesn't have an actual defined period of time that it occurred. The idea is that the Shadowed Age was so mysterious. It was basically an actual dark age, like our destruction of the Library of Alexandria. Like so much history was lost and so many people, like so many sages lost, that it's not clear if it lasted 100 years or if it lasted 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. Like there's nobody around except maybe some elves who might have an like a definitive answer on how long the Shadowed Age was, which means that as a result, there are just things that don't make sense or are unanswered. So have Morlings been able to talk before in the past? Who knows? Because there's nothing recorded about it. Now, that might change. The party might go speak to like an Elrond type who was there like 3,000 years ago and goes, I remember their splendid banners, all those elegant princes and captains and then goes, I remember when Morlings spoke, when they talked to us in the common tongue type shit.
When they talk to it.
Like there's almost like no distinction between Morling and Beast Folk, because it's easy for Morlings to just switch over to Beast Folk at that time, because again they can speak and stuff, and Beast Folk to be branded as Morlings because they were just against the principles that we held, all that jazz.
I don't know if it's like that. I don't know, like there might be it almost sounds like you want the human supremacist from Warcraft, who basically was like, elves are always the shitheads. I fucking hate all elves.
I didn't say that. You're putting words in my mouth.
Yeah,
but
I am.
You
Because I know that's what you want.
You just
No.
leading questions until we eventually hit that point, and you go consider.
At least go to
And then we go.
Garrosh.
And then DM goes, probably not. And you're like, okay, but what if I asked again? And then you consider.
In a different manner.
Yeah, that's.
Same question, flavored different,
Yeah, please stop asking the same questions, flavor different.
Okay. Different question then.
There are
I have
other
moved
people
past-
who have questions,
Oh,
like
okay.
different questions.
Okay.
Not the same
Yo,
question.
I got a question
random.
for you, DM, because you never responded to my DMs ever.
That doesn't sound right.
Damn.
I mean, the last two DMs I sent you was
That doesn't sound right. Anyway,
Put him on blast.
DM. Does a concept of reincarnation or past lives exist in your setting?
I thought I answered this like in voice chat with you.
Nope.
I think this
yes.
one works.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, the orcs have that. The orcs have the Zalo belief, which is they look in your eyes and they can see who you were in your past life.
And is that only apply to just orcs, or like is it just something they believe everyone has?
So from what I have right
That's a lot of
now, that is just orcs, because orcs aren't a progenitor ancestry. Orcs are a byproduct. They are the result of meddling.
Okay.
So with how orcs are made, they have that sort of unique trait to them.
Okay. Is it still possible another race could do it?
Is it something you specifically want? For a
Yeah,
reason, or?
I mean, maybe I have a few ideas, maybe.
Okay, what are those ideas?
Why don't people just lead with ideas rather than like
Because Legion's just rubbed off on me, right?
What?
these pitfall trap questions?
It's not a pitfall.
You gotta warm them up to the idea.
I'm
Yeah, you
not-
gotta
it's not a
prime them.
pitfall. It's like, all right, I'm asking a clarifying question, and then I'm like, all right.
Sometimes.
So,
Sometimes.
yeah, but I'm not Legion, so
Not always, but
Hey,
sometimes. It does
Wait,
feel
wait,
like
to be
these
fair.
questions are
To be-
like there to corner DM into making him answer in a way to put a thing in there that you want.
I mean,
To be fair.
I'm simply asking a question, so all right, you don't have to be so
Scaffolding at
hostile.
its
I'm not saying always. I'm not saying you're doing it now. I'm just saying sometimes the pattern seems to be
It just seemed pretty
weird, obscure
accusatory. It
question.
seemed pretty accusatory.
Ask weird, obscure question, then I ask another weird, obscure question, and then I hit him with the, well, if A, then B, then C must be a thing, right, DM? It only makes sense. And DM goes, no. And you go, well, why not?
I think the
Okay.
I think the term is called scaffolding.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, because I do this now because I don't want a repeat of a Bananasaurus situation where I lead with the
I
fine.
love the Bananasaurus, though.
It always comes back to
What?
Bananasaurus.
What?
God bless.
I've learned my
Effort.
lesson. Okay, I've learned my lesson because I just off the pull. I just fired that question without building the necessary building
Legion.
blocks to that.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I don't think there's any leading questions you could ask that wouldn't make us laugh at you for asking if Bananasaurus is worth it.
Wow.
What is
I'm
Bananasaurus?
sorry.
I feel like I shouldn't be asking this, but what is Bananasaurus?
I feel like the real question is, who is Bananasaurus?
Ah,
That's
It's a beautiful concept that does not fit the. It's a wonderful concept. It just does not fit the vibe and setting of Adis.
it is
is it
exactly as it
literally
sounds.
a banana dinosaur?
Yes.
Yes. It was like a
'Cause-
long neck. I forgot what type of dino. But it was the one with one of the long necks.
I see.
The-
It got me thinking when somebody said Bananasaurus.
Don't say Pathfinder has one, please.
In second
Please,
edition.
I hope.
Oh, good heavens!
One of the lead designers of
Vindication.
2e made a spelling mistake on one of his early drafts when making spells. And the spell Dinosaur Fort was born.
Dinosaur Fort.
Excuse me?
Oh yeah, I was looking at
Rank
that spell.
10. Rank 10, rare, primal
That's not where I thought it was
tradition
going.
only, 24-hour duration. You conjure a primeval fort with walls of sharpened wood adorned with dinosaur skin and teeth, up to 300 feet on each side. Each of the 4 quadrants of the fort is guarded by a different Tyrannosaurus. While the Tyrannosaurus won't cross into the others' territories, their reach allows them to simultaneously attack an intruder near the center of the fort. The Tyrannosauruses leave you and anyone you introduce to them alone, but treat anyone else they find in the fort as intruders and prospective snacks. When you prepare spells, you can choose not to recover the spell slot you used for this spell. If you do, the fort remains for another 24 hours. There's a bunch more, but that's the important part.
That is so fucking awesome.
Do I want to
It
know what the
is.
original
That
spell
is
was
sick
supposed
as
to be?
fuck, dude.
I don't actually
Please.
know what the original was supposed to be. I think they scrapped it and
there's
just kept the
Dinosaur
dinosaur form.
Lord, let me ask you an important question.
Please tell me it
Can,
wasn't Dinosaur
can
Fort.
Pathfinder 2nd Edition enable me to be a dinosaur druid better than 5th Edition?
Yes,
Yeah,
I can
yeah,
answer
100%.
that. Having seen
Oh
on
my
the-
fucking
dude.
do you-
Holy shit, bro.
Absolutely.
We were looking
I'll let
at
them do
druid
it.
feats. Holy shit, dog. Druids in fucking Pathfinder cook, bro. They fucking
Bro,
cook.
Can I
Would you
be?
like-
You could
can I
be
a dinosaur
Godzilla,
druid?
dog.
Oh
you
my
can be
god,
more
dude.
than a dinosaur druid. You can be a kaiju druid. if
I
you
don't
want.
want to be a kaiju druid. I want to be a dinosaur druid. Man.
Yes,
can
you
be
could
both.
be a dinosaur druid, and then at a high enough level where dinosaurs, like where you're like, there are no high level dinosaurs, you just turn into fucking Godzilla.
Yeah.
That's fucking sick.
Or you could be a
I-
flying dinosaur type shit.
Oh,
You want to be
I
a
will
dragon dog? They have dragon druids.
I'll be honest with you, Chief. If you run a second as Pathfinder game that I get invited to, I'm being a dinosaur druid. That's just it. There's
Nice.
no ifs, ands, or buts. I'm being
Now,
a dinosaur
you
druid.
will have to be patient.
It's high level.
It's pretty high
It's fine.
level.
I can.
admittedly.
I'm patient. I can wait.
Just saying.
I've been waiting
Just letting
long
you know.
enough. So I
Side
can
note
wait.
though,
Bro, hasn't been able to
Dinosaur
get it.
Fort is also a druid spell. It's a primal spell, so you get Dinosaur Fort. And if a GM allows it, obviously. And you get the Summon Kaiju spell. So you could summon a kaiju on your first turn, and then turn into a kaiju on your second turn. And now there's two
Lord.
Godzilla. Yes, sir.
So about the dinosaur fort, right? The Tyrannosauruses that are like part of this spell,
Yes,
are
sir.
they sentient? Or do they just
Are they
exist when you
sentient?
cast
What
the
the?
Yeah. Do they exist when you cast the spell, and when you recast the spell, do they recall you summoning them before? Or is it like a
that's a
new
good
set
question.
of dinosaurs?
I'm
Are
pretty
they
sure it's
actual?
GM Fiat,
Yeah,
but they
it's
are
because, like,
created by the magic.
If this
Yeah, it's
is, does the dinosaurs in Dinosaur Fort have souls? I'm gonna strangle you.
no. This is genuine.
Gotta-
Like, are the dinosaurs like, or they pulled from like the past and just like shunted into this reality in this present, or are they like just fabrications? Are they just like constructs?
You have 4 dinosaurs just randomly pulled across space and time. That'd
Yeah,
be kind of funny.
Well, this is an interesting thought. It doesn't say in the spell.
Yeah.
So it just assumes that when you conjure the fort, the dinosaurs are there as part of casting the spell. And when the spell
you touch-
ends, they simply cease to be.
Yeah,
So,
you touch the Tyrannosaurus snout. It's like, do you feel?
do you feel
you know-
T-Rex?
I,
Do you know
I-
this feeling?
I like the idea of like each time you do it, they're the same Tyrannosaurus Rexes, and like each time he's like, "Hey, how's it going, bud? So need you to do a little bit of guard dogging while me and my party rest. Hey everyone, this is Skrindor. He's a Tyrannosaurus Rex Alpha. He will be protecting us tonight. Say hello."
You joke, but that's
Skrindor's
usually
wild.
how I run my summons. Is if you want to summon, you have to go make a deal or a pact with a creature, and then that creature will answer your summons. So you go make a deal with like a spear type character, like a spear like T-Rex type, and then they always answer your summon until you like fuck them over, basically.
Oh,
So you got to make besties with 4 T-Rex.
I'd be down to clown with that.
I was about to
conjuncture.
say.
I'd be down to clown with that conjuncture.
An idea about them pulling from like random locations across Adas, though. Hear me out. Let's say another party is, for one circumstance or other, they're getting chased by a T-Rex. Your other campaign summons Tyrannosaurus, Sun's Dinosaur Fort. This party is like about to get eaten by the T-Rex, or it's getting chased by one of them, and it just fucking Gmod despawns in front of them. They're like,
It wasn't
what?
even there.
Okay, real quick to wheel back. You said this spell came out because of a mistake. What was the original spell?
I don't know. I think it was probably instant fort, is my guess.
I'm trying to wonder, how do you get dinosaur for? Like, what do you have to fuck up to get dinosaur for?
I thought. I mean, I was afraid that it was supposed to originally be dinosaur fart or some shit.
Dinosaur form.
Well,
Maybe it's dinosaur
that's a
form.
different spell entirely.
With dinosaur
So that's
form,
actually
maybe.
8th rank dinosaur fart.
Dinosaur form seems like it makes sense.
Yeah,
yes,
the
it might
only
be.
the only spell with fort in its name is dinosaur fort. So
Yeah.
it was very likely either a first edition thing, or they scrapped the original and kept the dinosaur fort.
It was
One
like
of the two.
dynamic fort or something.
Not entirely sure, but I've only heard half the story, so I'd have to go and research the rest of it.
So about the summoning the dinosaur, right? Like, because Bossman's going like, if it's a summon, it's gonna be like you gotta make a deal with some wolves or stuff.
Correct.
So in this case, right, if you cast Dinosaur Fort and you haven't made any connections with any Tyrannosauruses, right?
I'm not gonna
Are
let
they
you
just
cast
gonna
that spell.
Oh, okay. It's not like you pull random Tyrannosaur and then it's not
Syntax
there,
error.
but you can't basically control them. You gotta tame them now.
You see, what I was gonna ask is like, okay, if you don't make a deal with like 4 T-Rexes, like, would it just be you just summon a fort, but it's unguarded?
Hmm.
In that case, yeah, I would let that happen.
Just throw them straight into the
Okay.
fire. They have to they have to domesticate them then and there, or they have to fight 4
Yeah,
T-Rexes.
domesticate. Yeah.
Follow-up question: what if I like made a deal with like 4 different dinosaurs? Does it have to be a T-Rex?
The spell
Oh, yeah.
specifies each quadrant of the fort is guarded by a T-Rex.
Yeah, but
Oh.
like the DM's also God. He can make
Yeah,
changes
but-
to a spell.
Yeah, but if
Yeah.
we're saying the GM can change shit, then that applies to everything we ever say.
Yes, it's true.
No,
He's God.
no.
Literally, he's God.
Okay, to be fair, in this instance, they say dinosaur, not T-Rex Fort. I think that's very misleading. Then it should be any dinosaur. Since
Well,
they
the
did so.
dinosaur part of it is the fact that like it's made of dinosaur skin and teeth and shit.
Oh, good
But,
point.
like-
Good point.
It's a
But,
great
like,
spell.
But like, I feel like it'd be reasonable to ask the DM, like, "Hey, what if I made deals with 4 Triceratops instead? Would it
Oh, yeah.
still apply?" Or like 4 fucking Diplodocus? Or what if I made a deal with like a fuck ton of Compsognathus?
Make
Or
a deal with
something.
4
Tiny one?
Tyresks.
I think the
You
issue.
can summon those, by the way.
One more time.
Compsognathus, you can summon those.
Oh,
It's the first dinosaur that you can summon
I love
using
Compsognathus.
summon animal at level 1.
They're so.
I don't think
adorable.
any of this is reasonable.
Sorry to interrupt.
You're all out.
no.
You're
I think in that situation, I would go yes, but you only get 4, and you would.
Holy f-
So you would summon because you only summon the 4 T-Rexes. So if you have like a billion compies or whatever, you're only summoning 4 compies
Oh, piece of-
because you've made a deal with this clan of compies.
Dude, I want to like, but like, You summon dinosaur form. I'm like, oh, I've heard of this spell before. He probably has made a deal with 4 Tyrannosaurus Rex or Pterodactyl or Triceratops, and then like it's just fucking full to the brim with Compsognathus. They're just kind of like, all right, boss, we're glad you're back. And they're just fucking in every nook and cranny. They're in fucking every room.
So,
they're just like skittering around. And
What
shit.
level is a Tyrannosaurus Rex?
17.
What level is the Compsognathus or whatever? the fuck it's called?
-1.
Okay. At that
Yeah.
level, yeah, I guess you could have a billion compies running around because they literally are so insignificant, they do nothing.
So, tiny
Ah,
adjustment here. The Tyrannosaurus Rex is slightly different, I believe. Yeah, so I was mistaken. It's the Thruniosaurus Rex, made by the Thrun Dynasty. That's level 17. The T-Rex is level 10. A Thruniosaurus Rex is magically created.
My man went on.
They're a whole thing. They have a sun between their horns.
It is a devil.
Holy shit.
It is a devil dinosaur.
It's a devil saw, yeah.
That's awesome.
That sounds sick as fuck.
It's a magic dinosaur monster made by the best archwizards of a country for fun.
Fun. Oh,
Yeah, it was
man.
literally made by Shalaxian Diabolists who sought to combine the ferocity of dinosaurs with the power of hell.
Yeah, so here's an image of one of these guys.
That's a
Have
quote.
fun with that.
Yeah,
And hang out text.
Dude,
there's more than one.
every time I jump in, y'all are talking about sick Pathfinder 2. I'm like, dude, this game sounds so much fucking better than the 5th edition in every fucking way. Dude. Like, oh my god, because it's like, okay, real talk. One of the things I've wanted was like, man, I want like proper dinosaur representation of 5e, and you just don't get that. And then you tell me about Dinosaur Fort.
Yeah.
Dude, that is
You're
so
like, hell
that is so
yeah.
much more effort they put in than 5th edition already, dude. Like,
Yeah,
oh,
And you can fight like dinosaurs early on. Like there's
Correct.
as low as like -1 creatures.
I mean, you can in 5e too, right? Because Chul is full of dinosaurs.
yeah, it is.
So if you do Tomb of Annihilation, you're fighting dinosaurs out
Yeah.
the gate.
Yeah, but it's Tomb of Annihilation.
Yeah,
Correct.
it's not fucking Tomb of the Dinosaurs. The dinosaurs just exist outside of the, you know,
They
like
just
they're-
live there.
maybe just because I'm a dinosaur enjoyer, I want more dino-centric content in my tabletop
I'm a bit
RPG.
of a dino connoisseur, you know.
Rozzy trying to make his own Jurassic Park and Ada's.
I already look, bro. I already have my own like dino setting. All right.
So there are 19 dinosaurs total, with the
Right.
dinosaur trait anyway.
The
And that
party
doesn't
asks-
include if you use elite or weak modifications to it. You could also have undead dinosaurs, shadow dinosaurs, because there's a bunch of monster adjustments that you can put on them. There's a bunch of stuff you can do with dinosaurs.
Yeah. Especially with how modular the monster creator is. Like I was able to level down
Correct.
stuff and level up stuff and change stuff up.
Yeah, and you could also just steal an ability from some other animal and throw it on your T-Rex.
Yeah. Like
Just be
I
like, my T-Rex can do sneak attack, and
Yeah.
give the
Dude, we
T-Rex
just
sneak
say
attack.
that as raw.
We're not talking about raw.
Well, I'm gonna show you what raw is. Take 46 damage.
You got Gordon Ramsay on you. It's fucking raw.
It's fucking raw.
Yeah, you know what is
Where's
raw?
the lamb sauce?
You know what is raw? You rolling 4d6s and dropping the lowest.
New character type, idiot.
Oh,
I'm just imagining Rozzy's hypothetical dino druid.
it's
Higher
not
levels.
a hypothetical. It's something I've
The
been
event.
working
Okay,
on
the
for
future.
fucking
The
It's
future.
very real.
Okay,
It's real to
my
me.
apologies, Rozzy. I'm picturing the future dino druid, and the party's wondering where all the guild funds are going, and it's you like establishing contact with all these different dinosaurs so you can
Fuck
have them for your dino fort.
Fuck yeah.
Watch your motherfucking tongue when you walk
Yeah,
to it. Fucking, better fucking watch yourself.
Just hey guys, so like he's got a bit of an attitude, but as long as you don't step on his toes, you'll be fine. So party member walks forward, steps on like the smallest fucking toe. Look, no, it's cool, it's fine.
fucking
He's
grabs
chill.
the party member, throws him up into the air.
What's his name? Princess.
Party member steps forward, doesn't step on any toes, gets eaten anyway. Oh shit, yeah, right. They don't like the color red either.
Oh yeah,
Makes
no,
them really mad.
yeah,
They
no, he
hate
hates the
gnomes.
color red.
Princess, spit him out.
Base,
Princess,
base,
drop.
base.
So there is a cool thing you can do with dinosaurs.
Go on.
There is a downtime activity. This is
Go on.
go on. You have my attention.
You have my attention.
There is a downtime activity called Train Animal. Train Animal means that you can spend your downtime teaching the T-Rex tricks. And giving them specific commands that they do when you tell them to do stuff.
I'm about to clicker train a fucking T-Rex.
Exactly. And not to mention, if you're a ranger, animal companion, guess what has the animal trait?
A T-Rex?
A T-Rex.
Oh,
Just
shit.
hear the joy in his fucking voice.
You could have
That's
a
so funny.
dinosaur ranger who's just rocking a T-Rex that they ride.
Oh, man. I want to be this so bad.
I love Pathfinder.
I love Pathfinder.
You haven't even played it
Another
yet.
one
You know
sold.
You know what? I'm sorry I ever talk shit about Pathfinder. Pathfinder fucking rules.
My life
Friendship
for
ended with
Paizo.
5e. Paizo,
John,
my
I got
life is
another one.
yours. You've given me dinosaur content.
Watsy with a single hears it with a single tear in their eyes. They vault all the dinosaur stuff because that was made for you.
Bruh.
Too
No.
little, too late.
Too little, too late. That's why you know what? Fuck Lost Caverns of Ixalan. I hate Magic now. I want second
What
edition
the-
proxy cards.
What the?
Yes.
Can't say that.
Yes, I can. What are they
They'll
gonna do?
send
Send
the
the pink?
Pinkertons.
Oh, they're gonna send the Pinkertons after me? Yeah, I trained a dinosaur. Clicker trained, motherfucker.
Clever girl.
Oh, dude. Oh my god, like imagine Dinosaur Fort, but you just have like a fucking like a clan of raptors hiding, waiting like ninjas in the fort for intrude. Oh my god. And because they know how to because they can communicate, because they have a special like little fucking vocal thing, like you hear an intruder, all you just hear is and you're like, oh shit, guys.
Guys, we gotta go.
Oh,
He's already cooking with gas. He's ready.
dude.
You're just like, oh, I'll be right back. I'm gonna domesticate something real quick. Don't mind while I'm taking like 100,000 gold. Comes back, summons Dino Fort. It's 4 Tarrasques.
Guys, I've been cooking.
What?
Guys, I've been cooking. I hope y'all like Compsognathus.
Behold, a fucking tidal wave.
It's like, oh, what did you do with your pet bear? Oh, I decided to like move up. I wanted it to be with its family. I domesticated something a little bigger. Whistles.
Triceratops.
Princess, come here. It's a fucking
Princess.
it's a
Come here.
Tarrasque. It's a fucking Tarrasque.
Fucking slams
Come
over
here.
the trees.
See, check this out. They can do tricks. Fetch just throws a little stick, immediately catches it.
Yeah.
It bounces off their body.
Ting.
Yeah, you throw
Yeah.
a stick, they come back with a whole tree.
Oh. I just had like a childhood sense of wonder I haven't had in years.
Role-playing games.
Oh, I love
What they're
role-playing
meant
games.
to be. Paizo, give me a T-Rex to ride, and my life is yours.
And my wallet
is yours.
To my knowledge,
Absolutely.
you can. I think once his bear is big enough, he can actually ride on his bear.
Correct. They only have
Yeah.
to be one size category larger than you.
Yeah, so once your dino gets large, which I think is relatively quick.
I'll double check.
Have y'all ever heard of the show Primal?
That's literally what I was referencing when I was talking about Spear.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, bro, like, I want to be like just a ranger with like their T-Rex mount. That's just like, all right, let's go slaughter these fools. Drake warning, but it's a dinosaur.
I want to ride in on my my mammoth turtle.
Mammoth.
Don't worry, guys. I'll get there with my 20 feet movement speed.
Who here has watched The Mandalorian and the Book of Boba Fett?
I have watched bits and parts.
What
Of it.
in the fuck, dog?
Oh, Disney Plus.
I've seen Mandalore. I'll skip Book of Boba thing. I watched like the first episode and went, nah.
It's like the first season of The Mandalorian, but I don't have Disney
Yeah.
Plus no more.
I watched bits and parts.
Sorry,
of
my
both.
room just got invaded with fried rice.
Oh,
fried
I am very happy.
Ooh.
The reason I ask is I'm finishing up the Book of Boba Fett. And there are a lot of really like it's. So I unironically I like Boba.
No, yeah.
I didn't really know much about him. Like I didn't know any of the expanded lore or anything like that. I just like the character that he is. I wish that they would have done more with the Tuscans. Because apparently he spent like 5 years with them, but it's only like a couple episodes, which I thought was kind of lame. I, honest to God, felt my eyes roll into the back of my fucking skull at the end of The Mandalorian season 2.
Ooh, yeah.
Everything before that, I was
Yeah.
fucking vibing with. I was having a great time. And then
You
the
understand
moment that
They
the
had to pull
ending
him out.
happened, my fucking dude, it's so wild to go like, ugh, I hate
You
that.
can
And
say
then,
it, by the way. It's several years old.
oh,
Just-
perfect. Okay, yeah. When
it's-
Luke shows up at the end of fucking season 2, my eyes roll into the back of my skull. I literally
100%.
could not give more or less of a fuck.
Dude,
Yes.
they can never let that shit go.
Bro,
they
when
cannot.
it's just him, when it's just Mando, like Din Djarin, or it's Boba Fett, and there's no like the, it's so weird because I love the Darksaber. Like when they're dealing with the Darksaber, it feels mythical. Like
Yeah,
it
and then
feels like an
Jedi shows
actual legendary item that the character's like struggling to wield, and is like this like just normal guy sort of fucking with this like mythical item. Like that feels like watching him swing it around and he fucking burns himself because he doesn't know how to swing it. I was like, that's exactly what I wanted. That's exactly the type of shit that I wanted to see. What I was really surprised by is why the fuck are there Mandalorian episodes in the Book of Boba Fett?
Yeah, good
I
question.
was so
there no
fucking
what?
confused by that.
There's no what?
I'm curious why the fuck there are Mandalorian episodes in the Book of Boba Fett.
Oh, because Boba Fett wasn't going anywhere, and they realized Mandalore. Star Wars is a mess. Yeah,
It is.
Yeah, that's
it is.
that's one of the
so
things.
self-referential at this point. I don't know if they can stop.
Yeah. Like they rely too much on like referencing their other like shows and
Yeah.
shit. And it's just like it works in some cases. Like for example, in the Bad Batch, they make reference to some other stuff, but like it doesn't overstay its welcome. It's just like, okay, reference this, that's it. But in shit like The Mandalorian or like Book of Boba Fett, sometimes they'll reference other shit. And I'm like, they can't help themselves. they
They
just
physically cannot help themselves.
Got the
When
Marvel
it's-
syndrome.
When it's just like Din Djarin or Boba Fett, I'm having a great time. Like I've enjoyed the bulk of Boba
Ooh.
Fett, the Book of Boba Fett, and I've enjoyed the bulk of season 2.
I watched 2 episodes of Book of Boba, and I was like, I'm done. This sucks.
Really?
When he gets ambushed, and I'm like, you're telling me this is an elite assassin? A motherfucker gets ambushed in the middle of the fucking street, and what are they?
I mean,
the choreograph was very odd when they like surround him with shields to do something rather than I don't know, shoot him.
to be fair, Boba Fett isn't an assassin though.
He's not. He's not
Like-
a bounty hunter that was hired by Darth Vader or the personal henchman of Jabba the Hutt.
Yeah, he's not an assassin.
He's not any of
like,
those things.
He's not
a-
he's
Yeah,
not
that's-
critiquing Boba's thing. He's critiquing the Assassins of the Nightwind.
Correct.
That girl.
I can
No,
totally
he's not
understand.
not even Fennec. He's literally talking about the assassins set by the other Hutts.
Correct.
Okay.
The only
Okay, I
thing I'm
remember.
critiquing is
Been a while.
I'm critiquing Boba and Fennec's what seems to be their lack of like how a system that they have been dealing with for decades now works. Like they should be they have just reached like the pinnacle of Tatooine hierarchy. They should know people are going to be gunning for them immediately, and they just kind of walk out into the street and immediately get ambushed. And I'm like,
Hmm.
And then they get ambushed in a very dumb way. Like that was, the assassins were stupid. I don't know what their plan was.
I don't either.
It was a very odd tactic.
Especially, I mean, I understand the reason they didn't just shoot at him because he's wearing
Yeah,
Beskar.
Mando Steel. Yeah,
He's
Mando
wearing
Steel.
Beskar. So, like, I understood why they couldn't shoot at him. And I do suspend my disbelief that somehow the Beskar always gets shot.
Yeah.
Even though there
not
are
joints.
massive fucking gaps in the armor because they're not wearing
Yeah.
like full cuirasses, they're just wearing like breastplates and shit.
Well, it's like it's
Yeah.
magnetized. It draws the bullets in.
But they don't use bullets; they use lasers.
It draws the laser in. It's magnet.
Yeah, especially.
Honestly, probably using a bullet would be more effective because like slug throwers
Oh,
are
it is.
not really common in the Star Wars universe.
I have such
Yeah.
a pet peeve. I'm about to pull out some class A hating, by the way.
Yo,
I have
pop
so
off.
much
You're
hate
justified.
for Star Wars. It's unreal because they keep doing the same mistakes and sins over and over to the point where I see it and I immediately go, I'm fucking, fuck you, Disney. And the plot armor of anyone that is a protagonist in Star Wars is laughably large. It is insane. Just once, I want a stormtrooper or a droid or the bad guy to shoot a good guy and kill them.
That's why you gotta go
The
for
accuracy percentage is just ludicrously
Dude.
bad.
It's my favorite to watch Din Djarin fucking obliterate some guys, and then the moment that they need him to lose, he can't land his shots at all. So I do suspend my disbelief and be like, this is the hero, this is the hero's story. So sure, I guess he can like survive 45 hits to the forehead from a dark trooper, but gets like on the brink of death from one explosion in like Mando season 1.
They do it well in Mando because Mando gets shot. He has armor, right?
I love how much he gets his shit rocked.
He gets his shit rocked constantly. And I was so happy. I was euphoric when in season 1 Mando, when he would just get his ass blasted. Even the stormtroopers would fucking like nuke. I can forgive the stormtroopers not aiming because they're they show them in basically shit armor.
Yeah.
You know? But even, it's like that thing where you're like, I want the players to use their items. The fact that Mando had to use his fancy little, like, flying darts on just basic stormtroopers, I was like, my God. He, like, thinks they're a threat or something. He isn't just, like, walking up to them and shooting them in the face because they can't aim. Insane. The thing where he's like trying to like attack the assassin and the assassin's basically shooting at him with a sniper, pretty good.
Oh yeah, where they're like he's firing off flares the entire time.
Yeah,
I really enjoyed that too.
Yeah, that was really good.
That was another sort of suspension of disbelief for me with Fennec, where I was like, okay. It's either the blaster kills you immediately, or you can survive a half-planet trek.
Lethality of blasters in Star Wars and lightsabers now. I've seen several characters get stabbed by lightsabers and be like, owie, that was a severe wound. Thank God I'm back, though.
Yeah, there was a moment where I was like, okay, so are you telling me that you can't, like, the people that Din Djarin has shot are actually alive and are just bleeding out, quote unquote? Or is Fennec just that much of a badass that she can survive a gut shot until Boba can get her to like a Ripper dock, basically?
Yeah.
The Force is protecting her.
Shut up. I will kill you. I will hit you with hammers. Every time I hear the Force covers up my plot hole, I want to blow someone's brains out.
It's literally the answer I get whenever I look
It's
for it. It's
every-
stupid. No.
Sorry, I have friends who love Star Wars. It's every time I see these mistakes, I'm just fuming in the back. This shit bothers me so much.
I love Star Wars too, but even that I know it's really, you're not wrong at all.
Especially when I keep seeing like kid shows and like the kids are just like running down the hall from stormtroopers and they don't get hit ever. And I'm like, you're telling me this multi-billion-dollar organization, this galactic spanning civilization, is getting owned by 8-year-olds, and you want me to take them seriously?
It's true.
Wait, what show is this? Is this Skeleton Crew?
So many. Skeleton Crew, Rebels.
Oh,
I think
Rebels.
Rebels is a big one. Big sin against that.
That's fair. Yeah.
There are some good moments in Rebels, like the
Yeah.
fucking Darth Maul versus like the final confrontation between Obi-Wan and Maul.
Yeah.
Fucking
That's a pretty good one.
10 out of 10. See,
Wow.
like,
How quick it
dying.
was.
I will
I
say,
think Rebels has its moments.
easily my favorite character across every show is the Armorer.
true.
The
Armorer.
moment that the Armorer is on scene, I know that I'm in for a very good scene.
I'm so sad.
Have you watched season 3?
No, I'm
Boss
still
man.
on Book of Boba
Oh.
Fett.
Oh, okay. Have fun when you
This
watch
man
it.
has a golden helmet.
Have fun.
Oh,
Right,
it's
yeah.
not a man. I apologize.
It is not.
Hot
I'm
wool
sad
man.
they kept Fennec but got rid of the assassin droid. I'm like, this is such a
Yeah.
F. I wish they had kept him.
Yeah, the IG-88s were cool.
Yeah, just
I
like,
really liked him at the end of season 1.
yeah.
I really liked it's so great to watch like actual character progression with Din Djarin where he's like, I fucking hate droids, and then watching him build the starfighter that he's building in Book of Boba Fett, and he's talking to the bots and he's like, hey little guy, can you put this over here for me? I'm like, wow. Look at that guy.
Wow.
They can overcome their hatreds.
If only
You might want to save the Mando thing for until finished season 3, boss man.
well, I haven't seen
Huh?
season 3. I gave up at Book of Boba.
Season 3 has its ups and very much downs.
If there's more
Yeah.
Jedi shit in it, I'm gonna be really upset because I don't give a fuck about the Jedi.
Mm.
If I
So
wanted
true.
to watch more Jedi stuff, I'd watch Ahsoka. I'd watch the other ones. I want to learn. I want to do
Bro,
more Mando stuff.
I didn't. So what's so fucked up is that when I saw Ahsoka, I was like, awesome, great. Like watching her do her duel, I was like,
Yeah.
very cool. When she was hanging out with Mando, and I was like, there's a little bit of flirting going on. I kind of like this. The moment Luke got on the screen, I was like,
You look back. Correct. You look back and you realize this entire season you watching was advertisement for other shows.
I never got that with Ahsoka was my issue.
did.
The moment Fett was there, I was like, oh yeah, baby. We're getting the Book of Boba Fett.
But it was season 2 was just cameos. It was just this show's popular. We wanna shill our other shows.
I mean, that's
So-
kind of just modern Star Wars for you.
I know it's so depressing.
I can't wait.
I feel bad for any Star Wars fan.
Can't
like
wait for
old Star
season
Wars,
3 when they do like all hope
I
is
mean-
lost, and then Captain America comes in.
I mean, to be fair, from what I've seen, Skeleton Crew is like the new Star Wars, right? The new Star Wars show that's out. Apparently, they're trying to cover other elements of the far space, like the outreaches. Like, as far as I've seen, because I haven't watched it, it's mostly just my friends on Tumblr talking about it. They're going like, oh, it's completely different characters and very different circumstances.
I've seen I've seen episodes of Pirate Crew because the lads upstairs were watching it. And I've seen like the beginning, some middle, some end. So I kind of generally have the idea. My thing is like, it's like Stranger Things. Like if you don't like watching or having like stories about children because you think their voices are loud and obnoxious, then you're not going to watch the show. Honestly, my biggest critique of Stranger Things was that the twerps, every time they talk,
Oh, bro, I was way more
strangle them.
interested in the fucking sheriff than I was the
Yeah.
kids at all.
Correct. The kids were just
Like
Yeah, I
the
mean,
they're
moment,
kids.
the moment I was like, oh, it's an alcoholic sheriff, and he's like kind of this sort of pragmatist, like morally gray character. I was like, I want to know everything about this guy. I don't give a single fuck about the D&D nerds getting bullied at school. Tell me about
Yeah.
this sheriff.
To be fair, boss
Correct.
man, you aren't the demographic.
Yeah,
of the show.
fucking whatever.
I no, but I
Obviously,
feel you on that.
you'd gravitate towards the old man who's very sad in the corner, drinking himself to sleep.
Yes, I had a great
You
time
want
with
me?
that.
Yeah, I want adult fucking stories.
Yeah.
Sue me.
Going
Well, that's the
back-
thing.
No,
It's
yeah,
Stranger
that's-
Things. It's a horror movie. What kid's watching this and going, yeah, I relate to these little children. Oh my
Well,
god,
not
they went
kids,
into the
it's
other dimension.
teenagers.
Oh, there's an organ.
It's mostly teenagers. It's like a YA book.
No.
I see the Demigorgon, and I'm just like, they're just like me for real, for real.
Skeleton Crew
Jesus.
is definitely for kids. I would say it's for
Oh, yeah.
children. So I can only harsh on it so much, but it is hilarious that they're like, there's something poignant about them being like, oh, we're going to look at different parts of space. And the first distant star that they point to is basically Star Wars suburbs.
Oh,
Apparently, that's
It's
yeah.
literally
Apparently, that's
just-
apparently that's one of the things that the person that I was friends with talking about. It's like, huh? Why is there a suburbs out in
it's
space?
just
And
the
then they're like,
burbs.
yeah.
Space
And apparently,
suburbs.
that's like the freak situation. It's like this. It only exists in this one particular planet. So they're like, that's the strange thing there. That's what they were harping on about.
That's as strange as we're gonna get is the burbs in the 70s.
I mean, it's the what do you call this? Like, it's like Star Wars, right? Modernity in Star Wars, because again, Star Wars is very fantastical. All that it's more like a fantasy thing, different cultures, etc. It's the oddness of seeing like something normal.
Yeah,
I guess.
Nah, fuck that shit, bro. Give me more Clone Wars shit, bro.
dude.
True.
Oh, I love
Give
Clone
me-
Wars.
Where's all the
Star Wars-
wars in Star Wars?
I'll say it right now. The only good shit to ever come out of Star Wars, and I say this with my heart through and through, the Clone Wars was probably some of the best shit ever to come out of Star Wars, because it wasn't just Jedi shit. It was like the
Clones.
troopers. It was
Yeah.
clones. It was it was the people that existed within the Republic. It was
Sometimes
like
a Jar Jar, yeah.
yeah, the fucking it was the Sith. It was all that, and it was so fucking peak
It
and
was.
great. And like even though it was a kid show, it also tackled like fucking kind of rough and dark fucking scenarios sometimes.
Literally,
And it
that
was
one
just-
episode. Yeah.
It's just so good, dude. The Clone Wars, the only part of Star Wars I will ever acknowledge in any meaningful way, except okay, yeah, that was cool in The Mandalorian. The Clone Wars, best fucking era of Star Wars.
Gave
and
you
this
all
is-
kinds of, yeah.
And this is if we're excluding fucking the MMO, because that's got some pretty peak shit in it too.
Public.
You know what I want, and I guess Bad Batch would be as close as you would be able to get.
Bad Batch is fucking awesome.
Yeah.
And I'm sure many people are already going to guess it. I want Republic Commandos.
Yeah.
Yo,
That's what I
Public
want.
Command. Dude,
I want to watch those four goofy guys
I-
get into some fucking hijinks together.
I know you just said it, but the Bad Batch is just that. That's what
It's
I
it
think-
is.
Literally that.
Literally-
Yeah.
Bad Batch was
literally-
pretty good.
The what it is with the now I'm not gonna say Bad Batch. Bad Batch did have some issues, but here's the thing about Bad Batch. The Bad Batch was literally just the guy behind Clone Wars making 3 more seasons of Clone Wars because he wanted to keep doing Clone Wars, but he focused it on the Bad Batch.
Yeah.
Understood.
To be fair, I think there is gonna be another clone show. Obviously, it's just complete speculation there. But I think there is because they didn't really tackle the clone rebellion. They didn't go like the whole thing with Captain Rex and leading like those other clones.
Yeah.
The one
I
where Echo
liked-
joined him.
My favorite part of Bad Batch, honestly, was watching like how like them showing us the transition from Republic to Empire was pretty neat. I enjoyed
Yeah, that
The
and
only-
like them slowly, you know, what do you call it? Sifting out the clone troopers for like stormtroopers and shit like that.
Yeah.
Dude, like you watch it happen. You're like, well, what do we do with the clones now and stuff like that. Like they actually talk. They talk about that sort of stuff. Like, what do we do with them?
that. Indeed.
know,
Only issue, again, pet peeve of mine. Once again, like every Star Wars thing, watching the good guys get shot at stops being suspenseful after a while. There are a lot of, every episode it's a close call moment, and at a certain point I'm like, you're wasting my time. Get to the story. I don't care how many times you shoot at the Bad Batch. I know they're not going to die randomly from goon number 4.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's
why-
I wish they had been more, for being elite commandos, I wish they had been a little less cowboy, just relying on plot armor action, and show me like them like swatting a room. You know?
That's what I said. That's why I
I mean,
want
they do
commandos.
do that. They do
Yeah.
do shit like that though. They do commando shit, and like, now you say like, now you're kind of right. There is some plot armor involved, but like, there is lots of moments where like they do have these moments of just like, oh yeah, like you actually don't know if this will actually fuck them up or not, or like there is moments where fucking like actual danger occurs and there's repercussions for it, like they, consequences happen due to fucking choices because they are in these dangerous scenarios. Like they aren't like fucking Luke and Leia were like, the Force protected me. There's a reason why some of the shit they did happen and they suffered the consequences for it. Like I would
Yeah.
like, I get where you're coming from, but I would disagree that like at least Bad
But you're
Bad Batch is
wrong!
better about it. Yeah, you're fucking wrong. Fuck you, silly.
All right. Well,
I would love to see some like old Republic shows, like stuff with
Bro, they
Revan.
ain't never gonna acknowledge that shit.
I know. Just like Star Wars Visions, like the whole different people doing the styles.
Dude,
I would love to see an AU with the samurais, like the Ronin fucking
dude,
Ronin Sith.
I remember like when I saw that, the one with the samurai Ronin Sith thing, people were like, dude, the lightsaber umbrella is really dumb. I'm like, really? That's the thing you have a problem with in fucking Star Wars? It was cool. It was a spectacle. That's the fucking point.
I love how slick, and he's like, unfortunately for you, I'm not a Jedi. It's like fucking a whole ass, like using dirty tricks, underhanded tactics.
Like-
I love it.
Like, it was so cool and like fucking just. And I feel like one of Star Wars' biggest problems is its fans.
That's like
Star Wars-
that's any community that like
some
gets
some
big
are
enough.
better than others. Some are better than others about it. There's some fandoms that are just like super chill. Star Wars fans, I can't stand them sometimes, dude. Because I'll tell you right now, I'm not a Star Wars fan. I'm a fucking Clone Wars fan. Clone Wars fans are the best
True,
fucking
Clone
fans
Troopers.
in the fucking world because they're not losers like the Star Wars fans are.
Yeah, Clone Wars is fucking sick.
Clone Wars is fucking peak shit. Only
Like
good part of
what?
Star
So-
Wars.
I will say, DM, drop Mando now. It only gets worse from here.
Yep.
Pick up. I put Andor in front of you. You want to see actual human struggle against fascist dictatorship? I tap Andor.
Man, it's so sad because like
It is. It's hard. It's hard. It's so depressing.
because I'm like actually enjoying it, but I know it's gonna get bad. Like I know it's just gonna be like I've already seen the clip of where it's just like a Luke Skywalker episode, and I'm like, I don't give a fuck about this CGI gremlin. Like this like fucking AI like recreated fucking face that you've made. I don't give a single shit about this guy. Show me Din Djarin fucking struggling with literally becoming the next leader of Mandalore. Like, that's what I want. I want him to fucking push Bo-Katan out of the way and be like,
Correct.
behold, the true ruler
Fuck
of
that
Mandalore is me. The Mythosaur chose me.
Oh, you're not gonna like season 3. Then.
Real talk, bro. I'd rather have an episode about Glub Shadow than fucking Luke Skywalker, bro.
True.
I'd
Honestly, if
have a
they
Jar Jar
did
Binks
Glub
episode.
Shadow-
At least he's entertaining.
I won't watch that. I would sit down and watch Glub Shadow just to see what they did with that man. I agree. I want to see his realization, because they hinted at it. They kind of poked at it. I want to see his realization that he is a Death Watch cell, and he's actually working for the the bad people of Mandalore.
Yes, he's working for the
I want him
actual extremists.
to realize that his clan that he's grown up with is actually the bad guys, and he has to recompense with that, and then unite all these different factions of Mandalore. And shit, and the end boss is the armor, obviously, and they have that
100%.
100%.
Yeah, 100%. And then they kiss.
With helmets on, of course.
Hey, man,
So
that's
just
some-
rubbing helmets.
Clink helmet.
It is
I just love a woman that can actually fucking kill me.
yeah.
I watched her
the
explode a
season
stormtrooper's
three-
helmet with her hammer, and I went, "Oh, wife."
Season 3 should be him meeting up with Bo-Katan, getting de-radicalized, realizing the zealot cell of his own people, and having to confront that and either convince his clanmates to join Mandalore for the sake of Mandalore, to reignite their culture, or to adapt or fight them.
Okay, so Mr. Sizzle, I know you haven't watched it, right? So
Season
you're
3, no, I dropped it. Boba Fett.
yeah. So technically speaking, you're almost halfway there with what you've said. They kind of go over what you just said. I won't say details, but they kind of go over it.
Yeah, but a Jedi mentioned.
So here's my big thing. I was already kind of so part of me was a little iffy that they gave him the spear, the Beskar spear, and then they took it away. And I was like, huh.
Why?
Okay. I think that's kind of fucked up. I think it's kind of cool that he has this arsenal where he has because he hasn't used it in a while. He has a slug thrower that he was using very early on, his fucking sick ass rifle.
Yeah.
And then he stopped using that. And I went, okay. Well, I mean, it kind of makes sense. He is now he's a close quarters combat kind of guy. He has a jetpack. He has the whistling darts or whatever. He has the dark saber. He has the Beskar spear. So this guy, he's a melee dude now. And then they took his spear away, but I was willing to forgive it because the armorer was like, hey, Beskar is never made into weapons because it can destroy other Beskar armor. So by our creed,
Hint, nudge, nudge, winks at camera.
Yeah, by our creed, you
Yeah.
can't have that. And I went, oh, okay. Maybe this is an actual moment for them where he's gonna sort of realize there is some hypocrisy with his clan and shit. And I'm worried that he's gonna lose the Darksaber.
Yeah.
Do you want an answer or not?
The fact that you have an answer means he probably loses the Darksaber.
Let me guess. He gives it to Bo-Katan, and Bo-Katan proceeds to rule, and he goes to do bullshit.
Do you want me to
Baby
confirm
Yoda.
or deny?
I personally don't care. I don't plan on watching
I
season
always,
3.
I don't really care about
What about you,
spoilers. I just go for I'm there for the journey anyway, even if I know the end. I knew that Luke shows up and saves everybody there,
Yeah.
but it was I didn't know the full context of all the shit going into it, and that's what the episode is for. So yeah, you can
Okay.
tell me.
Okay, so you're right. Bo-Katan does get the Darksaber.
God damn it,
Ow.
dude.
He gives it up.
Okay, wait. Okay, how they get it is much more worse though. It's much more convoluted.
Wait,
So
it's worse.
yeah, it's worse. So they go to Mandalore, right? They're scoping out the place, right? You see the ruins of
What the
Mandalore.
fuck just
basically.
happened? Hold on. My fucking everything just closed.
The world's gone dark.
Turn on the lights. I'm afraid of the dark.
Oh, how much? Oh,
Did you save?
how much did I just lose? Everything closed. I don't know what the fuck I hit.
Your OBS is still up. Or is it just everything like your
It was just everything
web browser
Opera.
closed? Ooh.
Okay, thank God. It like auto saved. Oh,
Oh.
okay. Continue. Jesus fucking Christ. This
Dude, I
stupid
removed my
fucking.
hat. Mm-mm.
This stupid fucking Opera button where it's like hide whatever you're doing. Hit this button. It'll save it.
And
Fucking.
hide what you're doing so
Save
mom doesn't see what you're
immediately.
doing.
Sorry,
I
go
hope
on.
you saved.
Okay. So 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 they go to Mandalore, right? Bo-Katan's there, and the rest of his sect, right? That's why I was like saying, Mr. Sizzle is correct because they do end up, merging again. So the problem is when they were down in the underbelly of Mandalore, there's like other creatures there that are just like existing, right? And so Din Djarin lost to that creature. So technically, by right of the dark saber, he lost the saber. It basically is now owned by that creature that defeated him. However, that creature was then defeated by Bo-Katan. So
I thought it
by
was
that
like
metric,
what? Like a creature? Is it like a sentient creature? I thought it had
yeah,
to be
sentient
like
creature,
ah.
a sentient creature. It's
That's
like
so
it's like with
fucking
Darth
dumb.
Maul. Yeah, it's like with Darth Maul, right? But it's not Darth Maul. It's just like a sentient, like a scavenger creature underground that's like mechanical and stuff.
That's
A MacGuffin
so
that we
fucking
invented
lame.
so that he doesn't have to kill Bo-Katan.
Yeah,
Or
because
vice versa, basically.
yeah, because there was also like unrest. There was this whole thing wherein Bo-Katan's second in command, right? One of her what do you call it, Death Watch people? I forgot the name. It's been a while. So one of her underlings was getting fed up with how Bo-Katan's running things, so they wanted to usurp. And but then Din Djarin revealed that hey, technically speaking, Bo-Katan does have credence to rule because she does own the darksaber. Because I lost it when I fought a creature, and then she defeated that creature, and now she gets the darksaber.
Here's the
Yeah.
thing. You know what pisses me off too? Because I'm like, I had to look it up to remember, but in Rebels, she already fucking had the saber once. How did she lose it? Why lose it if she was just gonna get it back?
I think she lost.
She
No, I
lost
think she
it
lost.
to Moff
She lost
Gideon.
to someone. Yeah.
Literally
Oh yeah, that's
everybody
another
else.
thing. No, that's another reason. It's because Moff Gideon was cloning some sort of like super Mandalorian style soldiers, right? That's why Moff Gideon had like this Mando type armor, and that's his duel with Din Djarin and stuff. And so I know you like the assassin droid, right, boss man? You know you like IG-88.
Yeah, I thought he was kind of a cool guy.
So they managed to retrieve his body, right? However,
Huh? He fucking
There
self-destructed.
was I'm trying to remember because there was a segment. I'm not sure if this was before or after that. So IG-88 was turned into like the symbol for like it's like a statue, right? But they took it down because they tried to revive IG-88, like Din Djarin, like they needed like more firepower, etc. All that. So they kind of butchered him because they couldn't bring him back to what he was. He was like factory reset. So what they did instead was they made IG-88 into some sort of like Grogu carrier, like Baby Yoda, like mech thing.
Wait, Grogu's back?
Yeah, actually, yeah, that's another thing. So
Why the fuck is
That's
Grogu
Grogu
back?
left. No, Grogu. Well, that's one of the things. There was like conflict in him, right, between being a Jedi and stuff. And Grogu didn't like being a Jedi, so he went full Mandalorian. So Grogu is technically, Mando. He is Mando's child now.
Oh, he did what
So he was like
Ahsoka
not gonna be a
said.
Jedi anymore.
Yeah, he forsook the
Yeah.
Force. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure,
Yeah, yeah.
I guess they
That's why he
wanted
has,
to
like,
sell
his-
more toys. Sure. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the whole thing. Wait, I'll try and find like an image of Grogu basically piloting IG-88. It's like dang, they couldn't bring him back to how he was, so they're like, ah yes, this is a good alternative.
I really feel like the Grogu arc was kind of done at season 2.
Yeah,
though. Like,
they had a very like
Done.
incredibly touching moment as like father and son where he said goodbye. And I was very satisfied with that. I went, okay, yeah, like that's the
another
last I'm going to see
sin of
Grogu.
Star Wars being unable to, actually really Disney, change or like let characters go.
I mean, to be fair, in this extent, they because again, like at least I can understand why they decided to like not put him in the order, right? Because that's quote unquote his choice, right? He
Yeah,
felt
but
the
we
connection to
shouldn't
Jin, and he's like,
we
It's
shouldn't
not-
be hearing about him though.
It's not even
Mm.
about like technicalities, like, oh well, it's his choice or it's the character wanted. I'm saying it's bad narrative to bring him back.
yeah, in a
The
plot,
story
yeah,
was,
I
correct.
understand that.
was tied up.
Yeah, he was already the moment that he was like, I've done it. I achieved my quest, my season long quest that I've been doing for 2 seasons now. I've
Correct.
met all of this stuff. I've gotten all these sick ass items. I've basically done the hero's journey and the father journey. And now I'm giving Grogu back. That is, you want to go write the book of Grogu? That's great. But the Mandalorian should not be doing Grogu stuff anymore.
Grogu.
They can.
I sent
they
you
can
what the-
milk the character till it's tapped dry.
Dude, I love Baby Yoda.
I sent you what it looks like. In text shot, I sent the IG-88 mech carrier
That kind of
for
makes
Grogu.
me dislike Grogu more. Like, I like.
It's
Yeah, that,
Why, dude? He's just a little guy. He's just a little dude.
because he's a marketable little guy.
You're a marketable little guy.
God, I wish.
The Spaceballs, fucking, what's his name? Merchandising.
Correct. Because you know, and that's one of the issues I just can't get over with anything Disney makes, is you know the real reason why Grogu is still here.
Money.
Because plushies!
Money, Mr. Squidward.
Hey, Mr. Squidward,
Add
he'll never
revenue.
die.
You know, that was such a hard... What chose you to bring back this character? Money.
Money. Money.
Correct.
Money.
That's
So you know what they'll never monetize?
kind of a fucking shame, honestly. Like, I was having such a great, like, honest to God, like, having such a
sorry.
great moment where I'm watching the man, like, season 1, banger, great stuff.
Absolute banger.
I loved him meeting the shock trooper. I loved him meeting Bill Burr's character. Fucking, I forget this character's name. But the stormtrooper, I loved him meeting all of these other characters and like going on that, like everything feels so mythical from the perspective of his like zealot clan, which was super cool.
They just fricked it.
I like the goth Wookiee. I thought he was pretty cool.
Oh, dude, the
guy
Wookiee
fucking-
from that guy from Book of
looks-
Boba Fett, he fucks. Like,
Dude, yeah, that motherfucker
he was
looks
the
so
coolest
fucking...
looking Wookiee I've ever. And when he's like literally squaring up to Trandoshans because they have like a cultural beef,
Yeah,
he just rips a fucking guy's arm off. I was like, all right.
Dude,
I
dude.
hope that Boba hires him in the last episode. Like, I hope that's something that
That'd
happens.
be awesome, dude. Because I'll tell you, when I first saw that, I was like, "Give me, I am Tartarus, chieftain of the brutes."
Yeah,
vibes,
100%,
bro.
dude. I watch him fucking clench his knuckles and he turns on like electric dusters, and I was like, oh
dude,
my.
those were so fucking
Oh
cool,
my.
dude.
He went so hard.
Oh,
I saw clips of him.
Damn it, dude. Yeah, even season 2, like literally the only time where I was like, oh, was when Luke showed up. And it was only when he showed his face. Like, if it had been some other Jedi, or like some other like character that we had never met before or something like that, who got to like,
Oh my god, a new character.
I'd have been like, oh my god, like, but the fact that it was Luke, I was like, I don't care.
I do not
And
care.
the CGI looks horrific. He looks like some
Correct.
fucked
Sorry
up
to bust your-
animatronic.
to burst your bubble. I'm sorry.
It's okay, because even Book of Boba Fett, I was okay with it, because I was like, I like this version of Boba. I like him working with the Tuskens and like going on his own journey with the Tuskens and like dealing with the everyday problems of Tatooine. And I was the only real gripe that I had was it was placed weird. So the way that they do their episodes is like you do back to tank flashbacks.
Yeah.
But
it
I was like, those should have
odd.
just been episodes and not flashbacks.
Correct. I hate flashbacks.
Like it should have been, we see him emerging from the Sarlacc pit. He gets stripped by the Jawas. He gets picked up by the Tuskens. And then we go through all of the Tusken stuff. And then he meets Fennec. Then he gets Slave One back. And then he's taking over Jabba's like palace and all this shit. And then he starts, then we get into that later on. I did not like the sort of jumping back and forth, because I was deeply invested in the Tusken stuff, and then it would rip me back away from the Tusken stuff, and I was like, no, I want to see that. I want to see what that was like for him.
I agree. It was an odd decision when they could have just had that be an episode, like the show. Hell, you could have had that be season 1, was him and the Tuskens.
100%. I was very like, the moment that they showed him being like, now mind you, had it just been like, we'd have been seeing these like sort of introspective shots or like weird cutaways and fades where like the episode starts and he's in the back to tank, and then it pans back to him with the Tuskens, but we don't see anything of the present. And then the final episode is him waking up in the back to tank and the droid being like, congratulations, Master Fett. You're now fully healed. And then he's like, then you figure out like, oh, this motherfucker, like, like we get the actual story without seeing the weird cuts. I'd have liked that way more.
See, but your problem is that's a good idea.
Correct.
Dude,
That's where you fucked up.
Dude, fuck all this Boba Fett shit, bro. Let's talk about, like, they should give, like, some sort of prequel or shit to that guy Darth Vader. I want to see what his life was like.
I want to see what his life is like.
I'm so tired of Darth Vader. You know what? I was tired of Darth Vader until I saw, like, an Ahsoka clip. I think it was Ahsoka, where she's interfacing with, like, a younger Anakin.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Anakin's
And
ghost.
it shows that he was, like, actually mastered the Force. I was like, oh shit, I might actually watch Ahsoka. Like,
I like Ahsoka. I like
Kenobi was also. I liked Kenobi as well.
I liked Kenobi. Watching Ahsoka, I liked Ahsoka because they do some wacky shit with that. I would say my only issue is at one point in Ahsoka, the choreography is fucking weird and like
it's
one point,
super
it's
hit or
not
miss.
good.
It's
Yeah.
super hit or miss with the choreo. Sometimes we're like, there'll be moments where like Din Djarin's fucking popping off and he's doing some crazy stuff, and I'm like, okay, like your stunt doubles fucking getting their paycheck. And then there are other times where it feels super stilted, or like it's the John Wick moment where Keanu Reeves does all of his own stunts and stuff, but it's only in the later movies where his choreography gets a little bit better. In the early movies, you watch him raise his arm before the bad guy swings, because he knows that that's where the bad guy is going to swing. So the choreography feels very stilted. And I feel like there was a lot of that sort of sprinkled throughout all the shows, where I'd go, sometimes the stunt coordinator would pop off and do a great job, and then there are other times where it just felt like they were fucking phoning it in. And I was like, you need to pick your struggle, brother. What is it?
Yeah, Ashoka, Kenobi was awful, by the way. I'm just gonna be real with you. I saw.
Really?
It was. It felt like. Actually, I know it was supposed to be a movie, but they realized movies were doing bad, so they made them make it an entire series. So you can cut like several episodes out, and it would. The show honestly makes more sense. In
That's
fact,
probably
there is
why I
a
watched
honestly-
it.
fan edit of Kenobi where it is just a 2-hour
Oh
movie,
yeah.
and it's
I
watched-
better
that's
than the
what I
series.
watched.
Oh, I might
Honestly,
actually
yeah.
watch that
Watch
then.
that.
That's what
Yeah,
I
no.
watched, Sizzle. That's why.
I think
So,
that would
look,
actually be like
my-
a really good way to watch it because like I watch it. I would say about the Kenobi show is there's so much here that I feel like doesn't need to be here.
Waste of time. And look, man, I'm gonna be real with you. Ross is gonna hate me. I don't like Ashoka. I didn't like Kenobi. My
I mean,
hatred.
I
Let me
don't
tell
know,
you about it.
it's okay to not like Ahsoka. There's legit. not to like
story
it.
made
I mean,
story
I'm
made
not
no
gonna-
sense.
Yeah, I disagree, but
Idiot.
Who?
What?
Admiral Thrawn.
Oh, they made
Oh.
Thrawn an idiot?
No, they didn't make him an
Yes.
idiot. They didn't make him an idiot.
His plan makes no sense.
I do know that that was her. You know what? Actually, now that you say that, now that I realize now that that was in fact them just setting up
Correct.
Book of Ahsoka.
Yeah.
When she goes, tell me who your master is, tell me where Thrawn
go,
is, and I went, wow, that's a interesting call out. I don't think they ever really
And the
referenced
lady
Thrawn all
looks
too
back
much.
and looks at the camera and goes, character reference.
dude, honestly
Winks
though,
at the camera.
honestly
Yeah.
though, like when it comes to modern Star Wars, that shit's like Family Guy. It's just fucking references. The
Yeah,
other shit.
that's why I'm like every time I see Luke, I just sort of roll
They have
my
not
eyes
had
now.
An original thought.
I never gave a fuck. I'll be honest. Having watched the original, like, and this is before like Disney ever got their hands on like Star Wars. Having watched like the original trilogy of Star Wars, I'll be honest. I did not give a fuck about it, dude. Like, it seemed kind of like boring as fuck. I'm not gonna lie.
Mm.
The only interesting part about like the original like trilogy was the climax of like I was the second movie where he finds out fucking Darth Vader is his father, and then like the end of the last movie where they're fighting the Emperor, and then the Emperor is like unlimited power, okay, and then Vader picks him up and throws him on. I honestly could get less of a shit about the trilogy, and I'll say it. I think the prequel trilogy is just better. I think it's more interesting. I think it's got better like politics, and this isn't even just me glazing the Clone Wars. I just found that State of the Galaxy so much more interesting.
Mm.
Yeah, because it seemed like and it was
You
kind
know
of neat
what?
because you knew in the background like, hey, shit's about shit's about to hit the fan. There's things running in the back that they don't know, especially with the Clone
Yeah.
Wars
I-
fleshing
yeah.
it out.
I loved. I think it was like a theory thing that I watched where somebody like did a like what if scenario or like how they would rewrite the prequels. And I was super fascinated with it because I've like the more that I learned about Dooku and the more I learned about Qui-Gon Jinn and stuff, the more interested I became in the prequel movies. Like learning that Qui-Gon is like an actually fucking insane fighter and like a basically like a legendary Jedi. And to the point where like other Jedi don't like him because he frequently breaks the rules. I was like, oh my goodness, tell me more about this character. And then I
Yeah.
realized that they fucking kill him, and I go, ah.
Yeah, he was like the original air quote like turned like gray Jedi.
Yeah, he was
was-
like
yeah.
he had like his own like he understood what Jedi were meant to be. And
Yeah.
Dooku was the same exact way. Dooku being like this amazing like fencer style fighter, this
Yeah.
like incredibly powerful Jedi who was very much the same way, and then found out that Qui-Gon died and was like immediately on like the on the like basically succumbed to the dark side. And I think it's there was a great like introspective video or something that I watched that explained like the only reason he fell was because of the state of the Jedi, where the Jedi had basically
Okay.
allowed him to fall.
All right, boss man. So funny you should mention that, right? Dooku, Qui-Gon, all that. If there is an episode, like an animated episode, like animated like the Clone Wars, they made an anthology series called Tales of the Jedi. It covers Dooku's fall. It covers how he killed one of the the Jedi Masters, Yaddle.
Yaddle,
You might want to watch that.
Oh, okay.
not Yaddle.
Very well.
Yeah, it actually covers how Dooku fell and all that. He disliked the
Yeah.
how they were basically being peacekeepers for like fascist regimes because I know they were like very much always on the side of order, right? But sometimes order is like bad.
So
Yeah.
naturally, he
Because-
went and made a fascist regime. To fight
No,
the fascist
he
regime.
he basically got his emotions twisted by
Palpatine.
Darth Sidious, and basically fucking
Because Sidious is a manipulator. He's a
yeah,
master manipulator.
basically was like there is nothing you can do type shit, and he basically was like a crestfallen hero, which I very much enjoyed, like sort of learning about. In the moment you don't realize it, but one of my favorite moments is in the prequels where he's interacting with Obi-Wan and he's like, he learns, like he's like, he's like, if only Qui-Gon was here, he'd have helped me. And Obi-Wan's like, he'd have never joined you. And in that moment you sort of realize, or in that moment you sort of think of it like, oh yeah, Qui-Gon wouldn't have joined you. He's a good guy. You don't realize that that's Dooku basically begging for help. Like,
Yeah.
basically being like, I wish that my friend was here, like this like very incredibly wise like Jedi master who could basically help me because I'm so lost.
They definitely in the prequel trilogy, they definitely downplayed how much of a badass Dooku was.
Yeah.
Like, dude, in
But-
Clone Wars, he
Oh, yeah.
fucking slept.
Oh my god.
I know. I watched a clip of him fighting Anakin and Obi-Wan, and you see how great of a fencer he is because he's putting like Anakin on the offense
Yeah.
or like defensive or
He
whatever.
goes on the offensive against
Yeah.
Anakin, but on the other
he's
side
done
of him,
more
he's
than
on the
that.
defense against what's his face, the other one.
Obi-Wan, yeah,
When
because
he's
Obi-Wan's a
fighting-
very
yeah,
defensive
Obi-Wan.
duelist.
Exactly.
Also
So he's doing
decimated
offensive against
Dathomir.
Obi-Wan, but he's going defensive against Anakin at the same time. Absolute master sword fire. I hate Star Wars.
Yo, dude.
Thank you.
Same.
Dude, I've been waiting to tell you that at level 1 you can ride a T-Rex. It ain't happening, so I'm going to put it in now while I can.
Nah,
No,
dude.
please
Nah, you don't
interrupt
need to.
Star Wars talk.
Nah, dude.
Take
hate
us
me
to
Star Wars.
another
continue.
topic far, far away.
Nah, hold up. Nah, I want to continue hating on the original Star Wars real quick.
Be right back. I'm gonna go get McDonald's.
Nah,
I hate
I'm
Star Wars.
I'm channeling my sizzle, like my in Star Wars. Fucking god.
Oh, yeah, boss.
Like, so fucking boring.
Well,
About the bit wherein people when you said that when Dooku said yes, I Qui-Gon would have helped me.
Mhm.
Once you watch the episode, you'll be like, oh fuck, he actually might he might actually go side with Sidious with Dooku. Because if I recall, Qui-Gon was Dooku's Padawan.
100%.
Yeah, in that one episode, in that episode that they covered, it basically shows when they were dealing with the corrupt.
Oh yeah,
You know.
like Qui-Gon already fucking hated the Jedi Order. Like that's why he goes and he's like, I'm gonna train this fucking guy, this kid, regardless of what you say, because you don't actually give a fuck. Like if I tell you this guy fits the prophecy to a fucking T, and you tell me no, it's because something is wrong with you. You've grown complacent as lapdogs to the Republic. So guess what, motherfuckers? I'm gonna go be an actual Jedi and I'm gonna train this kid. And had he not got ganked because Darth Sidious set the plans in motion to basically sway over Dooku by killing his Padawan, the story would have been way different.
Yeah. Like, dude, Jedi are especially in like the prequel trilogy, the Jedi fucking suck, dude. There's like on a surface level, it's like, oh yeah, they're the good guys, but then when you really look at it, they fucking suck, dude.
100%.
They have no real power. They are dictated by what the Republic says. They have the whole thing like you can't let your emotions influence anything, and it's just like, well, then that just makes you a machine.
That's
makes you
literally,
a tool.
you can't be a person. Like, you can't do anything if you believe shit like that.
And another thing about it too is like, literally, if they made Anakin a Jedi Master, they would have avoided so much shit.
Yeah, but they're egotistical is the thing. That's like their whole hubris.
Even Yoda says, like, even as a master, you still learn. I feel like, okay, yes, Anakin's problem is he gets too emotional about shit. But as a master and his other fellow Jedi masters, I feel like it's their duty to help him with this.
Correct.
Not just like, oh my god, dude.
Time for you to face it all alone. They waggle their fingers at him. Says nobody ever. That's why Qui-Gon was 100% in the right for basically being like, fuck you guys. You guys fucking suck. You can't do anything right.
You know what? I think another thing that really fucked over like the Jedi too, it's like, oh, you're not allowed to be in a romantic relationship. I'm like, brother, half of the fucking Jedi are in a romantic relationship right now. They're just hiding it. Like, bro, once again, if y'all had just eased your restrictions on how emotions are viewed, so much suffering, pain, death could have been avoided.
100%.
So fucking easily.
100%.
Like, even Obi-Wan, he falls in love with someone.
Yeah,
he fucking dies. And it's like,
dude, Obi-Wan,
man,
it's so funny because Obi-Wan literally follows after his master. He literally does all the shit that Qui-Gon did, which is just straight up disobeying the disobeying the council, and then for some reason decides to get pussy whipped by them again. And immediately results in the downfall of like him basically being like, my own Padawan betrayed me.
So here's the thing about that is like Obi-Wan was kind of a special case where like he kind of had that like thought of like, nah, that the Jedi are right, but he could also see that like, nah, sometimes the Jedi are wrong, and I can see it because sometimes my Padawan is teaching me things better than like the Jedi Masters are teaching me. So like there was those moments where it's like, you know what, yeah, I do have faith in my Padawan and he's teaching me new shit all the time. But he's also kind of stuck in the mindset of like, that's not what a Jedi would do. And I'm like, no.
Stop it!
Oh god. Oh, that's why I like prequel trilogy so much, because like interesting with character development shit.
Okay. So the funny thing, right, is the Clone Wars makes it so hard. Like, it makes it so hard for you to grasp like the Jedi Council is like this, because we get to have episodes that's focused on each individual Jedi Master in the Council. Like, you see Plo Koon, you see Yarimundi, you see Kit Fisto, you see these guys and how they act, and you're like, you guys are reasonable. Why? What's this thing like when you guys are in like a group, you suddenly lose brain cells?
You guys become morons when you're in a group for some fucking reason.
When they are like working together, and like when you get individual episodes about like different Jedi Masters, like these guys fucking rock. They're so cool, you know, they're so wise and da. But then they get together and they collectively just lose fucking brain cells. I like to imagine it's like Darth Sidious influencing, because like he's so good at manipulating and deceiving that he was literally under their nose the entire time. I like to imagine that it's not just bad writing, and that it's because of Darth Sidious's influence is that strong. I like to imagine it's his influence is that strong. He's he is clouding their thoughts with like,
That's a
oh no,
interesting-
everything is fine. Everything is, he's Jedi mind tricking the Jedi Masters in a way.
That's a very curious. I like that. Do you have any like bits in the show that show him doing that?
Yeah.
Oh,
No.
I say it's
No.
Cope. I say.
I mean, yeah, it is Cope, but like, it's my Cope. It's my Cope.
This is how I wish it was. You know what? I understand that. I understand the desire for Star Wars to be better.
It's not even like I'm gonna sit there and say like I have proof. The only real proof is like it's just Sidious is a manipulator. So if you were to tell me that like yeah he did this to to really fuck with the Jedi Council, I'd believe it because of how much we see of Sidious being such a fucking master
Oh
manipulator.
yeah. Also
I
in the
believe
books
it.
as well. How he
I would
basically
also believe it.
turned
I
on
just wish
Plagueis.
the story
Yeah.
told me that.
Yeah, I really
Yeah,
I
it showed.
agree.
Yeah, they showed it.
Yeah,
Because
that'd be
man,
cool.
it showed like in his books with Plagueis. It's like yes, you could see him slowly undermining Plagueis' authority and supplanting it with his own. And it's
Yeah.
like where was
And-
this?
And as much cope as it continues to sound, I like to imagine that's kind of one of the better parts of like when shit is just kind of left vague or open to interpretation like that. I feel like that's just you fill it in, I guess, with fan theory.
Hmm.
It still sounds like
Oh.
cope, but like I don't know, I feel like it also works too. You could apply that to a lot of things.
I do have one question though.
Go answer.
No, regarding this is also regarding Republic Commandos because I suddenly remembered something, another detail.
I love commandos. They're so cool.
What are your thoughts on the Republic Commandos like having an inversion to the ARC Troopers? Because in Extended Universe, right, in Legends, it was the Republic Commandos who had a lot of them basically going like, Order 66, that's wrong. We won't turn on our Jedi's. But now it's more like you see clone troopers, you see freaking ARC troopers going like, wait, this is wrong. Why are we doing this? Like you see the inversion, right? Like they became like the pawns. You have
Yeah.
they're the bodyguard units now.
If you ask me, I just chalk it up to like with how shoddy the inhibitor chips are, because it's shown throughout the show several times that like the inhibitor chip can sometimes be faulty, or that the clones ultimately were more than just clones. They were people that had kind of like strong enough wills to overcome the inhibitor chips, and that like for example like with the fucking Bad Batch, fucking they had faulty chips because they themselves were faulty clones. So like I like that, like a normal clone or like a clone commando. I feel like if anything more, a clone commando would be more susceptible to it, because usually how clone commandos were like a lot more
Yeah, very by the book.
I
very
preferred
by
the
the
old
except the
lore
Bad Batch.
where they were just indoctrinated like good old little child
I
soldiers.
mean, they
were.
were indoctrinated even after like
No,
Order
no, no.
66.
No inhibitor chip. They just went. Oh,
Yeah,
yes,
back in the
sir."
day.
Correct.
Yeah,
Oh
back-
yeah, like
no,
the,
it's-
No
the
chip.
original lore was that they were like trained from the beginning to kill Jedi.
Correct.
I mean,
No.
that
In
technically
wait, wait.
were what they were made to do. It's just now it's just an inhibitor chip and not just total fucking propaganda like mind
Wait.
control shit.
Go on, go
no,
on.
I meant in the old Republic Commando books, these are legends. It was stated that out of all of the out of all of the clone troopers, like all of the clone soldiers, it was Republic Commandos who had like an increased amount of basically commandos defecting, basically like not executing Order 66 because one of the reasons before was commandos back then are believed to be more individualistic, right?
Yeah.
They're not because they're always like they're taught to think outside of the box more often, and that's why when they issued Order 66, most of them were like, why would
No.
they disrupt? Yeah, they were like, no, why would they disrupt like the war? We're in a war right now. This has to be like separatist like separatist like meddling. So that's why they're like there's like a majority of them. Like Vader kills a lot of commandos in the Legends books because he's like, we gotta get rid of these defective clones who are not falling in line. But now, right now in current Disney canon, it's the commandos who are now much more obedient compared to like how you see like regular clone troopers, right? Like in Bad Batch, you see a lot of like clone troopers who had done Order 66, but they're like, man, this is fucked. We don't want to do this anymore.
Well, for the most part, when it came to like the Clone Wars and Bad Batch, what they tell is like either most succumb to it. Even Captain Rex succumbs to it. He's trying.
Yeah.
You can see he's trying so hard to fight it. But like for the most part, what usually happens is those who succumb to it eventually they do kind of like afterwards kind of realize like, man, we kind of did something kind of fucked up, but like good soldiers follow orders. Literally, it's like that's repeated verbatim. And then eventually like those who are like, oh shit, something's wrong, eventually they're met with like the clone resistance. And they get the inhibitor chip removed, which gives them like clarity of thought and shit like that. So like, and when it comes to the clone commandos, for the most part, I think it's because like they probably had more like you were saying, conditioning that was a bit more extreme because they're commandos. Because usually clone commandos are made in a special batches. Like they aren't made, even though they're all made of fucking Jango Fett, they're made specifically to kind of like be different. And because they were made to be a bit more different, they probably got like more intense like conditioning. Except with cases like the Bad Batch, because they were so defective. Because usually defective clones, they were just like, all right, well, you're gonna be a fucking janitor and shit like that. But I guess it would also go to show like just how effective the inhibitor chips were, even for like, the best of the best when it comes to clone troopers.
Let clones be evil.
I mean, clones were
No,
evil.
but
Don't need chip. They just felt they were just indoctrinated as like you have children soldiers. You don't need a chip.
That's the thing though. Even outside of like the inhibitor chip shit, there were still some clones that are like, yeah, but no, this is the right thing. Like we're
Correct.
following orders
That was
because
based.
yeah, different people.
yeah, there's still clones that do that. There's still plenty of clones that do
That
that.
was based of them to have that, but I think the inhibitor chip was unneeded. I think it was a scapegoat for Disney to pluck.
Yeah.
The
No,
select characters they want.
That's. I don't think that was a scapegoat for Disney. It's not a scapegoat for
like-
Disney because that was the thing before Disney got the franchise.
No, to be fair, I think okay, so it is a bit of a scapegoat considering since they did the Clone Wars series, right? Because if you watch the Clone Wars series and if you watch, the actual prequel movies, it's like it's kind of impossible to. There's like a disconnect, right? Wherein you see these clones forming these bonds of friendship with the Jedi. You see them like fighting side by side, and then people can't. It's like there's a disconnect between how they're portrayed in the movie, wherein it's like, yes, Order 66 immediately, yes sir, kill the Jedi, bang.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
especially with Captain Cody, with Commander Cody, and with Obi-Wan, right?
Yeah. The show, I feel like the show definitely, because in the movies, even though I love the fucking prequels, one of the problem is like the Clone Wars start in the second movie, and then the third movie, like
yeah,
like you jump from beginning to end.
Yeah, it's
and
kind of hard to.
You don't get the context. What the show does is it gives that context, and it even delves into the conspiracy of like what we know is going to happen.
Yeah. See, that's the thing that happened, right? Like it's in between. Like the Clone Wars happened in between Episode 2 and Episode 3, and they're all like, "Hey, how?" So when they spend all this time in between those two movies, how come in Episode 3 they were like, "Hey, Order 66, regardless of any allegiances I've made, I will shoot you down." So I think they're finding that. I think that's why they kind of scapegoated with the creation of the.
I wouldn't say
with
it's a
the
scapegoat.
the chip.
I wouldn't say it's a scapegoat.
No, I say this because in the old Battlefront 2 game, where you play as the 501st, they do talk about it. Yeah, they talk about, hey, we're gonna do this bad thing, and they're still gonna do it because that was an order. They were like, regardless of any allegiance we may have had, we will follow through because good soldiers, right?
Like
good soldiers follow
indoctrinated soldiers do. You don't need a chip to be like, oh, No, don't worry,
it
guys.
can be
Our-
both. You know that, right?
No, yeah,
we're
that's
still
true. But
indoctrinated. Like, I'll be honest. If I was making a clone army of loyal soldiers, I wouldn't just do indoctrination. I would do propaganda indoctrination, and I would use fucking inhibitor chips, because we're asking the people who are experts at like genetic cloning bullshit in the whole galaxy to make us loyal killing machines, because that's what they ordered. They ordered loyal killing machines. And you know how you do it? You augment them, not only with just propaganda and fucking like, oh, you follow orders always, but you also do it with the technology you have. The technology you have is some of the best in the galaxy. Kevin Owens, the fact the inhibitor chip was one of the safety. That was one of the safeties so that fucking Sidious's plan would work. Because like it's easy. I'd say it's easier to get out of like, oh, Order 66. Oh well, we don't want to do that because we made friends. That's kind of a part of the evil.
You did what?
That's part of the evil that is like Sidious is like yeah, you know these Jedi you've been making friends with and building connections with. You're gonna kill them now.
no, yeah,
Against
that's
their will,
what.
whether you like
Yeah,
it
that's
or
one
not.
of. It's two types of tragedy. This one's more the chips, right? They're more in line with like a tragedy for the clones. In the
Yeah.
in the original one, the indoctrination one, it's more like a tragedy. Like, hey, even though we're all doing this, even though we've made friends and all that, we're still gonna go through with it regardless of it all.
Correct, because
I don't
they
know.
are because glory to the state.
I don't know. I like the inhibitor chip route for because it just makes it even more tragic.
It's true. The whole point of Star Wars is fascist dictatorships, and dictatorships do not need inhibitor chips.
You're telling me a fascist dictatorship wouldn't use it?
I'm not saying they wouldn't if the technology is available. I'm telling you that the whole point of fucking clones is the dangers of indoctrinated child soldiers. You don't need chips to get that point across. In fact, it weakens the dangers of such a thing.
Oh, it doesn't. It makes
Propaganda.
it makes it worse. It makes it that like, oh, that this person I know that I've been fighting with for years, that the state could make them turn on me any moment. And not with just propaganda, but like because they have invasively turned these children soldiers into more than just like, this isn't just a child soldier, this is a weapon that they control. That at the issue of Order 66,
Yeah.
they could turn on me. Like, obviously the Jedi don't know about Order, but like that's what makes it even scarier, even tragic, that it's against their will that they start to believe that like, oh yeah, all Jedi are enemies of the state. This guy that you've been fighting with for fucking years turns on you, and you don't understand why. You don't even know why they're turning on you. It's either like, the horror of like, oh my god, they're actually like, there's something wrong with him, or they actually believe I'm an enemy or some shit like that. That's what makes it fucking scary. That
I
the
agree.
government just turned my friend against me, and I don't know why my friend's attacking me. Be it some sort of Sith trick or fucking,
Sith
oh,
trick.
I just heard the announcement that that we're turning into an emperor. What the fuck has happened? Like, the fact that like, to say that a fascist government wouldn't need an inhibitor chip, it's not the point they don't need it. It's just that they would do it regardless, because it gives them the upper hand. It gives them the edge. It makes it to where they're in control more, because that's what it is. A fascist government, they're a totalitarian. They want control, and they'll do any means they can via propaganda, technology, military force to get it.
I think it would be more poignant. It was more poignant without the chip, because the idea was that people can be brainwashed without
Yeah.
a magical device.
It's not a magical device.
To be fair, it is a magical device to an extent. It overrid.
device.
But it's not like
It's
some
a magical
fucking
sci-fi MacGuffin, is what it is.
I mean, fucking,
Yeah.
you could say that about any fucking sci-fi. It's a magical sci-fi thing. It's more than just a magical sci-fi MacGuffin. It's not like something like, oh, yep, all clones have this. Even in they go in the show, how often like, hey man, there's something wrong with we notice something wrong like with this clone. Like, he's kind of when they discover the conspiracy that all clones are chipped. It's not like they go in and explain like, oh yeah, this is what it does, da 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 da, like, and all clones have this. And then the counterclaim from the government is like, oh well, these are actually made. The inhibitor chips aren't for controlling them. It's to some clones in the batches are known to reduce aggressive behavior, preventing them from being too brutal on the battlefield, to make them not as brutal towards enemy combatants and shit like that. That's the whole, that the fact that like and then everyone fucking believed it too. And all the people that were like who found out the truth, they were killed, and then they had their inhibitor chips taken out and studied so they can make better inhibitor chips so that don't do that again. I feel like it gets the point across even more that like the fascist government is working and they're using these to control the guys that are protecting you. That they're under your thumb. It's not a magical thing. It's something that like is explained, and it's a plot point that they go over several episodes.
No, to be fair, that is true. Okay, I was, to be fair, on Sizzle's camp before as well. I kind of disliked the inclusion of the chips because it kind of hand waved some of the it removed their what do you call this? Their autonomy for the situation, right? It's like
that's the point.
It's like it's no. Yeah, no, that is the point. I got that eventually, right? I slowly came to the whole chip idea, but I also still like the whole. It was their choice to kill the Jedi, regardless of any allegiances they may have. Like they still followed orders because again, what can they do? That's their thing.
Yeah, good soldiers follow orders, and there was some did like believe the propaganda, regardless of like the inhibitor chips. Like there was still plenty of like, but like. But that was the whole point of like how fucking like a fascist government works. They would do what they can to make sure that their killing machines stay theirs.
No, I understand that. I also understand like I like the inclusion of the chips now because I watched an essay going how the removal of the autonomy is the point, but it also kind of makes the action less impactful. Like they act because it wasn't their choice to do it, as opposed to in Legends, wherein this is something they know that's messed up and that's wrong, but they're still gonna go through with it either way. They're still culpable to the actions that they did. It's not like it's not like It's not like they were just because you saw when Order 66 happened, right?
Yeah.
Captain Rex was not in control. Jesse, the other 501st that was under Ahsoka, they were not in control anymore.
They weren't fighting it, and they knew it was wrong, but they were doing it. They were fighting the conditioning, or at least trying.
Yeah, that's the tragedy for the clones. For the clones bit, I like the inclusion of the chips as a story for the clones. But as for like the tragedy as a whole for the setting, for like the other people in it, I still prefer the no chips one because it does make it more impactful when clones decide to rebel, especially with the commandos then. When they said I won't do it, it's more like they actually mean it. It's not like they were able to say I won't do it because their chip was, broken.
Because they were
like they decided,
like Rex was. Because Ashoka just happened to hit him in the head or some shit.
Yeah. Like that's the thing, right? Bad Batch were lucky because their chips didn't go through. At least not all at once, right? Or even with Rex because they had like a Jedi or they had Ahsoka. Yeah, they had Ahsoka who didn't think twice to like, hey, I'm gonna kill the clones that were under my control. They were like, oh, there's something wrong here that I can try and fix. That's a good thing for the clones, but as a whole, like the thing we're in, it feels more impactful to deny an order wherein it's like literally your choice. It's literally your finger in the trigger, about to pull the trigger, instead of like you being suddenly seized up, and then being forced to pull the trigger. It's a tragedy for the clones, the chip thing, because it robs them of their identity. It factory resets them. But I still like.
I get, and you know what? I agree, and something. It is a tragedy that they're making the choice, but the thing is that kind of goes against like how fucking planned out the whole like Darth Sidious taking over the Republic is. Because this isn't something he just like, you know what, one day as counselor the whatever the fuck of the Grand Republic, he didn't just like, you know what, next week I'm gonna fucking make the clones fucking betray fucking the Jedi and I'm taking over. This is something he's planned out for fucking decades at this point. Even overthrowing his own master to do it.
Ever since the because even before that, he when they got the template for the idea of like the build to make clones and produce clone troopers, he had a little chip thing slipped into their design. And there was actually an episode in Clone Wars, if you remember, where how dangerously close that shit almost got exposed.
Oh, finding out. Yeah.
I'm gonna say that like it wouldn't have been impactful or scary, but like what I feel like what more is that it was just more scary that how fucking far ahead that Sidious was planning for this to account for that sort of thing, even if it almost got exposed.
Yeah, but
I think the inhibitor chip was just like I think it was like, I wouldn't say it's a scapegoat. I think it was a good inclusion in the plot because it's just once again going to show how fucking devious that motherfucker was to make sure that his plans worked.
that's fair. I guess what I'm just saying is, you know, I understand why Mr. Sizzle was like, hey, it feels pretty hand wavy. Yeah, like because
I don't know. I wouldn't say it's hand wavy, but I get what he means.
I mean,
It's easier than to explain indoctrination.
Yeah. It's easier to say.
Here's my argument. The real tools of dictatorships is propaganda and indoctrination. This is the weapons of fascist states. And the whole, like, the moral of the story is, you know, the danger of fascism and how it takes over and corrodes a democracy or a republic. It is to put in, I think, a mind chip that just forces the soldiers to do the thing to whatever degree, I think weakens or muddles that message.
I can agree.
I feel like you're ignoring the nuance behind it. It wasn't just he put it in, it was he manipulated the Kaminoans. The people he was working with, he's like, hey, you know, even though it wasn't Sidious that did it, it was fucking, what the fuck was his name? The Jedi that put the order in. Fuck.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Like,
it was an old Jedi.
Through him manipulating him into like, hey, we need an army to be able to defend the Republic and fight like invasion and shit like that. It wasn't just like he's putting it in to hand wave taking control. It was he manipulated a Jedi to seek out the Kaminoans for an army that like he will eventually use to take control of the fucking galaxy with.
But that story doesn't need the chip to tell it, and you're also losing the dangers of blind nationalism that the clones needed to basically turn a republic into an empire.
But it wasn't just the clones that did it. It was the you know, the Emperor. It was the actions of the the incompetence of the Jedi. It wasn't just like the clones itself. It was Darth Sidious manipulating what the Jedi were doing and what the CIS were doing, framing it in a way that benefits him.
And it's because when it came to the big old vote to give him power, it wasn't like a tyrannical like clones guns to head. It was literally cheers and applause, saying like, "Oh, this is a great idea."
Yeah, he didn't use the clones to take over the government. He used the clones. It wouldn't have mattered if the CIS won or the Republic won. He would have had an army either way. The whole point of the Clone Wars and the clones is they're both kind of like machines.
One last thing. One last thing. I'm just saying, for the context of the narrative, like as a story, it felt like adding in the idea of the chips was like a hand wave for like the severity of what they did. It makes it easy to like the clones still. Hey, these clones, they're actually good guys, rather than, you know, having this qualm wherein you're like, oh, I kind of like this fascist design because he was cool with the Jedi before, but when he decided to kill the Jedi, it's like that thing, right? Your conscience is clear to like the clones because in the new Disney canon, it's not their fault essentially, right? It's not the clones' fault that they killed the
Right.
Jedi. It's because of Palpatine. Whereas in original Legends, you gotta grapple with the fact that you like the clones that are out there actually going to kill like like the Jedi younglings in the temple, like actually going through with their heinous act, like Order 66. Like that's one of the tragedies I liked
The
before because I liked the clones even when they were like, they were gonna go out and fucking kill Jedi younglings because it's like, I don't know, man. I've been when you're playing Battlefront 2, right? Like the campaign before,
correct.
you
The
get attached
diaries
to the
are perfect.
yeah
Oh, I'm not
yeah
gonna say
you
they're
get
not good because they're
attached.
great. They're great.
Yeah, they're
They're
great.
fantastic.
But that's the thing. You basically sympathize with them. You're like, okay, I relate to your story. I see how you basically go out and fight all of this. But now you're gonna grapple with the fact that, oh, I still like you, but now you're doing something irredeemably bad, and it's of your own choice. Like they mentioned that in the diaries, like, as we go to as when they did Nightfall, right? They were like, as we go to the Jedi Temple to enact this terrible thing, did we harbor any treasonable treasonable thoughts in our heads? Some of us might have, but at the end of the day, it didn't matter. We still went through. We still killed the Jedi.
Yeah, and I get that. But the thing is with the inhibitor chip, it was not to just like, okay, from here on, none of your choices are yours. It was strictly in for like when Order 66 is put out, they carry it out. And not even all of them carried out. After that, the inhibitor chip didn't like continue to like,
No, yeah,
okay, you're
yeah,
gonna do
yeah.
everything. They still had like after that, they had their own fucking like thought and
Yeah,
mind, and they could do action of their own. But at that point,
it's
they also believe the propaganda. They also believe that like, oh yeah, we're doing the right thing. The Empire is the correct course of action. The inhibitor chip was just kind of like a bit of a push in that direction. It was to kind of make them carry out Order 66. Yes, they made them carry out Order 66. But anything beyond that, the inhibitor chip didn't do shit. It was
no,
what
yeah.
they were doing was just like, yeah, we're doing what we're told to do because that's what good soldiers do. They follow orders.
No, yeah, that's true. That's for the case of like outside of after the whole event of Order 66, like it kind of allows you to like the clones because you could reason out, oh, this bad thing that they did, it's because of that one moment. It didn't have to span the entire thing like Order 66. They're all immediately bad. It's just for that one instance, that one moment, they were bad because it wasn't their choice, as opposed to like in again
They were
Legends,
set
wherein
up like this
Yeah.
to begin with. Like the
Yeah,
inhibitor chip suggests that there is a way that clones can exist that doesn't lead to genocide and war crimes. When in fact, the clones will always, like any system built like the clones, will lead to that.
Yeah, like if they were commissioned to do that, they were like indoctrinated, they were bred to be that. That will eventually be used to
You
do
shouldn't
that
need
thing.
an inhibitor chip.
I mean, that's the thing. They were bred for war. It just for that time that their propaganda was like, all right, we got to do this for the Republic. In the inhibitor chip, once again, it's a means of control, and like because you're talking about like, well, it takes away like the fascist thing of using propaganda control. The thing is, he didn't need to use the fascist propaganda control on the clones. They were already his. He'd made sure of that years before. The propaganda came in, and the control came in when it came to like the Republic itself and all the representatives and manipulating them.
No. I'm just going off of the clones. Like, okay, imagine this, Rozzy, right? Imagine, let's say Clone Wars, right? The Clone Wars era, Disney canon, but let's remove the inhibitor chips. If the Emperor just said Order 66 go, do you think the clones would go and actually do Order 66? Having the art they have in Clone Wars.
Knowing Disney, if we're talking Disney canon, what would have happened probably is Darth Sidious would have done like a massive galaxy-wide Sith mind trick to make all the clones do it. That's what they probably would have
Oh.
Probably lame.
done, which would have been lame as fuck.
Yeah, because because from what we've seen, right? From what we've seen, from every single interaction with you, it's kind of hard to imagine going like these guys who have bled, who have fought, like even Yoda in the movies, who just outright dispatched Clone Commander Gree and that other clone trooper, like he just freaking wiped their head off.
He fucking chopped their fucking heads off.
Yeah, in the movie, in the series, in the show, he talked about every single clone has their own thing, and he cares for every single clone. And it's fucked up because one of the clones there that he was with, right, in that first episode, like his what do you call it, escort mission thing.
Yeah.
One of the clones there was the clone he killed. One of the clone scout troopers he killed alongside Clone Commander Gree, which is like, what the heck?
Yeah. Honestly, when it comes to that, I kind of wish like we kind of like a remake of that movie with the inclusion of the shit that happened in the show, because like watching it without the show, it's like, okay, he just killed a random clone. But then when you watch the show and then watch that movie, it's like he just fucking sliced the head off Clone Commander Gree.
Yeah, he just decked
with
him.
no qualms about it.
Yeah, especially Clone Commander Gree. Clone Commander Gree was one of the clones who were like, it's in the it's kind of messed up how it works. So they obviously had to find a way to make it seem like this can go through without clashing with their things, because I think I can understand why Yoda killed those clones now with the inclusion of the inhibitor chips, because once that happens, it's kind of like, you know how Force users, right, or Yoda can sense like people, right? But in that one instance when Order 66 was activated, it kind of like overrid. They kind of got factories reset to the point like they aren't people anymore. They're just droids. They're just flesh droids. So I can see why Yoda was like dispatched immediately, because he wasn't thinking now. It wasn't like registering like, oh, these are still the guys that I was with before.
Well, here's the thing. Like, I think in Bad Batch, if I remember correctly, because the chip didn't work for everyone but one of them, or the chip was sort of working for one of them, and he was like, yeah, no, like, I'm down with the Empire. Like, this is like, I'm for this. Like, he's like, I have no problem, no qualms with this. Maybe we're in the wrong here. And then a lot of the clones, like when you see them walking about that, they still have their personalities. It's just literally that, even not even realize like, okay, they're traitors of the state, or they're traitors of the Republic, Empire, whatever. Like, it doesn't completely override their personality. It just basically puts that thought in their head. It's like casting, I would kind of think of it as like someone under the effect of suggestion, where to them it sounds reasonable.
Yeah.
Like,
it was
or modified memory, I guess.
Yeah, it's like a suggestion. It got reset to the fact that they don't remember any of these any of their prior memories having with these clones. It kind of got shunted off for a bit, for just like, it's not forever. It just happened for like at most like a day or two, because after that they're back to their normal selves. They are like talking like that's why in that one episode of Bad Batch, right, you see, I forgot his name, Clone Captain Hauser, right, the one with the fade.
Yeah. Like
when he just spoke, when he spoke to his clones, some of the clones just outright threw their guns down and was like, oh yeah, this is not what we fought for. And some of them were just like, okay, orders are orders, sorry. Like, I feel like in that instance, like removing the inhibitor chip thing, it's fine, because now it's just a matter of the clones dealing with their own personal, qualms with authority and such.
Because I think in some of the books too, I think in like a couple novels, there's clones that kind of feel guilt about what they do, like come to it, because the chip, the effectiveness of the chip is like it's not like 100% with every clone. It's why Rex was able to kind of sort of fight it off, and it's also why in the Clone Wars where Tup malfunctioned and fucking shot his chip went off early, and he shot that Jedi in the back. like while they were fighting droids. Like his chip went off early.
Yeah.
Gentlemen.
I don't know. I just love clones.
Gentlemen.
Yes.
Hey, what's up? What's up,
Yes.
Theo?
boss.
I wanted to end stream about 45 minutes ago. So I'm going to end
Oh.
stream now.
Go for it.
Oh wait, boss.
Yes.
I have a question regarding Aethys though.
No.
It just
Chance.
came on
You
the
can
first.
ask it tomorrow.
Please,
You
I
can
beg
ask
of you.
it tomorrow.
You
Please,
want
One
to
last question.
talk.
Save us all.
Please,
Please.
No.
End the stream.
please.
Kill us.
Anyway, point is, I hate Star Wars.
Ask your last fucking question. And if this is like a multi-part question, I'm not going to answer it. You're going to have to wait till tomorrow.
Okay, tomorrow then.
That's what
okay,
I
tomorrow
thought. Okay.
then.
That's what I fucking thought.
Good read, Cloud. Good read.
All
Oh,
right, everybody say goodbye.
Goodbye,
Goodbye,
Chad.
Chad.
bye.
I'm going to
See you
dream of
tomorrow.
Star Wars tonight. Kill me.
All right, I shall return in just a moment.
Oh,
Ooh, a little 9-hour stream there. Got a lot done with the map and with my prep for the upcoming Pathfinder sessions. So I'm super excited about that. That is it for me tonight. The next time you will see me will be tomorrow at 1 p.m. CST, where we do our second episode of Chaos in Kalador, exploring the menace under Istari. So if you are interested in seeing a Pathfinder 2nd Edition game ran in the world of Adis, tune in tomorrow. And if you're interested in Pathfinder at all, tune in tomorrow, because you will see a brand new Dungeon Master and a bunch of brand new players going through Pathfinder 2nd Edition and sort of trying to get a grip or an understanding of the rules and the mechanics as a whole. So far, I've deeply enjoyed Pathfinder, and I've been deeply enjoying slowly learning it to the point that I can begin tinkering and playing with the system. So come hang out in the Discord. Go ahead and use that link there to join the Discord. Come hang out with all the cool people you heard tonight, and look at all the other fun stuff. Because I might be switching over. Hell yeah, Shando. The maps I'm working on currently are for the Elfbro game that I'm working on, where I'll be the game master for Whoops, Skullvolver, Socks, and Normie McGee. If you are familiar with any of those individuals, I'm currently cooking up a game for them, as it were, for their Baldur's Gate 3 series. So that's what you're seeing right there. The map that I was working on is for that game. And of course, all the maps that I make will eventually end up on the Patreon. So if you would like to get your hands on any of the weird, quirky maps that I make, or would like to support me, Patreon is the way to do so. To all the new followers here tonight, who perhaps don't know who I am or are turning in for the first time, hello, welcome. I'm the Crown DM. I'm a TTRPG dungeon master who runs games in his own homebrew setting, the world of Adis. What you just saw is Soul Saturday. I'll let you know that a lot of my content is like this. It's map making, hanging out with my friends, shooting the shit in Discord, and then working on stuff related to my setting. And then, of course, every Sunday or 3 weeks out of the month, we do a game on our Sunday, and then we take a week off after playing 3 games in a row. If you'd like to be kept in the loop, the Discord's where you'll do that. That's it for me, gamers. I hope you guys have an amazing night. I hope you take care of yourselves. Hug your loved ones. Tell them that you love them. Thanks for hanging out with me while I worked on the map and sort of came up with ideas. You were watching my mental process in real time. And I saw somebody talking about how they liked that I was like just working on the map while my friends were talking. That's very much how I sort of operate. Is I find that I get a lot of work done when there's like sort of ambient noise or like white noise in the background. That's how I do a lot of my work. Is I'll just have something playing. So hanging out with friends, it's a great sort of substitute for like some video essay for a game I've never played. But all right, gamers, take care, rest well, and I'll see you next time. Good night, chat.